The scene opens on an incredibly awkward date, with a heavy silence hanging over the table. She tries to break the ice, saying the food looks delicious, but he just stammers out a nervous agreement. And just like that, the painful silence immediately crashes back down between them. It turns out, this whole encounter is being watched by a panel of hosts, who let out a big sigh. They laugh, finding the couple's inexperience in dating to be absolutely adorable. One of the hosts then turns to the camera, ready to drop some surprising statistics on the viewers. He reveals that a shocking 25.5% of single adults have actually never dated before. And with that, we're introduced to one of the women who supposedly falls right into that category. But as she sips her drink, a wave of drunken emotion suddenly washes over her. She slams her bottle down, screaming to the entire bar that she has definitely slept with a guy before. Her friend, Kim Cha-yul, just looks on, completely unimpressed, and telling the drunk idiot to calm down. But the outburst has triggered something in their other friend, Kang Seon, who suddenly looks distraught. Tears stream down her face as she confesses she's never even held a guy's hand. The blonde woman scoffs, saying at least Kang Seon had flings, but Cha-yul insists that's even worse. She can't believe what she's hearing, asking if her friend has any idea what it's like to be rejected right at the finish line. But the blonde one snaps back, of course she doesn't, because she's never even gotten that far. And just like that, the pity party is in full swing, with all three of them crying into their drinks. Kang Seon miserably raises her glass in a toast to the one who's never even held hands. The others join in, toasting to the one who only held hands, and the one who did everything but still can't get a relationship. With tears in their eyes, they all cheer to the glorious life of being single. They throw back their shots, wondering why three single women are even bothering to talk about relationships. The answer, of course, is simple. One of their friends got married today, and seeing her so blissfully happy at the altar only served to make them feel even more pathetic and lonely. The blonde woman smiles, at least grateful that her two best friends are still here with her. The three of them have been an inseparable trio since they were kids in elementary school. They were even lucky enough to get into the same university together. The first of the trio is Kang Seon, a woman so stunning she makes every guy turn his head. It might be hard to believe, but this high school art teacher is hopelessly single. Despite her looks, she only ever attracts trashy guys, earning her the title of bad partner collector. Next to her is the dignified Kim Cha-yul, and you guessed it, she's also single. She's a successful tattoo artist, ironically without any tattoos herself, whose relationships always fizzle out before they can even start. The reason? As a devout Christian, she's upfront about her commitment to abstinence, which unfortunately sends most guys running for the hills. And then there's me, the narrator of this lonely tale, also single and downing a shot with my friends. I landed a job right after university, and for the last 4 years, my life has just been work, work, work. I never really felt the need to be in a relationship, but I wasn't avoiding it either. I was just too busy to think. Now that things have finally settled down, I've realized the biggest problem. There are no guys around. The air grows heavy as the three of us just sit there in a shared, silent misery. Then, finally breaking the quiet, I put my foot down and declare it to the world. I want to date. My friends are completely stunned. They always thought I was the one who had zero interest in romance. I explained that since my student loans are finally paid off, I thought it was time to give it a shot. I'm just so curious, what is this whole dating thing all about, anyway? What's so amazing about it that has everyone else pairing up while I'm stuck on the sidelines? More than anything, I just want to experience what it feels like to be in love at least once. But my friend Kim Cha-yul cuts in, complaining that her self-esteem is tanking because every time she mentions dating, the mood just dies. Suddenly, their drunken lamenting is cut short by a voice from behind. A very confident man leans over, pointing out that his group is also a trio, and asking if we'd like to join them. And there they are, his two buddies across the way, striking their absolute best, cringiest poses. My friends, who were just crying about being single moments ago, stare back with complete skepticism. My face says it all. A deadpan stare that just screams, "So this is what's on the market." My friends and I just stare, completely underwhelmed by the options. I sigh to myself. I don't want to date just anyone. That would just make me feel even more lonely. And I take a long, sad drink. My mind flashes forward to a grim future. Are we really going to be clubbing at the senior center? A spark of determination cuts through the gloom. No, I slam my glass down. I absolutely cannot let things stay like this. I turn to my friends, a crazy idea forming. You both want to escape the single life, don't you? My dream of getting married by 27 is a total failure, so I suggest we make a little wager. I call it the single life bet. The first one of us to escape being single wins. And to my surprise, Kang Seon's eyes light up, thinking it actually sounds like fun. Kim Cha-yul is unconvinced but asks the most important question, what's the prize? Kang Seon excitedly suggests they use the money they've all been saving for a group trip. Jerim immediately throws a wrench in the plan, asking if they forgot something important. She reminds them of that one drunken night they invested all of it in cryptocurrency. Chaeyoul sighs, pulling out her phone to check, half expecting it to have been delisted. But as she looks at the screen, her eyes widen in utter disbelief. A smirk forms as she tells her friends she's definitely going to win this bet. They're just confused, wondering if the investment is gone and asking about her boyfriend. But her mind is exploding, staring at a number she never thought she'd see. 500 million won. Her friends, however, are completely oblivious to the financial bomb that just went off. Chaeyoul can barely breathe, her mind short-circuiting as she whispers the impossible number. Her friends lean in, unconvinced, asking what on earth she's babbling about. But then Jerim's eyes lock onto the glowing screen, and her playful smirk completely vanishes. Kang Seon peers over her shoulder, her own skepticism instantly vaporizing into wide-eyed wonder. In a single, silent moment, the reality of the situation crashes down on all three of them. The proof is undeniable. A profit of nearly 500 million won, and a return of over 1,600%. Their collective gasp is so loud that it even snaps the heads of two guys at a nearby table. And then, the dam of disbelief breaks, and the girls erupt into pure, unadulterated celebration. They cling to each other, screaming with joy. Their entire world changed in a single instant. Chaeyoul trembles, clutching the phone, realizing this is the kind of money she thought she'd only ever see in her dreams. Jerim gets emotional, already dreaming of moving out of the tiny studio she's been in for 11 years. She happily calculates her share, a cool 166 million won. Chaeyoul, ever practical, says she'll transfer it in pieces and starts planning on a new car. But the mention of splitting the prize money brings Jerim's excitement to a sudden halt. She realizes that even with her share, a bigger apartment might still be out of reach. But Kang Seon, flushed with drink and victory, slams her hands down, declaring they should go all in. Chaeyoul calls her out for being drunk, questioning why they'd need all that money just to find a date. Jerim just smiles, finding herself caught in the middle as her friends argue over her winnings. They both turn on her, demanding she make the final call, split the cash or bet it all. With a triumphant cheer, Jerim makes her choice, yelling that she's putting the entire 500 million in, leaving her friends utterly stunned. A very drunk Kang Seon clings to Chaeyoul, arguing that this isn't wrong at all. She confesses that, without a huge goal, she always loses focus. Chaeyoul gets flustered, insisting it's not about being single. She just doesn't want them to fight over money. Her friends immediately gang up on her, teasing that she's just insecure about finding a boyfriend. Chaeyoul tries to stand firm, determined not to fall for their usual provocations this time. But their bickering falls silent as the mood shifts. Jerim quietly considers her options. Over 166 million is nice, but it won't change her life. She raises a hand, cutting through the tension with a sudden declaration. She's tired of living in a tiny one-room apartment. She wants to move to a bigger place. And to make that happen, she's willing to risk it all for the full 500 million. With a simple bow, Jerim makes her case, leaving no room for debate. But before Chaeyoul can object, Kang Seon jumps in, ready to add her own reasons to the pile. She lays out her grand dream, a fairy tale wedding at the ridiculously expensive Shilla Hotel. And not just that, she wants a family, a honeymoon baby to follow right after. She explains that for a dream that big, the prize money has to be a true life-changing sum. Then, her expression hardens as she turns the argument directly onto her hesitant friend. She tells Chaeyoul that she too can have it all: the wedding, the house, a life of wealth. Flustered and completely cornered, Chaeyoul realizes she has nothing left to say. Her friends seize the moment, chanting 500 million until her resistance completely crumbles. Finally, she sighs in defeat, warning them not to regret this when she wins and keeps it all. With their friend finally on board, her friends light up, absolutely ecstatic. The bet is officially on, and they are going all in for that life-changing prize. But Chaeyoul, the voice of reason, brings them back to earth by asking a simple question. What are the rules? Jerim pauses, admitting they hadn't even figured out the winning conditions for such a massive pot. So the three of them get down to business, seriously hashing out the details of their pact. An hour later, a decision is made, and it's confirmed there is no backing out now. They seal the deal with a toast, officially kicking off the great single battle. All three stand together, but beneath their smiles, each is certain she will be the one to win. And just like that, the crazy challenge begins, with Jerim already on a plane, texting someone she can't wait to see. Her journey ends in the arms of a mysterious man, their embrace a secret kept from her friends. Each of the three friends is now on a mission, a race to find love in their own way. After all, a massive prize of nearly 500 million won is on the line for the winner. To make sure no one backs out, They take their ridiculous bet straight to a law office. The trio sits nervously before the lawyer, the weight of their pact finally sinking in. With the decisive press of a stamp, their friendly wager becomes a legally binding contract. They pose for a commemorative photo, smiling. But the real battle is just beginning. But this brings up the most important question. What are the actual winning conditions? Step 1 is a quiz, where their new partner must know every little detail about them. Step 2 escalates things to physical intimacy, holding hands, hugging, and even kissing. And the final, insane hurdle? Gaining family approval and living together for a full month. So let's meet one of our contenders. Gongjurum, a 3-1-year-old gallery worker with a completely spotless dating history. The big question is, why? She grew up perfectly normal, the eldest sister in a loving, prosperous family. But that idyllic life came crashing down when her parents' business failed, leaving no time or energy for dating. Her new priority was survival, working delivery jobs, and telling herself that love could wait until her tuition was paid. She scanned items at a convenience store, clinging to that same hopeful thought, once the debt is gone, it's my turn. And finally, she did it. A triumphant moment for her and her family, as the last of her tuition was paid off. But the trauma of her family's collapse made her cautious, so she immediately started studying for a stable job instead. With sheer willpower, she conquered that hurdle too, passing her exams with flying colors. With money settled and a career secured, she was finally ready to find love and live out her romantic dreams. But somehow, that dream never quite materialized, leaving her standing all alone. The dating pool she once knew had completely dried up, leaving her all alone. The men who did show interest were hardly Prince Charming, a mama's boy, a heavy smoker, and a guy fresh off a divorce. It was a far cry from the sparkling, handsome ideal she pictured in her daydreams. So most nights, she just laid in bed, watching other people live out their love stories on screen. She'd wonder if perfect guys even existed, conveniently ignoring the real issue. She's a sucker for a pretty face. And it wasn't just about looks. After her family's struggles, she also wanted a man with a nice car, and the deep pockets to shower her with all the luxury goods she'd ever dreamed of. Her reality, however, was scrolling through social media in her messy room, absolutely drowning in envy. But then, a single phrase cuts through the noise. A blind date? At the office, her coworkers lean in with a conspiratorial whisper, asking if the opportunity is for her, catching Jurum completely off guard. Her male coworker would love to help, but sighs that every guy he knows is taken well, except for one divorcee. Jurum's face sinks. Yeah, that's not exactly the dream she was picturing, but another coworker suddenly lights up, offering to introduce her to a friend of hers. He's cute, has a great personality, and is even younger. Jurum is immediately sold on the idea. Her coworker pulls out her phone to show her a picture, and Jurum leans in, eyes sparkling with hope. Then she sees him and the sparkle vanishes instantly. Her expression goes completely dead. Later that evening, she begins her commute home, the city lights painting the sky. On the crowded bus, she just stares out the window, completely lost in thought. With a friend dozing on her shoulder, she can't help but wonder if it's always this hard to find someone she likes. After all, the other candidates they suggested were just absurd: a rich old man, a guy with 6 siblings, and a buff bad boy. Jurum can't help but sigh, the weight of her dating failures pressing down on her. She wonders if her standards are just impossibly high, or if, for someone like her, this is just the best she can expect. The bus ride continues, making her feel like just another lonely soul in a crowded city. The frustration finally hits, and she worries that her popular friend Sion is going to win their unspoken race to find love. Meanwhile, as the sun sets over the city, the very same Kang Sion is still at her desk when a coworker calls her name. It's one of the older teachers, awkwardly asking if she's free after work. He tries to frame it as a professional dinner, a chance to discuss the kids. But with a practiced smile, she lies right to his face, internally fuming at how many times she has to turn him down. A sudden thought sparks in her mind, the single showdown bet with her friend. She realizes with a jolt that none of the bad boys she ever liked actually cared about her. But Mr. Kim, her coworker, genuinely likes her. Maybe he's the real match she needs. She tries desperately to convince herself that he's actually kind of cute if she looks closer. The mere thought, however, makes her face contort with an involuntary cringe. But she steels her resolve, determined to break this single streak once and for all. Turning back to him with a bright smile, she cheerfully agrees to have dinner together. He's absolutely over the moon, excitedly telling her she can pick wherever she wants to go. As he celebrates, a single tear escapes her eye. She immediately wonders if she can truly win like this. The sun sets on the city, sealing her reluctant and fateful decision. And with that, Jurum clocks out, her reluctant agreement hanging heavy in the air. The long, 3-hour commute home begins, a daily reminder of her struggles. She thinks about the bet with her friends. If she wins, she could finally move closer to the gallery. But the question remains, where on earth is she supposed to find a man? She turns away from a cheesy romantic poster, the whole situation feeling hopeless. But as she walks, a sudden flash of light catches her attention. An ad for a dating app glows brightly, promising to help her find love. A blush spreads across her face as a new, radical idea takes root. Its hashtags, start and don't be afraid, feel like a personal challenge. With a spark of inspiration, she continues on her way, a new plan already forming in her mind. But doubt creeps in as she walks through the station. A dating app? No, this can't be the answer. The thought follows her all the way to the train platform. This just isn't her style. That night, her resolve is firm. No matter what, she won't stoop to that level. And yet there she is, back in her apartment, having caved and downloaded the app. And she got a match already? The conversation starts simply enough, but then he drops a bombshell. He's from Hong Kong. She pauses, thinking that's way too far, but shrugs it off. It's just a first match, no big deal. Then she notices something else. The guy doesn't even have a profile picture, definitely a little sketchy. When she asks about it, he smoothly offers to show her a picture, teasing her curiosity. A notification chimes, and her eyes widen in surprise. He's actually sending it right now? The photo loads, and her expression shifts from anticipation to pure, stunned confusion. And what she sees sends her into a silent, internal scream. The man in the photo is unbelievably handsome. He's exactly her type. For Jurem, who always dreamed of falling for men who looked straight out of a movie, and spent countless nights alone just watching them on screen, this felt completely unreal. The man's face was, to put it mildly, almost violently beautiful. She's so flustered she can barely hold her phone steady, her face burning up. Kicking her feet in bed, she blurts out a message telling him how handsome he is. But his reply catches her off guard. He says she's beautiful too, that he fell for her at first sight. She can't believe it. Her? Beautiful? It sounds way too good to be true. She's skeptical, messaging him back that he couldn't possibly know since he can only see her back. But he doubles down, saying even her back is pretty, which makes her blush despite thinking he's a little weird. She's kicking her feet, completely giddy as they keep talking, learning he's only studied Korean for about a year. In the end, she decides to just enjoy it. A little harmless flirting never hurt anyone, right? Meanwhile, at another apartment, we meet her friend, Kim Chaeul, chilling on the couch with headphones on, ignoring the guy next to her. Chaeul is a 31-year-old tattoo artist, exuding a cool and confident vibe. And, in an interesting twist, she's also a devout Christian watching videos about finding a lover. But unlike Jurem, who is a complete rookie when it comes to romance, Chaeul has definitely had her share of relationships in the past. Her past relationships were always intense and passionate, but they always hit the same wall, her vow to save herself for marriage. Because of this, none of her flings ever lasted more than a week. But the truth is, she's not in this marriage bet for the money, she's just in it for the competition. So, she casually asks her childhood friend, Ko Daesung, if she should break her vow just to meet a guy. He bluntly agrees it would probably work, leaving her wondering if she really has to give it all up to win. Daesung then adds that he personally doesn't care about the whole premarital chastity thing. An awkward silence hangs in the air as he retreats back into his game, leaving her to think. A few days pass, and we're back at the office building. It seems Jurem's recent strange behavior hasn't gone unnoticed by her coworkers. They whisper that she's constantly on her phone these days, a clear sign that a guy must be involved. And they're right on the money. Jurem is totally smitten, blushing at the sweet nothings he's texting her. He even sends a picture of himself to cheer her up, and she can't deny it. Damn, he is cute. As the workday finally draws to a close, the sun begins to set over the sprawling city. On the bus ride home with her friend, Jurem is still glued to her phone, lost in their conversation. A soft, giddy smile plays on her lips, completely absorbed in her own little world. The bus travels along the water, and the sunset creates a breathtaking view. Jurem looks up, realizing she's never taken a moment to appreciate how beautiful her commute can be. She sends him a picture of the scene, but he just smoothly replies that she's even prettier, making her heart flutter. Then he hits her with the final blow, confessing he's been thinking about her all day and misses her dearly. His confession sends a jolt straight through Jurem's heart. She's completely flustered, a blush creeping up her entire face. Clutching her bag, she can only think one thing. She misses him too. The idea of meeting him is so strong, she even wonders if she should just fly to Hong Kong. But later that night, he flips the script entirely, telling her he's coming to Korea to see her. She freezes, the message glowing on her screen as her brain tries to catch up. Bolting upright, She can't believe it, he's really coming all this way just for her? With trembling hands, she asks when, and his reply is immediate. Next weekend. Next weekend? Her mind explodes with the reality of it all. They're actually going to meet. And of course, her imagination is already sprinting ahead, picturing a fairy tale wedding. But just as quickly, she snaps back to reality, a little stunned by her own thoughts. She shakes her head, trying to get a grip. Come on, Gong Jurum, don't get ahead of yourself. It's no use though. Her imagination is already painting the perfect family portrait on a sun-kissed beach. The thought alone makes her face flush and her mind spin out of control. And with that, she's off, her inner voice screaming as she sprints into preparation mode. She's got a new mission: lose weight and book a dermatologist, all before he arrives. Later, we find her hanging out at a tattoo studio, presumably with a friend. The two of them are just relaxing, each lost in their own phones. But Jurum can't contain her giddy smile, practically glowing as she texts away. Her friend immediately picks up on the lovesick vibe, and Jurum can only hide her blushing face. Jurum is practically vibrating with excitement, kicking her feet like a giddy teenager. Her friend narrows her eyes, asking what's got her so happy, and immediately guessing it's about a guy. But Jurum just giggles, deflecting the question by saying she'll spill the beans when their other friend, Siana, arrives. This only annoys her friend more, while Jurum just buries her face in her phone, blushing furiously. Just then, the sound of a sleek white car pulling up outside the studio breaks the tension. The two of them look up from their phones, their conversation forgotten for a moment. They creep towards the window, curious to see who could possibly be visiting them. And what they see is unexpected. It's a beautiful blonde woman, arm in arm with a much older, heavy-set man. Her friend's eyes go wide in recognition. Wait, isn't that Kang Seona? The man himself looks sweaty and out of his element, a stark contrast to the confident woman on his arm. The man gives a clumsy, formal bow before heading inside. Jurum and her friend put on their best welcoming smiles, waving from the doorway. But the moment Kang Seon is past them, their faces drop into matching looks of bewilderment. Kang Seon immediately turns, flustered, insisting that she and that man are not dating. Her friends aren't buying it for a second, sitting down with matching unimpressed glares. The dark-haired friend cuts right to the chase, demanding they all give their relationship progress reports. With a serene smile, Kang Seon explains her new strategy: dating someone who likes her for a change. Her friend's eyes narrow, so that means she is seeing that guy from her company, Jioseo Saram. Kang Seon falters, a bead of sweat betraying her confident facade. Her mind flashes back to the man, blushing as he offered her a bouquet he'd bought just for her. With a strained smile, Kang Seon tries to play it off, saying they're just getting to know each other. But then she pivots, pointing an accusing finger at Kim Cha-yul, demanding to know if she's teaming up with Ko Dae-sung for their bet. Kim Cha-yul is genuinely baffled, asking why she'd ever do that, while Kang Seon doubles down, convinced they're plotting to win. Cha-yul scoffs, revealing that Ko Dae-sung actually introduced her to someone, and the other two immediately demand to see. She pulls up a photo of a ridiculously shredded guy, a soccer coach, apparently, and her friends are instantly impressed. With two down, all eyes turn to the last member of their group, Gong Jurum. She freezes for a moment, a deer caught in the headlights. But that innocent look quickly melts into a giddy, blush-filled smile she can't contain. "Ta-da," she announces, whipping out her phone as her friends lean in, their eyes wide with shock. On the screen is her boyfriend, a man so devastatingly handsome he looks like he walked right out of a drama. Kang Seon is practically swooning while Cha-yul is frozen in absolute shock. They immediately pounce, demanding to know who this gorgeous man is and why she kept him a secret. Their eagle eyes even spot the expensive brand names on his shirt and watch in the photo. "He must be loaded," Kang Seon yells. But Jurum just plays coy, feigning ignorance about such things. The rapid-fire questions continue. Where did she meet him? How old is he? What does he do? But her answer leaves them completely stunned. A 27-year-old student from Hong Kong she met on a dating app. Jurum leans back with a smug smile, convinced she's just ended the bet and secured her 500 million won. Her friends are left speechless, unable to process this bizarre turn of events. But Chae-yul's suspicion kicks in, and she asks the one question that matters. Has Jurum ever met him in person? With a blissful, unbothered smile, Jurum calmly admits that no, she hasn't met him yet. Kang Seon is not having it, arguing that a cyber romance is not a real boyfriend and doesn't count. But Jurum just smiles, dropping the bombshell that he's actually coming to Korea this week. She hugs her phone, lost in a happy daydream, promising to introduce him to everyone. The promised day arrives, but instead of a happy meeting, Jurum is left crying alone in her bed. A text message reveals the excuse. He suddenly felt unwell and had to cancel, pushing the trip to next month. As she stews in frustration, her phone lights up with a new notification. She glances over, her expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. It's him, asking if she's angry and sending a picture of his arm hooked up to an IV drip. Her anger instantly vanishes, replaced by a wave of guilt for getting mad at someone who's clearly sick. The next thing we know, she's at a bank, being asked if she wants to cancel her savings plan. With her savings account now empty, Jurem makes a bold decision. If her boyfriend can't come to her, then she'll just have to go to him. She books a flight, and before she knows it, she's touching down at the international airport. Stepping out into the arrivals area, she's filled with giddy anticipation. With her luggage rolling behind her, she's ready for that movie moment reunion. She plops down on her suitcase, beaming as she imagines seeing him any second now. But this happy girl had no idea this trip was about to become her worst nightmare. She even messages her friends, Kang Xian and Cheol, with a playful guess where I am. Their confusion turns to sheer panic when she announces she's in Hong Kong to see her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Jurem waits on a city street, completely oblivious to the train wreck headed her way. Her cheeks flush, her eyes wide with the giddy reality of her grand romantic gesture. She stands in the middle of the vibrant, overwhelming streets of Hong Kong, a world away from home. It's really happening. She's here, in his city, ready to surprise him. With a hand to her racing heart, she thinks, finally, the man of her dreams flashes through her mind, just as handsome as she remembers. She pictures him waiting for her, the perfect boyfriend she's been missing so much. After all this time, she's finally going to see him in person. With a huge smile, she pulls out her phone to type the message she's been dying to send. A quick text letting him know she's arrived and will be there right after dropping off her bags. But as the minutes tick by, her smile fades. He hasn't even read it yet. First things first, she checks into her hotel to drop off her things. She quickly unpacks, her mind already racing ahead to the moment she'll finally see him. To make a perfect impression, she tries on a stunning dress she picked out just for this moment. But a sudden wave of self-doubt hits her. Maybe it's a bit much? She stares at her reflection, wondering if she's overdoing it for their first meeting. Giving up on overthinking, she flops onto the bed, exhausted from the travel and her own nerves. But when she checks her phone, that familiar anxiety starts to creep back in. He still hasn't even read her message, and the time they agreed to meet is ticking closer. A nervous sweat beads on her skin as a terrible feeling begins to settle in her stomach, and a chilling memory surfaces, her friend asking if she knows what a romance scam is. Her heart pounds in her chest as she tries to push the awful thoughts away. No, she thinks. It can't be a scam. Hess never once asked her for money. Just as she spirals, her phone suddenly buzzes on the bedsheet. Her hand snaps to grab it, a jolt of hope and fear shooting through her. She practically leaps to her feet, eyes locked on the screen. A tense silence hangs in the air as she reads the notification. And then, a slow, gentle smile spreads across her face, flushing her cheeks with warmth. Had just been busy. He apologized and said he'd see her soon, and all her worries melted away. With her fears gone, she steps out into the vibrant city streets to finally meet him. But as she gets closer, a new wave of jitters takes over, the good kind this time. She decides on one last touch-up, a quick swipe of lip gloss for the big moment. With her heart pounding in her chest, she feels the final flutter of anticipation. Jurem arrives at their designated meeting spot, eagerly scanning the area for him. But the minutes stretch on, and that initial excitement begins to fade into a quiet worry. Hours later, she's found a spot on the steps, the hope draining from her posture. She stares down at her phone, a heavy feeling sinking in her stomach. Her messages are unread, her calls are unanswered, and her battery is about to die. A cold, horrifying thought begins to creep in. Was this whole thing a scam? Deciding she needs a plan, she stands up to head back to her hotel and recharge. But as she turns, she stops dead in her tracks, her eyes locking onto a man right in front of her. But her gasp is cut short as the world seems to shift around her. A single drop of rain hits the pavement, a quiet prelude. Then another, and another, the sky beginning to weep. Soon, a sudden downpour washes over the city streets. Some time has passed, and at Hong Kong International, the rain continues to fall. All calls to Jurem now go to a dead end. The number is no longer in service. Worried sick, her friends Kim Cheol, Kang Xian, and Ko Daesung have rushed to Hong Kong to find her. Cheol tries calling again, a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. Why is Jurem's phone off? Daesung asks when they last heard from her, while Kang Xian explains she was waiting for that rich guy. With no other leads, they decide their only option is to start at the meeting place, praying she's okay. Just then, Kim Cheol's phone vibrates, her eyes widening with a flicker of hope. Kang Xian immediately asks if it's Jurem, but Cheol sees it's just an unknown number. She answers anyway, her first question a desperate plea. asking if Juram is on the line. Beside her, Kang Seon and Ko Dae-sung hold their breath, waiting for the answer. Relief washes over her as she hears her friend's voice, immediately asking where she's been. But the voice on the other end is faint, cutting through the static with just a few words. Juram sounds weak, simply asking if they can come and pick her up. Without a second's hesitation, Chaeul promises they'll be right there. Their search begins, taking them out into the neon-drenched, rainy streets of Hong Kong. Now under a shared umbrella, Chaeul and Kang Seon anxiously scan the crowds, desperate to find their friend. And then, through the downpour, they finally spot a familiar figure, drenched and alone. It's Juram, waving with a tear-streaked face, just as relieved to see them as they are to see her. They rush to her side, shielding her with umbrellas, their voices cracking with concern as they ask if she's okay. Chaeul can't hold it back, telling her friend just how worried they've all been. Juram looks at their faces, a fragile smile forming as she realizes they came all this way just for her. The weight of their friendship, the stress, the fear, it all comes crashing down. And just like that, the dam breaks, and she lets out a gut-wrenching, soul-shaking sob. Chaeul looks away, blaming herself for falling for the trick and causing everyone so much trouble. But Kang Seon is right there, holding Juram tight, insisting the man who deceived her is the only one at fault. Juram's cries of regret and relief seem to echo through every corner of the rain-soaked city. To get out of the rain, they find a hotel to rest and recover for the night. After a hot shower, a much calmer Juram sits down, genuinely thanking her friends for coming all this way. Kang Seon and Chaeul just watch her, relieved that the worst is finally over. They all gather in Chaeul's room, where Juram admits she never thought she'd fall for something like this. When asked why she was out in the storm, she explains with a laugh that she got pickpocketed and had to chase the thief down. Kang Seon declares that since they're in Hong Kong, they should forget that jerk and go have some real fun. With their spirits lifted, the trio decides to hit a nearby cocktail club. The place is buzzing with energy, music thumping under the neon lights. Juram lets loose on the dance floor, trying to shake off the terrible memories of the day. But Chaeul is already over it, standing stiffly in the crowd and thinking she wants to get out of there immediately. While her friends are inside, Chaeul slips out the back of the club. She runs a hand through her hair, finally able to breathe away from the pounding music. But she's not alone. Dae-sung is there, noting she lasted longer than had expected. She admits she was just trying to keep up for Juram's sake and thanks him for coming. He smirks, knowing she would have dragged him here regardless, and she just smiles, confirming it. The facade drops, and a wave of exhaustion hits them both. They just want to go home. But even in their shared weariness, they find a moment to laugh together. Chaeul's mind wanders back to the good times, to the three of them smiling on an escalator. She recalls them exploring the city streets, with Dae-sung quietly watching from a distance. A perfect memory of the three friends, happy and carefree against the sparkling Hong Kong skyline. The whirlwind Hong Kong trip was over, and it seemed that chapter of her life had closed for good. Back in Korea, Juram is just trying to live a normal life when she stops by a local cafe, but her eyes lock onto something impossible, and her entire world comes to a screeching halt. Her hand instinctively clenches as a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated disbelief washes over her. Because sitting right there, clear as day, is the man from her trip on a blind date with another woman. It's him, her Hong Kong prince, and her mind can only scream in utter shock. She's completely paralyzed. A million questions racing through her head. How could he possibly be here? Her coffee sloshes over the rim, her trembling hands betraying the chaos raging inside her. Her brain feels like it's completely shut down, fried by the sheer impossibility of it all. And as she spirals, he's calmly explaining to his date how their mothers happen to know each other from work. He lets out a little chuckle, completely at ease during his pleasant conversation, but then his eyes snap sideways as he spots something or someone approaching. And just like that, Juram is standing right there, crashing their little party without an invitation. She walks up with a cold, determined stare, her presence immediately sucking the air out of the room. With a disarmingly sweet smile, she calls him babe and asks what he's doing here. The man and his date are completely stunned, their little chat shattered in an instant. His date immediately spins on him, demanding to know who this woman is and if he's her boyfriend. But instead of denying it, he just smirks, coolly agreeing that it certainly seems so. His shocking, casual betrayal sends a tremor through Juram's hand, her knuckles turning white. And in the next moment, the cup shatters in her grip, coffee exploding like a burst of rage. The entire cafe freezes, shocked by the sudden outburst. But her boyfriend, drenched and stained, simply starts to laugh, a twisted smile on his face. His date is furious, demanding to know what is going on. He just hangs his head, letting the accusation hang in the air. Juram stands frozen, realizing this public spectacle wasn't her intention at all. Once the other woman leaves in a huff, A tense silence fills the room. He slowly pushes his chair back from the table. Then he stands, towering over Jurem, and asks her who she is, pretending he's never seen her before. Her mind reels in disbelief. Hes actually going to act like he doesn't know her. After all those texts, calling her beautiful and begging to see her face every single day. And this is the same guy who'd tell her he loved her over and over again. But now he just puts on this innocent face, pretending he has no idea what's happening. He even has the gall to ask who she is, trying to humiliate her right there. The shock wears off, and a single, perfect word comes to her mind: trash. Suddenly, his cool and collected act completely shatters. With tears in her eyes, Jurem looks up, her embarrassment now replaced with cold, hard fury. She's not going to stand here and be made a fool of. She turns and walks away. Without a single word or a glance back, she leaves him standing there. He's just left to process what happened, stunned that she actually called him out. The confrontation is over, and the city night swallows the bitter memory. But once she's safely away, the tough facade begins to crumble. The raw hurt and anger finally bubble to the surface, a silent curse directed at him. She lets out one last, furious scream at the man who isn't even there to hear it. Back home, she finds solace the only way she knows how: soju and cheap snacks. She just drinks and drinks, the tears flowing freely as the alcohol takes hold. The whole experience feels too humiliating to even tell her friends about. And right at her lowest point, her phone buzzes with a message from him. His pathetic apology, claiming he was just surprised, only makes the tears fall harder. She felt so pathetic for ever falling for his act in the first place. The sun rises on a new day, but the heartache from the night before still lingers heavily. Back at work, Jurem is greeted by her coworkers, who lightly tease her about looking like she ate well on her trip. She forces a smile, knowing full well her face is puffy from a night of tears and cheap soju. Her colleague leans in with some hot office gossip. They're going to be hosting a major exhibition. The name she drops Doan makes Jurem's heart skip a beat. It couldn't be. Grabbing her coworker's arm, she confirms it's the legendary artist, who will also be their new artist-in-residence. This is huge. Doan is a phantom in the art world, a superstar who hasn't released new work in years. Has a complete mystery, face and name unknown, so Jurem can't fathom how their gallery scored him. Turns out, he's good friends with their new director. Of course, it's all about who you know. For a moment, her personal misery is replaced by pure professional excitement. This is a dream come true, but that dream turns into a deer-in-the-headlights moment when she's asked to be Dawen's personal interpreter. Jurem completely panics, asking why her of all people. As her coworkers smile sweetly, pointing out her language skills. She frantically denies knowing Cantonese, but her colleague insists she saw her studying it before. And with a cheerful "we're counting on you," they abandon her, leaving Jurem fuming at her so-called friends. A few days later, she trudges down the hall, already dreading the extra work for no extra pay. The moment of truth arrives as she stands before the door to conference room 3. She can't help but wonder what kind of person this legendary artist, Doan, will actually be. The office gossip certainly wasn't comforting, with rumors painting him as aggressive and difficult to work with. Steeling her nerves, she takes a deep breath to compose herself before going in. With a practiced, professional smile, she opens the door and offers a polite greeting in his native language. And there he is, sitting at the far end of the table, his back turned to her, the enigmatic artist himself. She waits for him to turn, a slight hint of confusion on her face. The artist slowly swivels in his chair, his profile sharp and oddly familiar. And when he fully faces her, her blood runs cold. It's him. Her mind is struck by lightning. It's the handsome man from the soccer field. All professionalism flies out the window as she points, utterly speechless. He doesn't seem surprised, simply watching her meltdown with a neutral expression. A ghost of a smile plays on his lips. He definitely remembers her. Jurem scrambles to regain control, forcing a smile and a polite greeting. But his knowing look confirms her worst fears. Her cover is completely blown. Her internal monologue is just a single, repeated, desperate scream. Just as she's trying to process this, her phone starts buzzing insistently. She pulls it out, confused, only to be hit by a notification that makes no sense. A message from an unknown number greets her with a casual, "Babe, it's been a while." Her eyes snap up to him, but he isn't even on his phone. There's no way it was him, right? But the messages keep coming, apologizing for the silence, asking if she can love his true self. She stares at him, completely lost, trying to connect the impossible dots. He just smiles, saying he's looking forward to their work together. His eyes crinkle with a gentle, knowing amusement that sends shivers down her spine. And then he says it out loud, the final piece of the puzzle clicking into place. "Babe." He offers his hand, and as they shake, Jurem's reality completely shatters. Her mind is a mess of static as they shake hands, unable to process what is happening. Just then, her phone buzzes again, a perfectly timed interruption from the very man in front of her. Do-won smirks, pointing out that she seems to be getting a call and asking if she plans to answer. All Jurem can manage is a tight, pained smile, sweat beading on her forehead. She stammers out a quick excuse and practically bolts from the room to get away. He watches her go, a small, amused smile playing on his lips. What a strange woman, he thinks to himself, deciding it might be better to just not get involved. Safely in the hall, Jurem leans against the door, trying to get her racing heart under control. She forces herself to take a breath and actually think through the impossible situation. The truth crashes down on her. The dating app. The handsome profile pictures her hot Hong Kong boyfriend as him. Her mind flashes back to the day she accidentally ruined author Dawen's blind date, the very same man whose handsome face was used for her fake Hong Kong boyfriend. As this realization hits, her phone buzzes a video call from the real boyfriend. But if Dawen isn't him, then who on earth is calling her right now? Her heart hammers in her chest, the world spinning into a confusing mess. There's only one way to find out what's going on. She has to answer. After the call, the whole insane story comes tumbling out in a series of frantic texts. She tries to explain to her friends. The author isn't the real boyfriend after all. Her friend Chae-yul just sighs, wondering what spectacular trouble Jurem has gotten into this time. And on the other end of the line, a man's voice finally speaks, asking about their blind date. But that voice wasn't for Jurem, it was for Chae-yul, who looks up as her date finally arrives. A handsome man with a warm, confident smile makes his way over. He apologizes for the traffic, but she's not bothered in the slightest, pleasantly surprised by how good he looks in person. He introduces himself as Lee Sang-yu, 33 years old, and she returns the greeting, formally introducing herself as Kim Chae-yul. Sang-yu immediately starts with a compliment, admitting he's stunned by how beautiful she is. Chae-yul, playing it cool, tells him his pictures definitely didn't do him justice either. The air between them instantly crackles with mutual interest. This blind date is already off to a fantastic start. With the first impressions a clear success, they move from the cafe to a restaurant for the evening. Seated at their table, the positive energy continues to flow as their date gets underway. Sang-yu is practically glowing, completely captivated by his date, and Chae-yul is right there with him, her smile genuine and bright. The conversation is effortless, the chemistry undeniable as they share a meal. Hours seem to fly by, and all too soon, the evening begins to draw to a close. Outside under the city lights, they both agree that they had a fantastic time. He remembers she mentioned meeting her friends later, a slight hint of disappointment in his tone. But he can't just let the night end like this, not when he feels such a strong connection. He calls out her name, making Chae-yul pause and look back at him curiously. A nervous blush creeps up his neck as he musters up his courage. Looking her straight in the eye, he asks the all-important question, when can they meet again? Chae-yul pauses for just a moment, a thoughtful look in her eyes. And then, a warm, knowing smile breaks across her face. She found his shy hesitation endearing. He was just worried she'd say no. She can't resist playfully pointing out how red his face has gotten. Undeterred, he asks again, his voice filled with hope, if she'll meet him. She counters smoothly, asking if he's free this weekend, and he happily agrees. With their next date set, the evening concludes on a perfect note. Sang-yu promises he'll be in touch and tells her to enjoy the rest of her night. She wishes him a safe trip home, the feeling clearly mutual. But elsewhere, a call connects on a car's display. It's Ko Daesung, asking how the blind date went. The call's recipient, one of her co-workers, tells Daesung the date was fun and that she thinks Sang-yu is a really nice guy. She agrees with his assessment, though her expression holds a hint of something more calculated. As she drives off, Sang-yu is still walking the streets, a faint blush and a thoughtful look on his face. Back in the car, a small, amused smirk appears on her lips. She tells Daesung that Sang-yu was surprisingly shy and cute, a description that seems to completely baffle him. But before they can discuss it further, her phone suddenly buzzes on the dashboard. She picks it up, her attention now on the new message. It's from Sang-yu, already suggesting they go to that one restaurant she wanted to try. A genuine smile lights up her face as she reads his thoughtful text. He really is cute, she thinks. But as the city lights blur past, a completely different, ominous thought pierces the night. Meanwhile, at a place called Mansion Pub, a completely different kind of drama is unfolding. The usual sounds of a busy night fill the air, along with the unmistakable sound of someone hiccuping through their tears. It's none other than Jurem's friend, Kang Seon, who can't believe she's witnessing this meltdown. She pulls out her phone, capturing Jurem in all her tear-streaked glory for posterity. Stop taking pictures. Jurem wails, but Kang Seon just zooms in, mercilessly documenting the moment. Just then, Kim Chae-yul arrives, announcing she could hear Jurum crying from all the way outside. She sits down, immediately demanding to know what's going on. Is this about her boyfriend's real identity? Kang Seon grins, telling Jurum that since Chaeul is here, it's time to spill the tea. With a shaky breath and tears still streaming down her face, Jurum finally begins to speak. With tears still fresh on her face, Jurum finally steels herself to confess. She warns them it's incredibly embarrassing, but they lean in, promising they won't dare laugh. But instead of telling them, she decides to show them, answering an incoming call. It's better, she figures, if they just hear him for themselves. A bead of sweat drips down her neck as she holds her breath. Her hand trembles as she puts the call on speaker for her friends to hear, and from the phone emerges the voice of a young boy in a taekwondo uniform, chirping "Babe?" Kang Seon and Chaeul stare at the screen, their brains short-circuiting in real time. Their faces are a perfect storm of shock, confusion, and secondhand embarrassment. A moment of silence passes before they absolutely lose it, erupting in laughter as Jurum cries out that they promised. The conversation shifts to another one of Jurum's dating disasters, the guy who faked being from Hong Kong. She collapses in tears, utterly mortified, wondering how she'll ever face author Dawon. Seizing the moment, Kang Seon turns to Chaeul, slyly asking about her date with the PE teacher. Chaeul gives a simple, non-committal reply. It was nice. Of course, that's not nearly enough detail for her friends, who immediately demand the full story. Meanwhile, the matchmaker himself, Ko Daesung, gets a glowing review from his friend who went on the date. He smiles, satisfied that it went well, reading how his friend was apparently seen as surprisingly cute and shy. But that one word, cute, stops him mid-sip, giving him pause. He lowers his drink, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he processes this. The scene then cuts away, showing Jurum crouching in the rain with her dogs as Dawon appears with an umbrella. Jurum's face flushes, stunned as she awkwardly greets the author, Dawon. He returns the greeting with a calm, knowing smile, shielding her from the rain. Her mind races. Of all the places to run into him, it had to be here, like this. A memory of him crying flashes in her mind. A moment she knows she has to apologize for. But not right now. Her panicked brain screams, overriding all rational thought. She makes a run for it, shouting that she'll apologize properly when she's sober. Dawon watches her flee for a moment, then calmly gives the command. He unleashes the Pomoberos, and the three tiny dogs launch forward. Jurum lets out a shriek as the fluffy cavalry closes in on her, and in an instant, she's on the ground, happily overwhelmed by a pile of pouncing dogs. But her escape is cut short when a firm hand clamps down on her shoulder. Dawon isn't letting her go, coolly telling her they need to talk for a second. He practically drags her to a nearby convenience store to get out of the rain. Setting his umbrella aside, they finally sit down to have this very awkward conversation. With the tiny dogs now settled in her arms, Jurum starts to apologize for that day. She says she knows he must have been very shocked, but Dawon just listens, arms crossed. He brushes her apology aside, getting straight to the point. Why is she labeling him as trash? Jurum flinches, a bead of sweat running down her face. How is she supposed to answer that? Her mind is screaming the truth that she was dating a kid who stole his photos. But she can't say that. Her eyes shift as she quickly tries to formulate a lie to get out of this mess. Dawon's stare is absolutely chilling, his silence more terrifying than any accusation. Jurum's mind is a mess, the truth is beyond embarrassing, but she realizes he's the one who's truly been wronged. He patiently waits for an answer, his gaze calm but intense. She finally starts to stammer, clutching the dog plushies for dear life. All she can manage is some panicked nonsense about introducing a dog, which only confuses him more. He sighs, calling her a strange woman, and that's the final push she needs to just blurt it all out. Dawon's expression shifts from annoyance to pure, unfiltered disbelief. The city noise fades, leaving only the sound of rain and the weight of her confession hanging in the air. He slowly repeats her words back, trying to make sense of the insane story he just heard. She just keeps rambling, trying to explain how she thought he was her boyfriend this whole time, not some random kid using his photos. Dawon tries to dismiss her, assuming she's just drunk and needs to sleep it off. But Jurum is not having any of it, insisting that every single word she said is true. Desperate to be believed, she shoves her phone right in front of him. He takes it, still looking completely unconvinced by her frantic story. With trembling hands, she presents the device, her only piece of evidence. He glances down, still internally questioning what is wrong with this woman, and then he sees it a photo of himself, sent along with a sappy, romantic message. His eyes widen in disbelief. That's really his picture. How is this even possible? He starts scrolling through the chat log, much to her horror as she tries to stop him, but it's too late. A smug little smirk appears as he finally gets the full, insane picture. And just like that, Dawen's concern melts into pure vanity, realizing he must be handsome enough to be used in a scam. Outside, he calmly pets her little dogs, asking if she's reported the incident to the police yet. He insists she absolutely should, probing to see if the scammer managed to get any money out of her. Jurem flushes, admitting it wasn't about money, she was just about to fly to Hong Kong for him. Dawen's expression shifts to one of sheer disbelief, questioning how she could love someone Shed never even met. Feeling judged, she puffs up her chest, defiantly asking him what's so wrong with that. But he can't hold it in any longer, and a small, amused laugh escapes his lips. That's it. She snaps, her face burning with shame as she accuses him of mocking her feelings. In her mind, she can practically see him howling with laughter, tears streaming down his face at her expense. Utterly humiliated, she can only stand there in stunned, furious silence. Still cringing from her outburst, Jurem bows her head and offers another sincere apology. But Dawen's expression is surprisingly gentle, telling her there's nothing to apologize for. She was the one who got tricked. He shifts the blame entirely, saying it was the scammer's fault, not hers. And then he casually mentions that, thanks to that guy, his blind date was completely ruined. The words hit Jurem like a lightning bolt as the horrifying truth dawns on her. He continues, admitting he never wanted to go on a blind date in the first place, but she can barely process it. He asks if she has anything else to say, and she can only weakly address him by his title author. With the awkwardness at its peak, Do-won decides to take his leave, grabbing his things to head home. But as he turns, she panics and reaches out, calling his name to stop him. He pauses, glancing back over his shoulder, a calm, unreadable look on his face. Mortified, Jurem blurts out a desperate plea for him to keep her dating app fiasco a secret. Dawen considers her request, his expression unreadable but with a glint of amusement. She waits for his answer, her face flushing with a mix of hope and embarrassment. He turns back with a sly smile, casually saying he's not so sure about that. Her heart thumps in her chest, completely thrown by his playful, unexpected response. She internally spirals, wondering what he could possibly mean by being not sure. As he begins to walk away, she's left speechless and flustered by the interaction. But then he pauses, glancing over his shoulder to confirm he'll keep it a secret. He reassures her not to worry, finally putting her anxious mind at ease. A faint, relieved smile touches her lips as she watches him leave. Alone on the street, Jurem watches him and his dog disappear into the night. Needing a moment, she pulls out a plastic chair from a nearby table. She collapses into it, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Her face flushes as she replays their entire, heart-pounding conversation. That playful, handsome smile of his is now burned into her memory. A new feeling sparks in her heart, one she hasn't felt in a very long time. It seems Jurem is ready to forget the pain of old love by embracing a new one. But elsewhere, a completely different kind of love story was just beginning for Kang Seon. Sitting in the passenger seat, she's caught completely off guard by her coworker's sudden silence. He turns to her with a nervous sweat and bluntly confesses that he likes her. He asks her to be in a serious relationship, laying his heart on the line. Kang Seon's eyes widen. The inevitable, awkward moment has finally arrived. He stares at her with a sweaty, desperate hope, waiting for her answer. Shed always wanted to meet someone sincere, different from the others Shed known. Her hands clench tightly in her lap as she weighs her options. She takes a quiet, steadying breath, coming to a decision. The silence in the car stretches on, thick with unspoken tension. Breaking the quiet, she thanks Mr. Kim, causing him to flinch with surprise. A soft, almost practiced smile forms on her lips as she prepares her response. She decides to accept, picturing a future with someone who genuinely likes her. Her hand comes to rest on his arm, a quiet gesture of acceptance. She closes her eyes, steeling herself for the path she's just chosen. He glances over, utterly confused by her sudden seriousness. But she turns with a practiced smile, saying she wants a serious relationship with him too. His mind immediately fills with a rosy fantasy of their first kiss. As he's lost in his dream, she continues, saying she just wants to get to know him. But he takes that as his cue, puckering his lips and leaning in for a kiss right then and there. Her sweet facade shatters instantly, replaced by a look of sheer panic as she shouts an apology. In a flash, the passenger door slams shut, and just like that, she's standing on the curb, leaving him and the awkward moment behind. Standing alone on the street, Kang Seon sighs, utterly convinced she's hopeless at this. Her mind flashes back to another night, trying to drink away her dating frustrations at a club. She admits Mr. Kim was a good person, but she just couldn't get past, well, a whole list of things. Suddenly, her club buddy, Hwang Mi-hyun, taps her on the shoulder, breaking her out of her thoughts. Mi-hyun points out some guys who've invited them to join their table. The scene shifts to the thumping heart of the club, lights flashing over the dance floor. They arrive at a VIP table, loaded with expensive fruit platters and bottles. Soon enough, they're all settled in, a group of guys and girls making small talk. Her friend Mihyun is already hitting it off with one of the guys, getting cozy. And it seems everyone else is pairing off too, laughing and flirting without a care. But Kang Seon finds herself sitting in an awkward silence next to the guy she was paired with. She glances over, taking him in. He's got the build, but not the vibe. In fact, she can't help but notice he seems incredibly uncomfortable, hiding under his cap. Trying to break the ice, she asks if this is his first time coming to a club. He's taken aback, blushing as he wonders how she could tell so easily. She laughs, saying it's totally obvious, guessing his friends dragged him along. The conversation dies again, and the awkwardness between them is almost painful. Deciding to take charge, she offers to pour him a drink to loosen things up. As she grabs a bottle, she finally asks for his name, still trying to get a read on him. He shyly mumbles his name is Lee Hyunbin, a blush creeping up his neck. They finally clink glasses, a small gesture to cut through the tension. As she takes a sip, his name echoes in her mind, Lee Hyunbin. Why does that sound so familiar? She gives him a sly look over her glass, still trying to size him up. Seeing how flustered he is, she teases him for being so polite, asking if she seems that much older. But the conversation stalls again, leaving them in a painfully awkward silence. She lets out a weak laugh, but his stiff posture shows he's completely out of his element. Well, she thinks to herself, at least he seems innocent and kind of cute, but her final verdict is in. He's just not very interesting, and the memory of the night begins to blur. The strobing lights of the club fade away, replaced by the bright sun of a new day. Kang Seon's eyes flutter open in bed, a groggy haze clouding her thoughts. A quiet hum of confusion is the first thing she feels as she returns to the world of the living, but a faint sound from elsewhere in her apartment cuts through the morning haze. Her brain slowly boots up, recognizing the familiar light and layout around her. She's in her own bed. A sigh of relief escapes her. She made it home safe. Pushing herself up, her first thought is a simple, urgent trip to the bathroom. But as she walks, a chilling realization sets in. She can't remember how she got here. Her hand pauses on the doorknob. When did she even black out? She racks her brain, recalling the date with that timid, innocent guy, though his face is a blur. And then a flash of memory, sharp and vivid, shatters that innocent image entirely. Her thoughts come to a screeching halt as she tries to make sense of what she just saw. The memory hits her like a lightning bolt, a wave of pure, unadulterated shock. Her body reacts before her mind can catch up, her legs giving out from under her. She stumbles backward, completely losing her balance in a dizzying fall. But before she can hit the floor, a strong hand catches her waist, steadying her in an instant. Her world tilts as a young man dips her back, his face just inches from hers. Kang Seon's eyes go wide, staring up at the complete stranger holding her. He looks down with a hint of concern, asking if she's all right, and calls her teacher. She can only stammer out a thank you, her mind reeling. Teacher? Why is he being so formal? He just smiles, asking why she's acting so distant when she was so happy to see him yesterday. Her confusion deepens. Yesterday? What on earth is he talking about? A confident smirk plays on his lips as he holds her gaze. He introduces himself with a disarming smile. It's Hyunbin, Lee Hyunbin, from her old 3rd grade, class 4, and a sudden memory of a scrawny kid with glasses flashes in her mind. Kang Seon's world comes to a screeching halt. That can't be him. The sheer impossibility of it all just breaks her brain. The scene flashes back to the night before, when a heartbroken Kang Seon decided to drown her sorrows at a club. She'd ended up joining a table with a few strangers, including one quiet, muscular guy. Sitting beside him, she didn't seem to recognize him at all, and he seemed almost shy. In her drunken haze, she'd even found him endearing, calling him innocent and cute. The club itself was a blur of lights and noise, but she clearly wasn't there for the atmosphere. Completely wasted, she playfully warns the guy beside her, Hyunbin, not to develop a crush on her. After all, she slurs with a grin. He's just not her type, leaving him utterly confused. But then a stray thought cuts through the alcoholic haze. She asks if he went to Jinja High years ago. She's stunned when he turns the question back on her, asking how she knew. A sly smile plays on his lips as he confirms that, yes, he was a student there. Then he drops the bomb, calling her teacher Seon and reintroducing himself as Hyunbin. The name hangs in the air, the connection still not quite clicking in her mind. He clarifies further, reminding her he was from her old 3rd grade, class 4. Suddenly, a memory floods her mind. A scrawny, nervous kid with glasses, greeting her shyly. A cold sweat breaks out as the horrifying realization of who she's been drinking with finally dawns on her. But the initial horror quickly melts into a different kind of shock, a flustered disbelief. Her friend can't get over it, marveling at how much the little kid from back then has grown. Any professional boundaries have been thoroughly dissolved by the alcohol, and Sion is just giddy at the reunion. She even declares that this is a dream come true, drinking with a former student like an old friend. With that, the whole table raises a glass, toasting to their teacher's bizarre dream. She's so drunk she feels no shame at all, just a happy warmth from this unexpected encounter. But as the night wears on and the club's lights fade behind them, the celebratory drinks make a violent, unwelcome comeback. She stumbles out onto the street, clutching her stomach, as Hyunbin tries to keep her upright. And in a classic move, her friends ditch her, leaving the poor guy to take care of his wasted former teacher. He offers to take her home, asking where she lives. But Sion, in her drunken haze, fumbles out some cash for him instead. She insists her place is nearby, and that he should take a taxi for his own safety. With a wobbly but cheerful wave, she bids him goodbye, pretending she's perfectly fine. Hyunbin just watches her go, telling her to be careful, a deep sense of doubt in his eyes. He can't shake the feeling, is she really going to be okay on her own? And just as he thinks it, her confident stride turns into a clumsy, flailing stumble. He obviously didn't let her fall, because the next thing we see is a building. A pair of heels struggling to keep balance next to a sturdy pair of sneakers. Hess got her arm, guiding her through a doorway as he announces they've finally arrived. The moment they're inside, a wave of nausea hits Sion like a truck. She shoves Hyunbin back with surprising force, a look of panic on his face. He just stands there, dumbfounded, as the unmistakable sound of someone getting sick echoes from the bathroom. And not just any sick, a full-blown, technicolor, sparkling rainbow of regret. Hyunbin's hand hovers near the door, completely unsure of what the proper etiquette is here. He awkwardly asks if she's okay, even offering to pat her back. A weak voice from inside insists that she's totally fine, which nobody believes for a second. He can hear her coughing, the air thick with secondhand embarrassment for them both. Thinking she must be mortified, he decides the kindest thing to do is just make a quiet exit. But just as he turns to leave, her voice calls his name, stopping him dead in his tracks. He gently pats her back, trying to help her through this incredibly undignified moment. In fact, he finds himself holding her hair for her as she pays the price for the night's mistakes. His initial thought was simple enough. He'd just be a gentleman and stay until she felt a little better. But soon she's passed out in bed, deliriously begging for water, and he finds himself calling her teacher out of habit. The moment the water hits her stomach, however, she's a blur, rocketing back to the bathroom. She finally collapses into bed again, a faint blush of fever and regret on her face. Hyunbin can only stand there watching her, seeing the once composed woman in such a helpless state. With a heavy sigh, he sits down, realizing he can't just leave her like this. He'll just have to wait it out at least until the first bus arrives in the morning. The night drags on in near total silence. Hyunbin keeps a weary watch over Sion as she finally sleeps off the chaos. Before they know it, the sun is rising, signaling the end of his long vigil. The next morning, over some much-needed hangover soup, a deeply embarrassed Sion apologizes for everything. Hyunbin just smiles, telling her not to worry as long as she's safe and sound. To make up for it, she insists on treating him, offering to buy him anything he wants. A 2-4-hour restaurant was the perfect, if not most glamorous, solution. As they leave, she still feels guilty, wishing she could have gotten him a better meal. But she waves goodbye with a bright smile, thanking him again and already asking to hang out soon. But just as she's about to leave, Hyunbin calls out to her again. Sion turns back, a little confused, wondering what else there could be. With a hopeful blush, he finally gets to the point. Is she free next week? Later, Sion debriefs with her friend Chaeul, who cuts right to the chase. So, they're meeting up? While stretching, Sion nonchalantly confirms that, yeah, they are. Chaeul immediately sees through it, teasing that he definitely likes her and not as a teacher. She lays out the facts. He stayed up all night taking care of her, and after all that, he still wanted to see her again. What kind of guy would do all that for a woman he's not interested in? Sion is flustered, trying to deny it. She tries to rationalize it away, explaining he's just a junior from her university who probably needs exam advice. Yeah, sure he does. Her friend isn't buying it for a second, speculating he's liked her since high school. Sion tries to shut her down, arguing that if he was that interested, he would have made a move. But Chaeul just smiles, explaining that's exactly why he wants a serious relationship. She's already celebrating, teasing Sion about hitting the jackpot with a younger boyfriend. Pushed into a corner, Sion's denial becomes frantic. She's his teacher, and he's just a student. All the shouting is starting to get to Chaeul, who clutches her ears in defeat. Once things calm down, her friend's teasing takes a more serious turn, asking about a Mr. Kim. At the mere mention of his name, Sion absolutely explodes, yelling that they were never even dating. Her outburst hangs in the air, leaving a tense silence in the now empty room. And while the girls deal with their drama, the scene shifts to a quiet apartment. Hyunbin steps out of the shower, finally back at his own place after the night out. He towels off his hair, a thoughtful expression on his face. Tossing the towel aside, he makes his way over to his bed. He collapses onto it, throwing an arm over his eyes as if exhausted. A deep sigh escapes him, but it's not one of fatigue. His mind drifts back to a memory of Sion, playfully telling him he shouldn't fall for her. A small, almost imperceptible smile forms on his lips. Peeking from under his hand, it's clear that warning came way too late. His thoughts drift back to the school where she used to work. He remembers how the students adored her, one even confessing his love right in the classroom. She was always surrounded by admirers, handling the attention with a gentle, easy smile. This popularity extended to her colleagues, even during lunch in the cafeteria. She'd casually ask Ko Daesung about his plans for grad school, which he'd brush off. Then she'd turn to another teacher, playfully suggesting they skip school together. The poor guy was completely caught off guard, not knowing how to respond. He could only stare back, utterly speechless. But Sion just greeted him with a warm, disarming smile, calling him Teacher Kim. And with that simple gesture, he was reduced to a blushing, flustered mess. Still flustered from her last interaction, Sion grabs her lunch alongside Ko Daesung. He cuts straight to the point, asking if she actually dated Teacher Kim, which she vehemently denies. They sit down to eat, the school lunch looking surprisingly decent. She immediately changes the subject, asking if he wants to join her bet to lose her virginity. He then brings up that he set Chaeul up with someone, and Sion slyly asks if he's okay with it. She playfully teases him, wondering who he'll hang out with when his best friend gets a boyfriend. Finding his answer, that he'll just be alone, boring, she pivots, asking him to introduce her to a guy. But Daesung shuts her down, saying he has no one to introduce because she's too good for just anyone. Stunned by the unexpected compliment, a blush creeps up her face as she playfully hits his back. Right then, her phone buzzes, and her playful mood vanishes as she wonders who is contacting her. It's a message from Hyunbin, her former student, asking what she thinks of the cafe he picked. She remembers with a start that's right, they were supposed to meet this week. Back at lunch, she casually asks Daesung what his plans are for the weekend. Later, the scene shifts to the elegant coffee bar from the photo. Inside, Hyunbin sits alone, patiently waiting for his former teacher to arrive. He looks a little nervous, a faint blush already creeping onto his cheeks. He anxiously wonders if his attempt to dress more maturely looks good on him. Suddenly, the chime of the door opening cuts through the quiet cafe. He hears his name and turns, his face instantly flushing with hopeful excitement. And there she is, Sion, walking in with a bright, confident wave. He greets her with a shy, blushing wave, his heart soaring at her arrival. But his world grinds to a halt when he sees she's not alone, she's with another man. His smile freezes on his face as he recognizes the familiar figure, Daesung. Daesung is just as stunned, his eyes widening as he realizes who he's looking at. A confused Sion stands between them, asking how on earth they know each other. Hyunbin quickly explains, his voice a little tight, that Daesung is his cousin. Sion can hardly believe it, absolutely floored by the ridiculously small world they live in. He admits with a nervous smile that he gets told they don't look alike all the time. And so, what was meant to be a cozy reunion for two becomes an awkward party of three. Sion laughs, trying her best to lighten the mood. But the air between the two cousins is thick with unspoken history. She fondly reminds Daesung how he had to supervise her quizzes because of her terrible memory. The three sit together, but while Sion calls it nostalgic, Hyunbin stews in silent observation. His gaze is sharp and cold, watching the easy rapport between his cousin and the woman he likes. Daesung, on the other hand, seems a little out of it, just listening to their conversation. Hez trying to piece together this bizarre situation, clearly not understanding Hyunbin's animosity. Sensing the tension, Sion smoothly excuses herself to use the restroom, leaving the cousins alone. And just like that, the two are left sitting across from each other in a stiff, uncomfortable silence. The air is heavy as they avoid eye contact, the unspoken rivalry finally taking center stage. Hyunbin is the first to break it, calling out Daesung's name with a serious tone. Then, with no hesitation, he confesses that he's in love with their teacher, Kang Seon. Daesung slowly sets his mug down, the small sound echoing in the tense silence. He stares at his cousin, processing the sudden, shocking confession. Hyunbin meets his gaze head-on, unflinching and dead serious about his declaration. The confession hangs between them, a silent chasm that has just opened up. With a tight, almost pained smile, Daesung seems to reach a decision. He abruptly stands up, deciding this conversation is over before it can even begin. He tells Hyunbin to just let Sion know that he had to leave for another appointment. Hyunbin tries to protest, but Daesung waves it off, cleanly exiting the situation. He's left utterly speechless, not expecting his rival to just walk away. Just then, Sion returns, confused when she hears Daesung left, since he told her he was free all day. As he gets into his car, Daesung gets a call from Sion, who asks what he's doing. He coolly lies that he's hanging out with Songyu, the very man she's with right now. When she invites him to join, he scoffs, asking why on earth he would ever do that. He tells her to have a great date, and with a cold smile, he ends the call. The line goes dead, leaving him to sit in the silence of his car, phone still glowing. The moment triggers an old memory, a playful jab from Sion that now stings with reality. She had once teased him about who he'd hang out with when his friends started dating. Back then, his solution was simple enough. He'd just go work out. But that simple answer feels hollow now, as he pictures the two of them together. And meanwhile, Seon and Sangyu are all smiles, completely oblivious to his turmoil. She offers a warm compliment, genuinely enjoying their conversation. The simple praise sends Sangyu over the moon, a bashful, happy grin spreading across his face. Seon is a little surprised by just how much her words affected him. He's momentarily speechless, a little flustered by the attention. Recovering, he manages a quiet thank you, his cheeks still flushed. His shy response leaves Sion slightly puzzled for a brief moment. Soon enough, their coffee date comes to an end as evening begins to fall. Songyu, hoping to keep the date going, asks if she's free for dinner, and she readily agrees. They begin walking together, their steps falling into a comfortable sync. Under the warm city lights, their simple outing slowly blossoms into a romantic evening stroll. Songyu is still blushing, a shy smile gracing his lips as they walk. Sion glances over at him, a playful curiosity in her eyes. Deciding to be direct, she suddenly asks him if he has a girlfriend. Startled, he quickly says no and returns the question, asking if she has a boyfriend. Her cheerful confirmation that she's single sends a jolt of hope through him. She then explains a crazy bet with her friends. 500 million won for the first to get a partner. Sion sighs, half-jokingly complaining about how badly she wants to find someone. Hearing her words, something in Sangyu clicks, his expression hardening with resolve. He stops her, his voice suddenly serious, as he calls out her title. With a determined blush, he looks her in the eye and asks her to go out with him. The air hangs thick with tension after his sudden confession, their steps falling out of sync. They walk in an awkward silence, the space between them feeling a mile wide. Sion glances over at him, her expression a mix of pure shock and disbelief. Sangyu's face is beet red, but there's a flicker of determination in his eyes as he awaits her answer. She brings a hand to her lips, a strange thought suddenly sparking in her mind. Her eyes widen with a wild misunderstanding. Oh my God, is he desperate for money? He tries to correct her, but she waves it off, certain that his confession is just a plea for cash. A mischievous idea forms, and she tells him there's a catch. He'll have to pass a quiz, kiss her, and even live with her for the prize. She's completely floored by his immediate and unwavering response. He meets her gaze, a blush still on his cheeks but his voice firm, accepting all of her absurd conditions. The air hangs thick with silence as Sion stares, trying to compute what just happened. Sangyu meets her gaze, his face burning but his eyes unwavering. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek. Did he really just agree to all that? Suddenly, she breaks the tension with a playful punch to his arm. Hess obviously just desperate for money. She jokes that he must have lost it all in crypto. Still oblivious, she decides he must be hungry and starts leading the way to get some food. Sangyu is left standing there, utterly mortified by her wild misunderstanding. He runs a hand through his hair, his earnest confession crumbling into a joke. But he follows her anyway, as she hums happily, completely unaware of his inner turmoil. Finally seated, he decides to try a different approach, asking her what her type is. She thinks for a moment with a smile, admitting she's into guys who look a bit mean. She then teases him, asking if he's trying to play matchmaker for her. Hope flickers in Hyunbin's eyes as he blushes, asking if he doesn't seem mean too, but she immediately crushes his attempt, laughing that he looks far too kind. He's visibly crestfallen as she takes a sip, totally unaware of his intentions. Desperate, he puts on his best tough guy face, asking if this works. The sight is so ridiculous, she spits her drink right in his face. Mortified, she apologizes and moves in to help wipe him down. But as she gets closer, her expression softens into a genuinely fond smile. The sudden intimacy and her gentle touch leave him blushing furiously. Seeing her chance, Kang Seon leans in and asks him if he happens to be free next week. She playfully wonders if he has more questions for his teacher. But Hyunbin, with a blush creeping up his neck, tells her plainly he just wants to see her. She's visibly delighted but puts on an air of nonchalance, humming that she's not sure she has the time. Later, however, she's absolutely giddy, recounting the moment and thinking he really truly likes her. The scene pulls back to reveal she's at dinner with her friends, Chaeyoul and Daesung, who are dying for the details. In front of them, she changes her tune completely, acting appalled at the idea of dating someone so young. But Chaeyoul gives her a brutal reality check, reminding her that she's not exactly getting younger either. Daesung chimes in, dead serious, letting her know that they aren't joking around. Chaeyoul then admits with teary eyes that she's just jealous. Who wouldn't want a young guy to pursue them like a bulldozer? Completely flustered, Kang Seon desperately asks her friends what on earth she should do. Daesung, ever the pragmatist, offers a cold, simple solution. Just don't answer his messages. The suggestion shocks her, and her hesitation hangs in the air, plain for all to see. Chaeyoul's eyes light up with a knowing grin that hesitation means Seon has feelings for him too. Seon frantically denies it, arguing that ghosting a student is just too cruel, as Daesung quietly excuses himself to take a call. He steps outside into the night, phone pressed to his ear, seemingly wrapped up in a serious conversation. Inside, the two women are left alone at the table, the lively mood suddenly shifting. But outside, Daesung isn't serious at all. He's blushing and smiling into the phone, hiding a little secret of his own. Unaware of his deception, Seon and Chaeyoul sit in a heavy silence, taking shots to deal with their own problems. They both let out a deep sigh, the same question hanging over them. What are we going to do? Chaeyoul tries to be pragmatic, asking why she won't just meet the student since they're both adults now. But Seon just downs another shot, dismissing him as nothing more than a high school kid in her eyes. She insists it's not just about his age. He's also just really not her type. Trying to get the heat off herself, Seon flips the conversation back onto her friend, asking about Daewon. The sudden question catches Chaeyoul completely off guard, her composure faltering for a second. She quickly recovers, claiming he's been busy with work, and that they're practically strangers at this point. Just then, their friend Jurum slams the table, boldly declaring she's going to win their bet, but the other two just look bored. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Jurum suggests adding a new rule to their little game, a time limit. She holds up a finger, laying down the terms. If they can't pass stage 1 within 1 month, the bet is off. The sudden high-stakes condition hangs in the air, and both women's eyes widen in contemplation. While Chaeyoul looks stressed, Seon seems to embrace the high-stakes challenge with a grin. The lively atmosphere of the restaurant hums around them. It's a perfectly normal night out with friends, until a phone suddenly buzzes on the table, demanding attention. A text message lights up the screen from someone named Hyunbin, asking if she's free. Seon's eyes widen in disbelief. Hyunbin of all people? Right now? Her friend leans in, pointing out that another guy is clearly interested, so she should just go for it. Seon stares at her phone, the gears turning in her head as she weighs her options. The 1-month deadline hangs over her. She really does need to find someone, and fast. With a quiet resolve, she makes up her mind, and begins to type out her reply. Meanwhile, at a gym somewhere across the city, Lee Hyunbin glances at his phone, a confident flush on his face from his workout. But his expression shifts as he reads the new message, the confidence draining away. It's from Seon, giving him a classic brush-off about something urgent coming up. The rejection lands, and for a moment, he looks genuinely disappointed. Back at the table, Seon stares at her sent message, bracing herself for whatever comes next. But then a curious, almost amused smile creeps across Hyunbin's face. Just then, her phone buzzes, vibrating against the wooden table. Her friends immediately lean in, pointing and grinning as she checks the reply. Seon's eyes widen in surprise. He took the rejection surprisingly well. She breathes a sigh of relief, glad he wasn't pushy and desperate like all the other guys she's had to turn down. But Chaeyoul immediately starts grilling her, asking why she's even chatting with a guy she claimed to have no interest in. With the boy drama seemingly settled, Seon suggests they hit a club, but Chaeyoul is not feeling it at all. At the same time, Daesung has been quietly working his phone, a plan clicking into place. He looks up, innocently asking if it's cool for Sang-yu to drop by, since he just happens to be nearby. The girls' faces light up, their initial surprise quickly turning into delighted scheming. Daesung smirks, asking if the two of them are already dating, but they just laugh and say not yet. Chaeyoul decides to cut right to the chase, turning to Jurum and asking if she'd accept his confession. Taking a cool sip from her can, Jurum calmly admits that yeah, she probably would. A wave of anticipation settles over the table as they all wait for the man of the hour to arrive. But Seon cuts through the excitement, noticing Chaeyoul seems completely indifferent to the whole setup. Chaeyoul just gives a serene smile, casually asking what bet she could possibly be talking about. The blatant denial makes Daesung break out in a cold sweat, but the girls just stare blankly. Jurum finally snaps, threatening to spill the beans to Sang-yu herself. It's obviously because of the bet. And right on cue, the man himself walks in, a friendly smile on his face as he greets them. The mood instantly shifts as Seon eagerly waves him over, introducing herself first. She then shoves a mortified Jurum forward, who can barely manage a squeaked-out greeting. He even came prepared, thoughtfully handing out hangover remedies for everyone. But as he turns to Chaeul, his friendly demeanor sharpens so. What was that he overheard about a bet? He waits for an answer, but Chaeul just meets his gaze with a cool, unreadable smile. With a disarming smile, Chaeul smoothly plays it off, telling him he must have misheard. But elsewhere, Jurum is having a full-blown meltdown, convinced Sangyu is just a sacrifice for their bet. Sion, touching up her makeup, tries to be the voice of reason, doubting Chaeul would meet someone she wasn't interested in. That was just acting, Jurum insists, leaving Sion completely taken aback. She knows her friend all too well. Chaeul's competitive spirit is so fierce, she could definitely fake it. She reminds Sion of that insane bet where Chaeul endured the heat until her slippers literally melted. Just then, the subject of their debate appears at the bathroom door, asking what they're talking about. Chaeul corners them, but her question flips the entire situation on its head, asking Jurum if she likes Sangyu. Before they can even respond, she cuts them off with a firm, unwavering declaration. She says she does like him, and that's why she's here, leaving her two friends utterly speechless. Chaeul coolly points out that even if she didn't like him, there was never a rule against it in their bet. The cold, hard logic of her argument leaves both Sion and Jurum absolutely thunderstruck. Later that night, the aftermath of that confrontation settles in. Jurum is now in full-blown panic mode, realizing Chaeul is taking this far more seriously than they'd anticipated. Sion jokes about her own bizarre dating prospects, playfully imagining herself as the villain in a fairy tale. But the reality is, Jurum is at a complete loss, wondering where she could possibly find a guy. Then, a spark of inspiration hits her. Her eyes land on an app on her phone. Sosumet. She shows it to Sion, explaining it's for small group meetups, and Sion is immediately intrigued. The two friends get to scheming, their mission clear. Find a group packed with good-looking guys. They scroll through the app, absolutely floored by how many options there are. Sion's first idea is a simple friendship group, perfect for their young and vibrant age. But Jurum's heard those can be a bit wild, though to Sion, that sounds like the main appeal. Okay, how about a fitness group? Sion daydreams about all the athletic guys they'd find there. Jurum immediately vetoes that, she's not into working out. A board game group? No, Sion's terrible at games. This is getting them nowhere, and the frustration is mounting. Then, an idea so out of left field it stuns them both. An English conversation group. Suddenly, they're in perfect agreement. The plan is set. Sion figures it'll be full of brainy guys, and hey, nerdy guys can be cool too. But just as they celebrate, a new panic hits Jurum. She has absolutely nothing to wear. Sion, ever the supportive friend, swoops in like a fashion fairy godmother, offering up her entire closet. Suddenly, Jurum has a flash of inspiration. They need to cultivate an intellectual look for this crowd. And just like that, the fated day of the meetup arrives. The two of them, now fully transformed, are ready for their grand entrance. They run through a final mental checklist. Jurum's lips and smart glasses are perfect. Sion's elegant hairstyle is absolutely flawless. The intellectual look, carefully curated to attract their specific targets? Check. Every detail is perfectly in place, setting the stage for their debut. Operation Charm the Brainy Guys at the English Conversation Meetup is officially a go. With a shared look of cool confidence, they know it's about to begin. They arrive at the venue, ready to execute their flawless plan. Standing tall, they look every bit the part of sophisticated, intelligent women. Jurum's gaze is sharp and focused, ready to find their targets. Sion takes a final, steadying breath before making her move. With a soft click, the door to the meetup room swings open, and inside they finally lay eyes on the men they came for. But as their vision adjusts, a cold realization starts to dawn. This isn't quite the group of handsome intellectuals they had pictured. Yet to these guys, the arrival of our heroines is like a vision from heaven itself. And as their souls completely shatter, they slap on their brightest smiles. The mission must go on. They find themselves in an English conversation club, seated at a table with men who are, to put it mildly, not their type. The guys, completely starstruck, try to break the ice and welcome them. Sion forces a smile, claiming they're just here to practice, while Jurum is already texting an escape plan. And just like that, they both shoot up from their seats, shocking everyone. The men are left completely baffled by their sudden departure. With strained smiles, the girls try to invent a polite excuse to leave. But just then, both of their phones light up with a new message. It's from their friend, Chaeul, announcing she finally got a boyfriend. The realization hits them like a lightning bolt, a shared moment of pure, unfiltered despair. The men, picking up on the tense atmosphere, gently ask if the two of them are okay. But in their minds, Sion and Juram are both panicking, desperately wanting to be anywhere else. Defeated, they slump back down, realizing there's no polite way out of this. One of the guys takes the lead, pulling out his phone to kick off the discussion. And suddenly, he transforms, his voice smooth as he poses an unexpectedly deep question about the education system. Both Sion and Juram are completely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor. He smiles, a little too charmingly, and asks if perhaps he spoke too quickly for them. Flustered, they wave their hands frantically, insisting that no, it's totally fine. But Sion's wide eyes and nervous sweat tell a different story. Juram pushes up her glasses, her mind reeling, who is this guy? Juram has to rub her eyes, wondering if her vision is suddenly failing her. The first guy smoothly pivots, turning to his friend to get his thoughts on the matter. And wouldn't you know it, the second guy is just as sharp, launching into a detailed critique of the economic education system. Sion and Juram can only listen, completely overwhelmed by the intellectual onslaught. His friend chimes in, adding that without knowledge of stocks or real estate, their generation is basically helpless. Juram's jaw drops, her initial impression of these guys shattering into a million pieces. Suddenly, the first guy turns his intense gaze on her, asking what she thinks about their discussion. Put on the spot, she completely freezes, stammering as she tries to come up with literally anything to say. But Sion is secretly panicking for a different reason, fumbling to get a translator app working on her phone. The truth is, she can't even understand the conversation, and the slow internet is leaving her completely behind. But instead of mocking her, one of the guys kindly says she can take her time and even use Korean. Juram, completely flustered, tries to form a sentence, but all that comes out is a jumble of half-thoughts, and with a perfectly straight face, he translates her panicked, stammering literally for his friends. The realization hits her he understood everything, and his response was unexpectedly kind. Her entire perception shatters and reforms. Is this what people mean by the taste of a nerd? And just like that, the two completely different groups begin studying together, their sessions filled with laughter. As the weeks pass, a comfortable and productive rhythm develops between them all. The initial awkwardness is long gone, replaced by a quiet focus and genuine teamwork. Juram finds herself sharing a warm, easy smile, feeling completely at home. A new focus sharpens in her eyes. Something has finally clicked into place. Across the table, Lee Hyunbin sits with a newfound, almost smug confidence, and Juram, caught in his gaze, feels an undeniable blush creep up her cheeks. He offers a subtle, knowing smirk, completely aware of the effect he's having. Later that night, Sion remarks how much fun she had, and is glad they decided to hang out. She playfully nudges Juram, figuring her sudden interest in meetups must mean she likes someone. Juram is immediately flustered, trying her best to play it cool, but Sion keeps pressing, wanting to know who's captured her friend's heart. So Juram deflects the question back at her. With a cheerful laugh, Sion admits she's definitely got a type, saying guys with glasses are totally her style. She gushes about how amazing he looked in them, and an image of Hyunbin instantly pops into Juram's mind. And in that moment, she realizes maybe guys with glasses are her type too. Juram stands there, completely speechless at her friend's confession. Sion just keeps going, realizing with a laugh that all the guys at the meetup wore glasses. A nervous sweat breaks out on Sion's face as the implication sinks in, and Juram realizes with dawning horror they're not just talking about a type anymore. An image of Hyunbin flashes between them, and an unspoken war is declared. Back home, Juram collapses in utter despair, wondering how she could ever possibly compete with Sion. But then, a fire ignites within her as she stands up in her tiny apartment. She's not just going to win his heart. She's going to win a better life for herself. In her mind, she pictures him asking what the best part of his life has been recently, and she imagines herself, confident and blushing, telling him it was meeting her. Even in her sleep, Juram can't stop dreaming of that perfect, heart-pounding moment with Hyunbin. So, Operation Seduction begins with her second flirt attempt, dressing to kill, and it seems to be working, as Hyunbin immediately notices, asking if she's going somewhere special. Juram basks in the compliment, feeling a rush of victory as she returns the praise. But just then, Sion glides in, casually calling him Nerd 3 and telling him he looks handsome. The mood instantly shatters as Juram watches her rival effortlessly charm him right in front of her. All that effort, all that planning, reduced to a simmering, silent rage. Sion, on the other hand, looks positively smug, completely in her element. With a bright smile, she suggests they should all go out for dinner together, and before Juram can even process it, Sion declares she'll be sitting right next to Hyunbin. Juram can only let out a silent groan, utterly defeated by Sion's bold move. But as they sit down for dinner, it seems she's somehow managed to snag the seat next to Hyunbin anyway. He even grills the meat for her, a classic gesture that sets her heart racing. Their eyes meet in a sweet, blushing moment, and she thinks her chance has finally arrived. She closes her eyes, savoring the taste in what feels like an undeniable victory. A wider view, however, reveals the crushing reality. It's not a date, it's a full-on sausage fest with the other nerds. The night moves on, and the whole crew ends up at a coin karaoke place. While two of the guys sing a dramatic ballad about betrayal, a sudden thought strikes Jurum. She glances around the room. Wait, where did Nerdy Guy 3 go? And then, the cold dread washes over her. Kang Sion is missing too. Her imagination runs wild, picturing Kang Sion making a grand proposal right then and there. Bolting outside, Jurum frantically searches the streets, her mind racing. There's no way she's letting that woman take him away from her. But as she looks around, a very distinct kissing sound catches her ear. She whips her head around, already annoyed at some random couple's public display. And sure enough, she spots two people getting cozy in a nearby alley. How disgusting, she thinks, getting jealous of strangers while her own love life is on the line. But then her eyes narrow, and a cold realization begins to dawn. That familiar plaid shirt, isn't that the same one Nerdy Guy 3 was wearing? And the woman with him, no, it can't be. It's Kang Sion. Gong Jurum's brain completely short-circuits, unable to process what she's seeing. Her mind flashes back to the group of nerds he was with, and the pieces start to click into place. The realization crashes down on her. They're actually a couple? And the sheer second-hand embarrassment is so overwhelming that both she and Sion are brought to tears. After recovering, they quickly decide this whole gathering is a lost cause and it's time to escape. So they find a quieter spot to drink and try to forget the horrors they've just witnessed. Meanwhile, their friend Kim Chae-yul is having a much more wholesome evening with her boyfriend. The two of them share a sweet, intimate kiss, completely oblivious to her friend's social catastrophe. Back at the table, Jurum and Sion wonder what Chae-yul's up to. Maybe she'll join them. But a simple, brutal text arrives from Chae-yul, confirming she's with her boyfriend, and definitely not available. Jurum screams Chae-yul's name in agony, throwing back a shot to numb the pain of being single. Sion is right there with her, chugging straight from the bottle, crying out in sheer jealousy. They slam their glasses down, fueled by a mix of alcohol and desperation. Enough is enough. Jurum declares they need to form an alliance, or they'll be doomed. She lays out the plan. They must stop Chae-yul from dominating and taking all of the 500 million. Sion's expression hardens with resolve. She's in, 100%. They seal their new pact with a determined clink of their shot glasses. Jurum then casually asks, they're not going to end up liking the same guy again, right? Just then, their server approaches, a ridiculously handsome man bringing their food. And in an instant, both of them are completely mesmerized, their new alliance already on thin ice. Jurum is completely captivated, her cheeks flushing as his muscular arm sets down their food. The waiter turns to leave, wishing them a good meal, completely unaware of the effect he's having. As soon as he's out of earshot, both Sion and Jurum simultaneously lose their minds. He's gorgeous. Jurum can't get over it, whispering excitedly about the sheer size of his arms. She replays the image in her mind. Those forearm muscles were absolutely insane up close. But Sion is focused on something else entirely, swooning over his cute smile. She thinks his teeth are just perfect, imagining his charming grin. Their solemn pact is instantly forgotten as they dissolve into a fit of giddy laughter. Then, a cold, dreadful realization washes over both of them at the exact same time. Just as they panic, the waiter returns with a friendly smile, holding the ladle he forgot to bring. He casually stirs their food as Jurum manages a flustered thank you. The two friends exchange a loaded glance, a silent challenge hanging in the air. But Sion, moving with zero hesitation, leans back and tells him he's really handsome. He's a little surprised, but Jurum is absolutely floored. She just broke their solemn oath. The waiter smoothly replies that Sion is very pretty too, much to Jurum's mounting horror. Taking his chance, he then asks if she'd like to hang out together after his shift. Sion turns to her friend with an impossibly sweet smile, asking if Jurum wants to go. She follows it up with a sly wink, making it clear this was never a real choice. Jurum is left completely speechless, her brain short-circuiting from the sudden turn of events. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as she processes the absolute betrayal. With a confident smile, the handsome waiter suggests they all hang out together, and Jurum's betrayal instantly transforms into pure elation. Sion is the best comrade ever. The scene quickly shifts as they head out to a nearby pub for drinks. A round of beers and soju quickly populates their table. Turns out the waiter brought a friend, Ko Daesung, officially turning this into a double date. Daesung is surprised to hear their age, insisting they look much younger, like they're his peers. The girls are visibly pleased, with Sion laughing it off and Jurum blushing at the compliment. He then turns his attention to Jurum, gently encouraging her to drop the formalities and speak casually. She immediately gets flustered, trying to sound relaxed but only managing a shy, stammering reply. Daesung just smiles, finding her awkwardness incredibly cute as he takes a sip of his beer. And just like that, Jurum's mind short-circuits, Cupid's arrow striking her right through the chest. The moment is interrupted when the guys announce they're stepping out for a smoke. As they leave, Sion immediately starts teasing a beet-red Jurum, who can't believe he just called her cute. With a sly grin, Sion cuts to the chase, asking if her friend is interested. Jurum tries to play it cool, but the blush gives her away as she admits he's not bad. A little while later, the group finds themselves outside in the cool night air. The four of them stand there, a slightly awkward energy hanging between the two new pairs. Sion and her date decide to head off first, waving a cheerful goodbye to the other two. Suddenly, it's just Jurum and Daesung, and the silence becomes incredibly loud. He turns to her with a gentle smile, breaking the tension by offering to walk her home. Jurum agrees, her mind racing with the possibility that this handsome guy is actually interested in her. The two of them walk through the quiet streets until they arrive at her apartment building. He confirms this is her place, and she nods, the evening seemingly coming to a pleasant end. She thanks him for the escort and wishes him a safe trip home, ready to head inside. But just as she turns to leave, his hand clamps down firmly on her wrist. She freezes, completely caught off guard by the sudden move. With a smooth smile, he asks if he can stay the night, claiming his dorm is locked. Jurum's expression drops into pure disbelief. What is he even saying? She tells him to get lost and go to a friend's place, trying to yank her hand free. But he holds on tight, his nice guy act vanishing as he scoffs that she knew what she was doing all along. She fires back, reminding him that He was the one who offered to walk her home. But he refuses to release her, his grip tightening as she desperately tries to pull away. Fueled by anger and fear, she swings out and lands a sharp slap across his face. He grits his teeth, the friendly facade completely shattered by the sting of her hand. The insults start pouring out, mocking her for acting high and mighty in her little studio apartment. He snarls that she's not even worth a motel fee, and a chill of pure horror runs down her spine. He takes a slow, deliberate step forward, cornering her against the brick wall. The man looming over her now is a complete stranger, his eyes dark and threatening. Her legs tremble uncontrollably. She's too terrified to even think about running. With a twisted smirk, he taunts her, asking if she's scared, as if he's done nothing wrong. But before he can make another move, a loud thwack echoes as something smacks him right in the head. A soda can clatters to the ground, and he explodes in rage, demanding to know who did that. Jurum stares, completely frozen and confused. She knows it wasn't her. Suddenly, a chorus of tiny, ferocious barks fills the air as three little white dogs charge forward. And there, holding their leashes, is a calm man who tells the creep in no uncertain terms to let her go. Stunned and holding his throbbing head, Ko Daesung demands to know who this crazy bastard is. Jurum, however, looks at her rescuer with wide eyes as a name forms in her mind. Author? It's Doan, standing there calmly, his expression unreadable as he sizes up the situation. He takes a single, deliberate step forward, closing the distance between them. And without a word, he gently takes her hand, pulling her away from her tormentor. Doan steps in front, shielding Jurum completely from the pathetic man. She peeks from behind him, still trying to wrap her head around this sudden turn of events. Ko Daesung scoffs, putting on a show of bravado, asking what this little drama is supposed to be. But his cool facade cracks immediately as he explodes with rage, calling it all a load of crap. Doan just stares back, his expression ice cold, utterly unimpressed by the outburst. And that's the cue for the real cavalry to arrive, three fluffy white dogs barking ferociously. The tiny piranhas leap forward, and the tough guy's face contorts in pure panic. He flails pathetically, begging the little dogs not to bite him as Doan and Jurum watch. A high-pitched scream of terror echoes through the night, and there he goes, running for his life, shouting empty threats as the tiny fluffballs give chase. With the trash taken care of, Doan praises his little furry heroes for a job well done. He then turns his attention to Jurum, his voice softening as he asks if she's all right. But the adrenaline has faded, and she sinks to the ground, her body weak with shock. Her hand trembles uncontrollably against the cold brick wall. Seeing her state, Doan's expression fills with genuine concern. He kneels beside her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, seeing she's far from okay. Leaning in, he quietly checks to make sure she wasn't hurt during the ordeal. Tears stream down her face as she whispers that she's fine, thanking him for his help. Doan just watches her, his gaze steady and reassuring. The fear finally gives way to tears as she trembles, overwhelmed by what just happened. He tries to steady her, his hand firm on her shoulder. He gives a few gentle pats, a silent attempt to offer some comfort, While she finally lets the tears fall, Dowan just stays by her side, letting her release the fear. Her little dogs, meanwhile, seem completely oblivious to the drama, just happy to be there. After a moment, she pulls herself together, stands up, and stammers out her thanks, asking how she could possibly repay him. But Dowan just cuts her off with a simple, "Forget it." His bluntness leaves her blushing, completely unsure how to respond. Then, a thought cuts through her embarrassment, and she asks him if he knew that man from before. The question hangs in the air, the tension of the earlier attack returning. Dowan's gaze turns distant as he replies not exactly. Jurem quietly clarifies that the attacker was just some random guy she met for drinks. The memory of the whole ordeal makes her hands clench in shame. She's absolutely dying of embarrassment, first the dating app, and now this mess. Breaking the silence, Dowan simply tells her he'll watch over her until she gets home. But then he asks a simple question. Doesn't she live right here? Jurem freezes, her mind going completely blank. Oh no. In her flustered state, she'd led him straight to his apartment. She blurts out a panicked denial, trying to laugh it off. Pointing randomly, she insists her place is actually over there. The place she's pointing to? A massive, glittering luxury apartment building. Dowan's eyes widen slightly, a hint of amusement in his expression as he starts to reply. But before he can even finish, Jurem is already making her escape with a frantic wave. She doesn't just walk, she full-on sprints away, leaving him standing there. He calmly watches her go before finishing his sentence to the empty air. He lives there too. Meanwhile, Jurem runs without looking back, putting as much distance as she can between them. Finally, she has to stop, bent over and gasping, completely winded from the panicked dash. She cautiously glances over her shoulder, heart still pounding. Did he follow her? The street behind her looks clear, save for a couple of shadowy figures far in the distance. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she lets out a huge sigh of relief. She must be safe now. But as she looks around, wondering where she even is, she notices those same two figures are still there. Then, her eyes land on a massive, luxurious apartment building, and she stops in her tracks. The world around her fades away as she's completely captivated by the sight. A small, wistful smile plays on her lips. What would it be like to live there? She pulls out her phone, driven by a sudden curiosity to see how much a place like that costs. The price is staggering, over $1 billion for just the deposit, a soul-crushing reality check. The dream evaporates instantly. With a heavy sigh, she figures she might as well just go home. Her feet begin to move, the weight of her financial situation settling in. But as she walks, a different feeling starts to bubble up from beneath the disappointment. Her expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. A painful memory surfaces Ko Dae-sung's condescending voice mocking her small apartment, and the old sting fuels a new, burning resolve. That newfound resolve quickly fades, replaced by the familiar, heavy steps of her walk home. She arrives back at her own small apartment, a stark reminder of the world she actually lives in. The exhaustion hits her all at once as she collapses onto her bed, completely drained. She buries her face in her pillow, trying to shut everything out, but her phone begins to buzz. It's a call from Seon, but Jurem has no energy to talk, letting it ring until it stops. The call goes straight to voicemail. She just wants to be left alone with her thoughts. Lying in the quiet darkness, she stares at her screen, the bitter reality of her situation sinking in. Tears begin to fall as she asks herself why she has to endure this humiliation. She's done with this bet. Screw this stupid game. She's quitting. But just as the decision settles, her phone vibrates again. Ugh, seriously? She glares at the screen, annoyed that Seon is still calling when she's already made up her mind. Her eyes widen as she looks at the screen, a single tear frozen on her cheek. It's not Seon at all, it's Author Doan. Her mind immediately starts racing. Why would he be calling? Could he actually be worried? Taking a shaky breath, she nervously brings the phone to her ear. She tries to sound calm, asking him what's the matter. His question is so simple it catches her completely off guard. Did you get home safely? After she confirms she did, an awkward silence hangs on the line. She can't help but ask if that was really the only reason for his call. He bluntly confirms it is and hangs up before she can even finish her sentence. Jurem is left staring at her phone, completely stunned. Did he really call just to check on her? A single, crazy thought explodes in her mind. No way does he actually like me. But she immediately shuts it down, recalling all the awkward reasons they even met. There's no logic to it. He must just be a kind person, and she's letting her imagination run wild. Besides, she reminds herself, it's not like she's even doing that stupid bet anymore. She closes her eyes, but a pang of disappointment hits her harder than she expected. Burying her face in her pillow, she lets out a frustrated sigh. Soon enough, the quiet frustration turns into comical, teary-eyed despair. But then a new possibility dawns on her. What if the author really is interested? Suddenly, visions of 500 million won and a new apartment flash before her eyes. With a jolt, she sits bolt upright, her gaze locked on her phone with a fiery new determination. She's not about to give up 500 million won over some ridiculous, ungrounded rumor. Lying on her bed, she tries to convince herself her tiny studio apartment is perfectly fine. As long as it's comfortable, that's all that matters, right? But her thoughts soon drift to her friend, and she picks up her phone. She tries calling Seon, but a dreadful thought crosses her mind. Is she still with that younger guy? And as it turns out, Juram's worries were not entirely unfounded. Seon is indeed out, enjoying a drink with the handsome waiter, her phone charging and out of reach. He leans in with a charming smile, casually telling her he thinks her nose is really pretty. The sudden, specific compliment catches Seon completely by surprise. She's absolutely delighted, excitedly asking if he knows how much it cost, thankful he noticed. He awkwardly agrees, realizing he's in over his head and needs to find a way out. But he recovers, shifting his attention from her nose to her perfectly manicured hands. He compliments her nails, asking if they're heavy, which surprises Seon with his attention to detail. She's delighted, and when he asks to touch them, she happily offers her hand. But at the last second, he pulls back, completely flustered by his own boldness. Seon leans in with a playful smirk, teasingly asking if he wanted to hold her hand. Caught red-handed, he stammers and quickly makes an excuse to escape to the restroom. She just laughs to herself, finding his panicked reaction utterly adorable. Taking the opportunity, she heads to the ladies' room to touch up her makeup, giving herself a quick pep talk in the mirror to stay focused and not get carried away. Feeling refreshed, Seon hums to herself as she heads back down the hallway, but her good mood comes to a sudden halt as she walks straight into someone's back. The man turns to apologize, and her heart stops. It's Lee Hyunbin, her former student. Seon stares, completely caught off guard by the unexpected reunion. Hyunbin's own surprise is visible, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. His shock quickly melts away, replaced by a warm, genuinely happy smile. She exclaims his name, questioning the coincidence, while he just seems delighted to see her. Trying to act casual, Seon lies through a strained smile, asking if he's out for drinks. He confirms is with club friends and innocently asks about her, so she claims she's with a friend too. The conversation stalls, and after a beat of awkward silence, they politely wish each other well and part ways. Seon returns to her table, forcing a smile as her date suggests they order another bottle. But internally, she's mortified, replaying the awkwardness of that chance encounter. Meanwhile, Hyunbin walks away with a faint blush, wondering who she came with tonight. He can't resist a glance back, his eyes scanning the crowded room to find her again. Her date is still smiling, completely unaware that he's just been spotted. Hyunbin's eyes go wide. He recognizes the man with his former teacher. His expression shifts instantly from curious to cold, a sharp suspicion taking over. Rejoining his own friends, his mind races, concluding the guy must be a senior from the club. His buddies, however, are only interested in the pretty girl, asking if he got her number. But then another friend pipes up, recognizing Seon's date and asking if that senior already has a girlfriend. Another one of Hyunbin's friends confirms it. Just like the rumors say, that senior is absolute trash. The question hangs in the air. Does Seon know? And if she doesn't, shouldn't someone warn her? But the other friend quickly shuts it down, insisting they're just friends and to leave it alone. Hyunbin tries to forget it and just drink, but the thought is already planted, and he can't let it go. Needing a moment, he follows his friends as they step outside for a smoke break. And that's when he overhears the senior on the phone, callously telling someone to handle some princess. He stands there, listening, as the guy sits just a few feet away, completely oblivious. Stealing his nerves, Hyunbin finally breaks the silence, calling out to his senior. The man turns, a casual smile on his face, surprised to see his junior from the club. But he quickly dismisses him on the phone, making it clear he's just some kid he ran into. But the guy just scoffs into his phone, bragging that he's about to score tonight. He laughs, mocking his friend for failing, saying older women are always an easy target. As Hyunbin pulls out a cigarette, he hears the senior boast about how he just uses them and throws them away. The promise to send a selfie from the hotel room makes Hyunbin's blood run cold. He changes his mind, snuffing out the unlit cigarette with grim purpose. The senior then has the gall to threaten the person on the phone, warning them not to tell his actual girlfriend. Done listening, Hyunbin steps forward and calls out to him directly. The air grows tense as they stand face to face in the alley. Hyunbin's expression is completely unreadable, a silent storm brewing in his eyes. His senior finally hangs up, his face twisting from confusion into pure annoyance. And with that, Hyunbin's patience evaporates as he lunges at the senior. Meanwhile, inside a nearby restaurant, the atmosphere is completely normal. Seon is just picking up her phone, happily telling the clerk it should be all charged up now. She gets it back just in time to see a call from Juram, who's rambling about a fight breaking out. A fight? Her interest is piqued as she turns to look outside. A crowd is already gathering, phones out, recording a messy brawl on the pavement. She stares out at the commotion, thinking to herself how intense it all looks. But as her eyes focus on the man on the ground, wait, isn't that the guy from her date? And the person on top of him, bruised but landing punches, that's Hyunbin. Her mind completely blanks. What in the world is happening? And why is he there? Without a second thought, Sion rushes into the fray, screaming for both of them to stop. She tries to physically pull Hyunbin off, but he's completely locked in, ignoring her pleas. In the scuffle, she's knocked aside, stumbling back as the crowd continues to film. That's it. The shock evaporates, replaced by a cold, simmering rage. She stands up, takes her purse by the chain, and brings it down hard on Hyunbin's head. The impact finally snaps him out of it, and he looks up, dazed, barely recognizing his teacher. A terrifying aura radiates from Sion as she glares down at the two boys, who suddenly look very small. She drags them away from the crowd and sits them down like misbehaving children, ready for an interrogation. Her date is the first to speak, whining that he was attacked out of nowhere, earning him a sharp look. Now, with one side of the story told, she turns to Hyunbin, demanding to know exactly why he did it. But Hyunbin just sits there, saying nothing, his bruised face set like stone. Sion lets out an exasperated sigh, her patience completely shot. She tells him that since he started it, he should be the one to apologize and end this. Her date, however, scoffs at the idea. He doesn't want an apology. He'll just see him at the police station. To Sion's absolute disbelief, the guy actually pulls out his phone and starts dialing. He calmly reports being assaulted, while Hyunbin looks on, completely unfazed by the escalation. And just like that, the flashing lights of a police car paint the alley walls. The officers arrive, and her date immediately starts pointing, loudly proclaiming how he was attacked out of nowhere. All Sion can do is stand by, watching her terrible night get so much worse. She closes her eyes, a massive headache building. How did everything spiral so completely out of control? But as the situation deteriorates, a new voice cuts in, addressing Sion directly. It's one of Hyunbin's friends, who admits he was told to stay quiet, but he just can't. He reveals that her date was the one running his mouth, saying some disgusting things about her earlier. The words hit Sion like a ton of bricks, and suddenly, everything makes a horrifying kind of sense. Meanwhile, her date is still playing the victim for the police, screaming that he absolutely refuses to settle. He continues his pathetic tirade, completely unaware of the fury that's just been ignited behind him. And then, a handbag connects squarely with the side of his head. Sion has completely snapped, raining down blows and screaming at the trash who thought she was an easy target. Her righteous fury echoes through the street, the officers completely failing to calm the situation down. Through it all, Hyunbin simply watches, stone-faced, as the woman he just met goes utterly feral in his defense. And through it all, Hyunbin just watches her with a faint, almost proud smile. After the chaos dies down, they find themselves sitting together on a quiet park bench. A small pharmacy bag rests between them, a clear sign he didn't escape the fight totally unscathed. Sion is still fuming, but Hyunbin just calmly asks if she wants him to go hit the guy again. The ridiculous offer breaks her anger, and she can't help but laugh a little. As the tension fades, she looks over at this stranger who just threw down for her. She gently touches his shoulder, and for the first time, Hyunbin looks a little bashful. A faint blush creeps onto her own cheeks as the reality of the situation settles in. She pulls out a small tube of ointment from the bag she bought. It's time to patch him up, and she quietly thanks him for stepping in when he did. She smiles, holding up the ointment, but advises him to just ignore trouble next time. Then she asks him to sit, pointing to the spot beside her so she can treat his wound. He hesitates, so she wonders if it's weird she's using her bare hands. He quickly stammers it's not that, he was just worried she'd get dirty. With the ointment ready, she gently touches his cheek to apply it. She sighs dramatically, lamenting that his pretty face got hurt in the scuffle. Her finger softly dabs at the scrape, and the air around them grows quiet. His own hand tenses slightly in his lap, a clear sign of his nervousness. He can feel a bead of sweat as she finishes, the closeness almost too much. All done. He manages a quiet thank you, the blush on his face telling the whole story. She suggests they'll put a bandage on later, letting the ointment soak in for now. But Hyunbin suddenly asks a question that catches her completely off guard. He wants to know how she knows the senior from the club, and she quickly lies, claiming they were just introduced. He then connects the dots, asking if this is all because of that bet she mentioned. She admits it is, sighing that it's hard to find someone who genuinely likes her, and then he says it. I do. The words hang in the air, his gaze serious and unwavering. The atmosphere on the bench shifts, suddenly charged with a confession. He lays it all out, telling her he's liked her for a long time ever since he was her student. Sion gives a gentle, almost dismissive smile, saying it's normal for students to have crushes, but he looks her right in the eyes, reminding her that he's not a student anymore. He holds her gaze, a faint blush on his cheeks, proving his confession was genuine. Sion's hand tightens on her leg, a small sign that her cool exterior is cracking. She lets out a shaky laugh, trying to play it off, asking if he's actually serious. Fine, she challenges. If he wants to date, he'll have to link arms with her, and he agrees instantly. She flinches, taken aback by his immediate and unwavering response. So she pushes further, thinking this will stop him, asking if he'd have to kiss her, too. Without a single moment of hesitation, Hyunbin says he will. Her eyes widen in disbelief. This boy is not backing down. A look of pure determination settles on his face, his gaze intense. And before she can protest, he reaches out, his hand closing firmly around hers. He leans in slightly, asking if she wants to test it out, to see where this goes. A deep blush creeps up Sion's neck. She's completely flustered by his directness. Hyunbin's cheeks are also flushed, but his expression is one of pure, confident resolve. Steeling herself, Sion knows she has to draw the line right here and now. She apologizes, explaining that she just can't because to her, he's only a student. But he immediately refutes her, his voice low and firm, telling her that's not what he is. Her eyes fly open in shock, his simple denial catching her completely off guard. He holds her gaze, his own unwavering, silently challenging her to see him as more. The tension on the bench is thick enough to cut with a knife as she clutches her chest. Sion has to look away, his words echoing in her mind, shattering her last defense. Her heart pounds in her chest, his bold words leaving her completely defenseless. But the truth is, Sion was lying through her teeth when she recounted the story to her friends. She shows them his polite text, where he seemingly accepted her rejection without a fight. She thinks to herself, surprised he took it so much better than she expected. She's just glad he wasn't persistent and desperate like all the other guys she's had to turn down. So she casually tells her friends she ended things, coolly dismissing the idea of ever dating a kid. Later that night, however, she lies awake in bed, his face swimming in her thoughts. She can't shake the memory of his earnest confession, how he just wanted to see her. Just as she wonders if he'll really never text her again, her phone suddenly lights up the dark room. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she slowly reaches for the glowing screen. It's just a text from her friend Juram. Oh, Sion thinks, a wave of disappointment washing over her. For a split second, she'd really thought it was him. Her mind flashes back to Juram's teasing words, asking if she had feelings for the kid. What nonsense, she thinks to herself, trying to shake the thought from her head. The next day at work, she tries to push it all aside and focus. But a sudden notification on her phone immediately breaks her concentration. It's a friends list update for none other than student Lee Hyunbin. And his new profile picture, well, it's surprisingly mature and handsome. Sion stares at the screen, confused. Why would he change his picture to something like that? She zooms in, unable to deny it. He actually looks really nice. It's almost as if she can hear him asking her what she thinks if he looks bad. She can't help it. A small, amused laugh escapes her lips. Her moment of privacy is instantly shattered by teacher Kim, who teases her about smiling at a text from a boyfriend. Sion deflects the question, but the smile stubbornly remains on her face. This feeling even follows her into class, where one of her students proudly asks her to look at a drawing. She leans in, a gentle smile on her face, ready to praise the girl's work. But the drawing, it's a sparkly, handsome boy who looks exactly like Hyunbin's new picture. Sion barely contains her laughter as the student asks why she's giggling, worried the drawing is weird. Later that evening, she tries to find her center again, settling into a yoga pose at home. She closes her eyes, attempting to meditate, but you just know his face is all she can see. And there he is again, his face clear as day in her mind, asking if his new look is bad. Her eyes snap open, her concentration completely shattered. She desperately tries to regain her composure, chanting to herself to just focus, but it's no use. His smug, handsome face just won't leave her alone. With an internal shriek of defeat, she gives up on finding her inner peace for the night. A little while later, she's in her pajamas, phone aglow, having caved to curiosity. She's found his social media, but he barely posts, just a few travel photos here and there. Then a thought crosses her mind. Who's taking all these pictures? Does he have a girlfriend? The very idea sends a jolt of irritation through her. She thrashes on her bed in frustration, wondering why on earth she even cares. Then, a thought cuts through her spiraling frustration, and her eyes snap open. She remembers her friend's advice that he must have wanted something serious. She even recalls the moment he'd asked her out, a genuine look on his face. but she dismisses it with a sigh. It doesn't matter, they'll never see each other again anyway. Famous last words. Because elsewhere, Hyunbin is getting his face rearranged in a nasty fight. And guess who just happens to walk by? Sion freezes, her mind absolutely blanking at the sight. She confronts him immediately, demanding to know what possessed him to get into a brawl. But Hyunbin just sits there, bruised and silent, refusing to even look at her. Seeing him and his equally beaten-up friend, all she can think is how childish he is. But as she turns away, his other friends stop her, insisting there's something she needs to know. It turns out some senior was talking trash about her, saying some really awful things. And then, the horrible realization dawns on Sion. This fight, it was because of her. Her anger vanishes instantly as she gently touches the bruise on Hyunbin's cheek. He flushes a deep red, unable to look her in the eye, embarrassed by her touch. Suddenly, her own heart starts to pound, a blush creeping up her neck. She looks at him, finally understanding everything, and he gives a quiet confirmation. He even admits that his starting to waver because of her, but there's a problem. Her mind flashes back to a grim warning from an older man about the weird rumors surrounding her. A memory of being summoned to an office and told to behave herself properly. The memory itself is a dark cloud, a threat that still looms over her. But instead of pushing her, he offers a surprising deal, just 3 dates. Sion is completely caught off guard by the proposition. He insists, if she's still bothered by him being younger after that, hell walk away for good. She stares at him, taken aback by his earnest and desperate plea. Her mind races, weighing the risks against the sincerity in his eyes. Hyunbin waits, his expression a mixture of hope and anxiety. Finally, after a long pause, she agrees, and his face lights up in disbelief. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief, a wide, genuine smile spreading across his face. Seeing his pure happiness, she can't help but return a soft smile of her own. The awkward tension melts away, replaced by a warm, hopeful glow between them. But just as Hez celebrating, she stops him. There's one condition he must accept. She holds out her pinky, demanding he promise to abide by her terms. Overjoyed and blushing, Hyunbin readily agrees without even hearing what it is. With a shy smile, she locks her pinky with his, sealing their new arrangement. The promise is officially made, a fragile link between two very different people. Later that night, back in the quiet of her own apartment, the sound of the shower echoes. Sion lets the warm water wash over her, replaying the entire evening in her head. His genuinely happy, flustered expression is what she remembers most clearly. She thinks to herself, she'll just meet him 3 times, and then cleanly cut it off. Meanwhile, across the brightly lit city, the focus of our story shifts to Kim Cha-yul. She's on a date with her boyfriend, enjoying a quiet, romantic evening overlooking the city. Their hands rest close together on the sofa, an unspoken question hanging in the air. He gently makes a move, placing his hand over hers. Cha-yul turns to him, her expression unreadable for just a moment. A faint blush appears on his face as he looks away, a bit shy but hopeful. She gives him a soft, reassuring smile, a silent acceptance of his gesture. Their fingers gently interlace, cementing what seems like a perfect, peaceful moment. But what Cha-yul had no idea about was how her friend's new relationship, the one with the man named Sang-gyu, was about to send shockwaves through her own life. A fateful connection that would ultimately lead her into the arms of someone else entirely. And so, the two of them sat together, looking out over the glittering cityscape. A comfortable silence stretched between them, the mood perfectly serene. Cha-yul turns her head, a soft curiosity in her gaze as she looks at him. She just wants to see his face, but he seems to sense her attention. He immediately blushes and turns away, suddenly feeling a wave of shyness. A playful smile creeps onto her lips, finding his bashfulness absolutely adorable. She teases him gently, asking why he's so embarrassed he can't even look at her. Later, as they walk home hand in hand, the sweet atmosphere follows them. He stops, quietly admitting he doesn't want to say goodbye just yet. Even though they'll see each other tomorrow, he holds on, not ready for the night to end. Blushing, he insists he'll stay right there until he sees her go inside. Cha-yul just smiles, assuring him it's fine as she prepares to head in. With a final wave, they begin to part ways for the night. He watches her go, a sweet, lingering fondness in his eyes. She turns her back, walking up the steps toward her building's entrance. But the second she's not looking, his entire demeanor shifts, his smile vanishing into a look of resolve. He can't let her go. He suddenly dashes forward, calling out her name. Cha-yul spins around, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. He comes to a stop right in front of her, his heart pounding in his chest. Then, taking a shaky breath, he opens his arms wide, asking for one last hug. Cha-yul considers his earnest, blushing face for a silent moment. She gives in with a soft, gentle smile, deciding to grant his wish. She steps forward, and he immediately pulls her into a warm embrace. He closes his eyes, completely lost in the simple joy of holding her. He clutches her tightly, a look of pure contentment on his face. But over his shoulder, her own eyes are wide open, a thoughtful, distant look clouding her expression. Later, back in the quiet of her apartment, she sits alone with her phone and a drink. She reflects that she started dating him because it made sense, and it's not like she dislikes him. Just then, her phone lights up with a call from Sangyu, forcing her to face her own words. She thought she was sure about her feelings, but now, she just stares out at the city, lost in doubt. On the phone, Chae-yul questions that feeling of excitement people always talk about in love. Her boyfriend says he loves her, but her own heart can only respond with uncertainty. Meanwhile, on a futsal court somewhere else, a different story is unfolding. Ko Daesung skillfully maneuvers the ball, completely absorbed in the game. After their match, the team heads into the locker room to clean up. A teammate asks if he's coming to the after-party, but Daesung is distracted by his phone. He sees a social media post from Chae-yul, a nighttime city view from just minutes ago. His heart sinks. That was the place he had planned to take her. Later at the team dinner, a friend scrolling his phone suddenly brings her up. He asks if Chae-yul has a boyfriend, and Daesung can only give a quiet, somber yeah. Another friend drops a bombshell. Daesung was the one who introduced them, leaving the others reeling, convinced he and Chae-yul were secretly dating. Daesung just scoffs, a faint smile on his face as he asks if they're crazy. But his friends have receipts, remembering a trip the two of them took to Europe, looking every bit the happy couple. They don't let up, listing all the evidence: the trip, spending every Christmas together, and mocking his claim that they're just friends. One of them presses further, asking if he seriously never had anything with her, not even back in high school. Daesung forces a tired laugh, asking how many times he has to say no. But then, a different friend cuts through the noise with the one question that matters. Has he ever, even once, actually liked her? The teasing stops. Daesung falls completely silent, his expression giving away the answer he can't bring himself to say. And as if on cue, his phone vibrates on the table, lighting up with a call from Kim Chae-yul herself. He quickly announces he needs to take it, but his friends aren't letting him off the hook, demanding he answer them before he leaves. Leaving his friends and their prying questions behind, Daesung steps outside to take Chae-yul's call. He walks away from the restaurant, his back turned to the life he was just in. Inside, his friends can only watch him go, their suspicions hanging in the air. And just like that, he's meeting her, finding Chae-yul already waiting outside a nearby convenience store. She greets him with a small smile, noting internally that he arrived much faster than she'd expected. He wordlessly grabs a drink, the sharp pop of the can tab breaking the silence between them. They sit down, raising their drinks in a familiar gesture that now feels a bit strained. He jokes that it's only been a week, then probes, asking if she doesn't have a date tonight. Her casual reply that she already had one makes him hesitate for just a moment. But she quickly pivots, putting him on the spot by asking why he posted on his story when he never does that. She explains with a smile that it was Sangyu who uploaded the picture. Daesung takes this in with a stony silence, his expression hardening. Chae-yul tries to keep things friendly, saying they seem happy and he shouldn't forget her if he wins. The small talk continues, and she reveals they've been dating for 2 weeks, a new record for her. But when she mentions Sangyu as a good guy, the words seem to twist a knife in him. His grip tightens on his drink can, the metal groaning under the silent pressure. As they say their goodbyes, she suggests they should all have a meal together sometime, with Sangyu. The elevator doors slide shut, leaving him alone with his thoughts. But behind her own closed door, Chae-yul admits the truth. She likes Daesung, but feels powerless to say it. Alone in the car, Daesung sits in a heavy silence, the earlier encounter replaying in his mind. He can't shake the suffocating weight in his chest. His hand clenches as he tries to write it off. Is he just lonely? But deep down, he knows it's not that simple. And the real reason for his frustration dawns on him. An image of Chae-yul flashes in his memory, a happy wave on her face. She was holding hands with her new boyfriend, Sangyu. The smile she wore was one of pure, unadulterated joy. And as the memory fades, leaving him staring at nothing, the truth settles in, painting a look of quiet heartbreak across his face. Daesung sits frozen with his friends, trying to deny what he's seeing across the restaurant. He tells himself it's just the shock of seeing Chae-yul with a guy for the first time. But a specific memory of her new boyfriend, Sangyu, flashes through his mind. He remembers seeing them together, with Chae-yul playfully pointing out something on his face. She had reached out with such gentle intimacy, a small gesture that screamed couple. The memory is too much, and he shoots up from his chair, interrupting their date. He can't even make eye contact, just muttering that he needs to use the restroom. Chae-yul and Sangyu are left watching him go, confused by his sudden departure. But as Daesung turns his back, Sangyu's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a sharp, suspicious glare. Daesung makes a beeline for the only escape he can find. He stumbles into the restroom, leaning heavily against the counter to keep himself steady. Every nerve is frayed, his entire body rejecting the reality he just witnessed. Looking up at his own reflection, he can't help but wonder if he's actually going insane. The next day at work, the feeling hasn't subsided in the slightest. He's trying to focus, but his mind is just a storm of static and regret. The night before was a sleepless torment, haunted by the image of Chaeul and her boyfriend. He finally has to ask himself the question he's been avoiding. Does he really like her? But before he can even process it, his phone buzzes, shattering his thoughts. It's a message from Sangyu, asking for a gift recommendation for Chaeul's upcoming birthday. Daesung knows the perfect gift, and with a heavy heart, decides it's better if her boyfriend gives it to her. Sangyu's reply comes in, and is already hesitating, complaining that the gift is a bit pricey. Daesung stares at the screen, a knot of irritation tightening in his chest. What's this guy's problem? The thought is immediate and sharp. Does he actually resent spending money on Chaeul? If he were her boyfriend, Daesung thinks, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second before catching himself. The scene shifts to his day job, overseeing a badminton game, but his focus is completely gone. He tries to reason with himself, chalking it all up to simple loneliness and jealousy. But then memories of Chaeul and her boyfriend, happy and smiling, flood his mind. A student's voice shouting for their teacher finally breaks through his thoughts. He's being asked to make a call on the game, but he was completely zoned out. Daesung can only apologize, admitting he wasn't watching, as his students tell him to get his head in the game. He tries to force the thoughts away, telling himself to just stop thinking about Chaeul, but his mind keeps replaying images of her and her boyfriend, leaving him totally oblivious to the soccer ball aimed at his head. It happens again in the gym. Another memory, another ball straight to the face as a student cries out for their teacher. The result of his daydreaming is a painful-looking cut on his lip being cleaned in the nurse's office. The school nurse patches him up, teasingly asking how an athlete got hit so many times unless he was thinking about a girl. Daesung can only sit there in silence, the band-aid on his head and the sting on his lip a clear answer. Just then, the door bursts open as another teacher drags in two students who look like they've been through a brawl. She demands to know why they're both a mess, immediately guessing that they must have gotten into a fight. The teacher explains to Daesung that, of course, the two of them were fighting over a girl. One of the boys explodes, yelling that his friend introduced him to his girlfriend and then stole her right from under him. He insists his friend treated the girl like trash, and if he hadn't, he would have backed off. Daesung listens, the boy's words resonating with his own regrets and unspoken feelings. But the other student screams back that it's all lies because, in the end, she chose him. As the chaos continues, Daesung's expression hardens with a quiet understanding. He finally steps between them, calmly telling the boys to settle down and talk one at a time. To get some privacy, he pulls one of the students aside into a nearby room. The boy looks around, confused, wondering why they're having a counseling session in the equipment storage. Daesung cuts right to the chase, asking him directly if he stole his friend's crush. The student sputters, defensively arguing that there's nothing wrong with liking someone, that love isn't a crime. Desperate, he clutches Daesung's collar, pleading for him to understand. But Daesung's tone shifts, his eyes cold as he asks how the boy stole her. He grabs the student's chin, an unnerving calm settling over him as he leans in. The silence is heavy, the boy too stunned and intimidated to even speak. For a brief moment, a flicker of unease crosses Daesung's own face, a hint of a painful memory. Then he abruptly lets go, telling the kid to forget he said anything and just make up with his friend. The room's quiet hums around them as the student tries to process the whiplash. They sit down, and Daesung asks the real question. Is he willing to lose his friend forever over this? The boy confirms it, and Daesung places a firm, understanding hand on his shoulder. With a faint smile, he tells him that's all he needed to hear. The student looks down, his resolve now cemented, the path forward chosen. The student finally opens up, explaining he waited until his friend and the girl broke up before doing anything. He reveals the truth: his supposed friend had actually cheated on the girl, Yu-jin. Seeing her completely heartbroken, he decided to confess his feelings, and to his surprise, she accepted. Daesung listens intently, then asks the real question. Wasn't he terrified of getting rejected and losing their friendship forever? With a heavy look, the student admits it, he was scared. But he knew that once he had feelings for her, they could never go back to just being friends, and he couldn't live with the regret of not trying. A faint, understanding smile touches Daesung's lips. He gets it completely. With the air cleared, he stands up, satisfied with the answer, and suggests they head back to class. He moves toward the storeroom door, the intense counseling session officially over. As he opens it, he pauses, turning back to the student with a final, knowing look. He tells Daesung that a real man has to be direct and go for what he wants. The simple, earnest advice from the kid actually seems to strike a chord with the teacher. A slow, thoughtful smile spreads across Daesung's face. He gets it. They share a fist bump, a moment of mutual respect between two men. Fired up, Daesung heads outside and types a message to Kim Chayul, asking if she has a minute. His thumb hovers over the send button, a single tap away from finally making a move. But the courage fails him. He freezes, unable to commit. He lowers his phone, his grip tightening as the moment of bravery passes. Letting out a sigh, he scoffs at himself. What was he doing, taking advice from a kid? And as the school day moves on, Daesung remains stuck right where he's always been. And elsewhere, at a preview event, the main attraction is a certain resident author. At the snack table, one of Jurum's co-workers is buzzing with excitement to finally meet author Dawan. She's heard the rumors that he's supposed to be unbelievably handsome. Jurum just smiles, a fond memory playing in her mind. Oh yes, he's handsome all right. In fact, she has a personal mission today, stemming from a past encounter with him. She needs to figure out if his kindness was a sign of interest, or just simple sympathy. Just then, a group of authors makes their entrance, an interesting-looking crew to say the least. Jurum is briefly distracted, greeting another author she knows and exchanging pleasantries, but her gaze is suddenly pulled away, drawn toward a new arrival. And there he is. Author Doan has finally made his appearance. Jurum pulls herself together and offers a simple hello to the author. But Doan, with a confident smirk, casually greets her with a smooth, "Hi, honey." The unexpected nickname completely short-circuits Jurum's brain. Her co-worker immediately chimes in, asking what's with the pet names, forcing Jurum to awkwardly brush it off. She wonders if Hez just teasing her, or if has always been this forward with people. Dawan then turns and coolly makes his way toward the party's food table. Jurum can't help but watch him go, a giddy, flustered expression on her face. He glances back over his shoulder, a subtle, knowing smile just for her. The event is well catered, with a table laden with delicious-looking cakes, and an assortment of elegant appetizers are laid out for the guests to enjoy. An older author raises his glass, officially kicking off the night with a toast. The room fills with the sound of clinking wine glasses and a collective cheers. With the formalities over, the guests begin to mingle and sip their drinks. And as expected, a crowd of fellow writers immediately gravitates towards Dawan. From a safe distance, Jurum and her co-workers watch him become the center of attention. They murmur amongst themselves about his insane popularity, noting how hard it is to even get a word in. The main topic of gossip, however, is why the reclusive author suddenly decided to show his face. Jurum dismisses the idea of it being for money. A writer of his caliber wouldn't need to. Meanwhile, Dawan himself handles the attention with a cool, effortless charm. He's a star in his own solar system, and everyone else is just caught in his orbit. Jurum grabs a glass of wine, trying to cool her head and get her thoughts in order. She scolds herself for even thinking he might be interested, mistaking kindness for romance. Deciding to be practical, she figures she'll just offer to set him up with someone else. But her thoughts are interrupted by an older man cornering Dawan nearby. The man is complaining about a matchmaking meeting, and Jurum freezes mid-sip, eavesdropping. He mentions it was with Director Park's daughter, a name that makes Jurum's blood run cold. Director Park? The gallery's VIP? The professional implications hit her, and she spits out her wine. She erupts into a coughing fit, drawing unwanted attention from across the room. Waving her hands frantically, she puts on a shaky smile, insisting she's perfectly fine. But it's too late. Dawan's sharp, unreadable gaze is now fixed directly on her. But instead of annoyance, a flicker of a smirk plays on Dawan's lips. He turns to a rather unique-looking group of guests nearby, and with a devastatingly charming smile, he poses a very interesting question. He casually asks them if his supposed girlfriend is someone they might know. The motley crew just stares back, completely baffled by the sudden topic change. Meanwhile, Jurum is still frozen solid, her smile plastered on like a terrified mask. A silent, electric tension crackles across the room, right between her and Dawan. Then, the trio's attention snaps directly to her, their gazes burning holes in her back. She's breaking out in a cold sweat. What is going on? Why is everyone looking at her? Because Dawan is still watching, enjoying every single second of the chaos he just created. But Dawan, ever the showman, simply tells the odd trio that it's a secret. The bald man presses him, desperate to know who this mystery woman could be. Jurum can barely hold her wine glass straight, her nerves completely shot. With a devastatingly sly grin, Dawan promises he'll introduce her to them later. The tense encounter finally ends, and they all begin to head out of the building. Now, outside, Jurum is seething, wondering what in the world is wrong with that man. Her mind spirals into a full-blown panic. What if he actually reveals her secret? She imagines a devilish Dawan gleefully telling their coworkers her mortifying lie. Their judgment rains down on her in her nightmare, calling her disgusting and crazy. She stomps behind him, muttering that he's just a weirdo who loves to tease her, but her muttered curses are cut short when Dawan pops up right behind her, asking who she's talking to. She practically jumps out of her skin as he correctly guesses she was talking about him. His smug little smile says it all. He heard every word. Jurem desperately reminds him of his promise to keep her dating app a secret, and he calmly agrees. That's why, he explains. He didn't tell them she was his girlfriend, a perfect, infuriating loophole. She can only stand there, a chibi ball of pure, unadulterated rage. He flashes a grin, telling her not to worry. He really won't tell anyone. But Jurem's seen this act before. She knows he's just going to use it to tease her later. Sensing her deep-seated distrust, Doan changes his tune, offering to make a real promise. He reaches for her, and for a moment, she's completely captivated by the gesture. She stares him down, still not trusting him one bit. He simply extends his pinky, offering the most sacred of contracts. Hesitantly, she links her own, sealing the deal. The moment hangs in the air, and Jurem can't help but feel her cheeks burn. He lets go with a confident thumbs up, as if the matter is completely settled. But Jurem is just stunned, completely captivated by his unexpected charm. Doan flashes a smooth, knowing smile, enjoying her reaction just a little too much. This simple promise suddenly feels a lot more significant than it should. She snaps out of her daze, frantically reminding him that he better keep his word. He then clarifies that his girlfriend comment wasn't about her, it was just an excuse to avoid blind dates. Jurem tries to brush it off, stammering that it's okay, he didn't make her uncomfortable. But Dowan just grins, admitting her reactions are so funny he wants to tease her more, maybe even draw her. Before she can process that, he's already sketching at lightning speed, leaving her completely baffled. He proudly hands her the finished piece, calling it a present. She looks down to see a hilariously unflattering doodle of her own shocked face. This is supposed to be her? He actually drew this and gave it to her? A blush creeps onto her face. He's such a weird person, seriously. Elsewhere, in a quiet office, a very different conversation is unfolding. A bald man excitedly tells someone on the phone Junwoo's mom that he thinks he knows who her son is dating, but his voice turns to dread as he begs, hoping it's not that girl. On the other end of that call, a woman swirls a glass of red wine, high above the city. She can't believe her son hasn't even mentioned this to Director Kim. Her mind races with suspicion, surely he isn't getting back together with her? At that very moment, Doan is with Jurem when his phone begins to buzz. He glances down, and a single, ominous word flashes on the screen. Mother. A subtle weariness washes over his face. He knows this call won't be pleasant. He politely asks Jurem if she minds him taking this for a moment. With her quick okay, he turns and walks away to find some privacy. Jurem is left standing alone, watching his back as he distances himself. She can't help but wonder what kind of call could possibly be so important. Though he tries to hide it, the strained smile on Dowan's face tells Jurem this call is anything but easy. His mother's voice cuts through the line she's heard everything. He knew it, that gossiping director went straight to her. She immediately interrogates him, wanting to confirm that this new girlfriend isn't her. The question hangs in the air, dripping with disapproval. Is he getting back together with his ex? He quickly reassures her it's not like that, but she's not letting go, demanding he introduce her to this mystery woman. Next time won't cut it. Her voice grows frantic, convinced he's lying to hide his reunion with the ex. She demands a picture, right now, as an image of a clueless Jurem flashes in Dowan's mind. But even that's not enough. She declares pictures can be faked, and issues an ultimatum, a video call, or she's flying to Korea immediately. And it seems she wasn't bluffing, as Jurem now sits beside Doan, frozen with anxiety across from a very unexpected guest. Doan's mother has arrived, arms crossed, sunglasses on, looking every bit the intimidating matriarch she is. Jurem forces a smile, sweat beading on her forehead as the silence stretches on. Her hands tremble uncontrollably in her lap, betraying just how terrified she is. Suddenly, she feels a gentle pressure as Dawan calmly places his hand over hers. A blush creeps up her face, the unexpected gesture catching her completely off guard. He gives her a silent look of reassurance, a united front against the storm across the table. He then tightens his grip, lacing his fingers through hers in a firm, supportive hold. Across from them, a smirk plays on his mother's lips as she finally breaks her silence. With a chilling calm, she leans forward and asks if this is her son's new girlfriend. Taking a deep breath, Jurem looks her straight in the eye and confirms her identity. But hold on a second, how did Jurem even get roped into being Dowan's girlfriend? We need to rewind. It all started with an interrogation from his mother, who demanded to see the girl who made him ditch a blind date. She wasn't buying his excuses, demanding a picture of this mystery woman right now. In fact, pictures weren't enough. She wanted a video call, or she'd be on the next flight to Korea. Dowan could only end the call before the threats got any worse. He sighs, realizing his attempt to get his mother off his back has completely backfired. Turning around, he apologizes to Juram for the interruption. But it's too late. She's practically vibrating with anxiety, having overheard the entire intense conversation. She cautiously asks if his mother really wants to meet his girlfriend, and Dowan sheepishly admits she heard correctly. Juram immediately feels guilty, thinking she's the cause of his trouble, but he tries to reassure her. His mind, however, is already racing. Where on earth is he supposed to find a girlfriend now? A dating app? Seeing him in trouble, an idea starts to form in Juram's mind, a way she might be able to help. Dowan is completely oblivious, still racking his brain for a solution to his mother's demands. Suddenly, she snaps him out of his thoughts, calling his name to get his attention. With a burst of confidence, Juram announces that she can be the one to help him. Her proposal is as simple as it is shocking. She'll pretend to be his girlfriend. Dowan is completely blindsided, asking her why she would ever make such an offer. She explains that this whole mess is her fault, born from her misunderstanding, and she can't just let it go. But his response is immediate and firm. Absolutely not. He explains the problem: the gallery director is friends with his mother, and rumors would explode if she found out he was dating an employee. Juram, however, is not deterred. Clenching her fists, she declares that she caused this, and she will take responsibility. He asks if she's even considered his feelings, causing her to falter for a moment. But then, he completely flips, admitting he was just kidding, and asks if she'll really go through with it. The plan is simple. They'll just announce their breakup when the time is right. Dowan finally agrees, asking for her help for just one day. And with that, the fake relationship begins as they pull up to a cafe for their first date. On the way, they rehearse their story, with Juram reciting his new identity. An Junwoo, age 32. Dowan follows her lead, adding that they met at an art gallery where she made the first move. They've been seeing each other for 2 weeks, and their pet name is Honey. Juram drills the details, getting more and more into her role. The two of them are like actors, memorizing their lines right before the curtain rises. With their story locked in, Dowan gives the final go-ahead, and an excited Juram is ready for action. She's already in character, humming the details of his fake persona like a catchy tune. She even adds her own little flair, claiming that he was the one who approached her first. But as she's lost in her performance, Dowan notices something. He suddenly cuts her off, catching her completely by surprise. Then, without a word, he leans in close, invading her personal space in the cramped car. Her breath catches, her mind going blank as his finger gently brushes the corner of her mouth. And, with a perfectly straight face, he asks if she had jjajangmyeon for lunch. She touches the spot, a wave of mortification washing over her. The romantic tension shatters as she furiously clarifies that it's a beauty mark, not a sauce stain. He offers a painfully deadpan apology, not looking sorry in the slightest. After that little moment, they head into a cafe to prepare for their call. Juram glances over the menu, wondering what she should get, but then her eyes lock onto the most ridiculously named latte she has ever seen. A challenge. And to no one's surprise, she actually orders the colorful monstrosity, while Dowan sticks to a simple coffee. He carries the tray, casually telling her not to worry about the cost, that he's got it covered. They find a quiet table in the corner to settle in. As they sit, the reality of the situation hits Juram, and a wave of nerves washes over her. Dowan glances down, easily picking up on her sudden anxiety. They sit in a tense silence, waiting for the call to begin. Suddenly, Juram realizes Dowan is sitting right next to her and nervously asks why. He calmly points out that for a video call, sitting side by side just makes the most sense. She laughs it off, but inside, her heart is pounding. Why is she so self-conscious? Trying to play it cool, she takes a sip of her ridiculously colorful drink, and is immediately hit by a flavor she can only describe as alien unicorn. The taste is so bizarre she can't hide her disgust, and Dowan glances over, noticing her silent suffering. Yep, a complete and utter menu fail. She just has to sit there with her questionable decision. But then, without a word, a simple cup of coffee slides across the table toward her. Dowan, barely looking up from his phone, quietly tells her to drink his instead. Flustered by the casual kindness, Juram quickly tries to refuse, insisting she's fine. He smoothly backtracks, claiming he was just curious about her strange drink anyway. With the coffee now in hand, a blushing Juram steels herself, asking if they should get started. But instead of talking, Dowan simply moves closer and holds up his phone, aiming it at them both. He then casually warns her that his mother can be a bit unique, just so she's prepared. Juram's hands clench in her lap, her mind racing with anxiety. What kind of person is she about to meet? The video call connects, and a glamorous woman in sunglasses and a fur stole fills the screen, calling out for her Jun. Do-won calmly tries to get his mother's attention as she seems to be having trouble hearing him. Turns out she's at a cafe too, striking a pose before he cuts straight to the point. This is Gong Jurum, his girlfriend. Jurum, completely flustered, manages to eke out a tiny, nervous hello for the camera. And just like that, the surprise meet the parent session has officially begun. Jurum sits frozen, completely short-circuiting at the sudden introduction. The response from the other side is overwhelmingly positive, as his mother's face pops up with a cheerful greeting. She immediately gushes over Jurum's name, calling her a princess, and finding it just perfect. Jurum can only blush as Do-won's mother notes her pretty face, thinking she has a similar vibe to Sion. But the real shock comes when Do-won's mother, now sitting at their table, reveals this was her wish all along. Do-won is completely blindsided, demanding to know how on earth she found them here. His mother just winks, playfully telling him it's a secret he's better off not knowing. He's left utterly speechless by her antics. All he can do is let out a heavy sigh, already done with his mother's scheming. His eyes narrow, realizing just how much she's been meddling behind the scenes. Jurum calmly explains to his mother that they first met at the gallery. Do-won watches her, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips as she tells their story. He then turns to his mother, asking if she's finally convinced that their relationship is real, but she just laughs, playfully announcing that there's one final quest they have to complete. Setting down her mug, she explains that she needs absolute certainty. She still harbors a tiny bit of doubt. After all, they could just be pretending to be lovers. And so, with a cheerful smile, she lays down her final, shocking test. They have to kiss. She leans forward, repeating the command with theatrical flair, leaving no room for argument. The demand sends Jurum into a complete meltdown, while Do-won just looks tired of his mother's games. Jurum is floored, her mind short-circuiting. She was definitely not expecting a kiss. But Do-won has had enough, standing up abruptly and ending the conversation. He places a hand on Jurum's shoulder, startling her out of her panic state. Without another word to his mother, he reaches out his hand and tells Jurum they're leaving. She numbly follows his lead, walking away from the table as his mother watches. But the woman isn't finished, a small smile playing on her lips as she tells them to do it. As they try to leave, she calls out, refusing to let them escape her final test. Her voice rings through the cafe, a single, sharp command: kiss. Suddenly, it's as if the entire cafe is chanting it, putting them on the spot. Even a random old man seems to join in on the public pressure. Jurum and Do-won freeze, caught in the middle of this mortifying spectacle. For one old man in the crowd, the scene triggers a nostalgic memory of his own first love. He's moved to tears, lost in a vision of a bygone romance. But snapping back to reality, he's just as caught up as everyone else, demanding they kiss. All eyes are on Jurum and Do-won, trapped by the crowd with his mother watching triumphantly. They can only stare at each other, beads of sweat forming as the pressure mounts. The patrons clap in unison, their chanting growing louder and more insistent. The entire cafe has become a stage, and they are the unwilling stars of the show. Do-won finally cracks, whispering to Jurum that they should just tell her the truth. But before he can say another word, her hands gently cup his face, stopping him. With a blush and a surprising surge of courage, she decides for them both, let's just do it. Do-won freezes, his mind going blank as he's caught completely off guard. She leans in and presses her lips to his, a soft and decisive end to the standoff. The onlooking patrons absolutely erupt, their faces filled with pure, unadulterated joy. And of course, Do-won's mother is the most ecstatic of all, thinking the scene is just perfect. With the drama concluded, the afternoon sun shines down on the cafe. His mother gives Jurum a warm hug, announcing that her work here is done. She tells them they need their quality time, now that she's finally met her princess. Waving a grand goodbye, she heads off with her assistant in tow. Do-won and Jurum can only wave back, keeping up the act until she's out of sight. The moment she's gone, Jurum's entire body slumps, the energy completely drained from her. Do-won calmly clarifies to some unseen person that Jurum isn't his bodyguard, she's his girlfriend. He then turns to her, thanking her for her hard work and acknowledging how sudden it all was. Blushing, Jurum tries to deflect the praise, insisting that he's the one who's done more. But the memory of that bold kiss from earlier suddenly flashes through her mind, and a tidal wave of delayed embarrassment hits her full force. Mortified, she stammers that she has to go, attempting a very hasty escape. But before she can get away, a firm hand grabs her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. Jurum freezes, turning back with a look of pure surprise. He gently pulls her back towards him, not letting her run. And then, he wraps her in a warm, reassuring hug, holding her close. Jurum's mind goes blank, her face burning as she's held against his chest. But then Do-won whispers a crucial warning into her ear, His mother is still here. Her eyes dart nervously over his shoulder, trying to see what he sees. And in that moment, she spots the unmistakable glint of sunglasses from afar. Yep, there she is, his mother, peeking from around a corner with a triumphant look. Jurum's hand clenches in a flash of pure, unadulterated panic. But then she takes a breath. A strange resolve washes over her. Instead of pulling away, she commits, wrapping her own arms around his back. Seeing this, his mother can barely contain her glee. Mission accomplished. It seems a celebratory steak dinner is definitely in order for a job well done. And so, the celebratory dinner begins, with Dawan playing the part of the doting boyfriend perfectly. But as Jurum enjoys the moment, a chilling thought crosses her mind. Surely his mother is still watching. Dawan confirms her fears. It seems a simple kiss wasn't enough to fully convince his audience. If they don't sell this, he knows she'll just keep interfering with his life. Jurum is baffled. What could possibly be more convincing than what they've already done? With a dead serious expression, Dawan delivers the most unhinged solution imaginable. They're going to a hotel. The words hang in the air, leaving Jurum completely and utterly stunned. Before she can even process it, he's already at the front desk, calmly asking to check in. Her mind is racing, absolutely short-circuiting at how fast this situation has escalated. He tries to reassure her, explaining hell, just check in with her and then leave, but that doesn't help the fact that they're still going to a hotel room together. And there she is, Dawan's mother, not even bothering to hide anymore as she watches them from the lobby. Unfazed, Dawan gets the room key and with a calm "shall we go," leads the way. The moment they step into the elevator, the silence becomes incredibly, painfully awkward. As the floor numbers climb higher and higher, Jurum's anxiety skyrockets with them. She feels like she's suffocating, the slow ascent stretching the tension to its breaking point. Her mouth is dry. She's so nervous she can't even swallow. Dawan finally breaks the silence, asking why she's so stiff, wondering if it's because they kissed. He casually dismisses it as nothing, but she blurts out the truth he never expected. That was her first kiss. The elevator dings open, and he takes a step out, ready to move on. But her words hit him like a truck, and he freezes, turning back with a look of pure shock. Her first? Jurum stands there, blushing, and completely vulnerable after her confession. He can barely process it, asking her to confirm if that was really her first time. She stammers out a quiet yes, too embarrassed to look at him. The air crackles with tension as he trails off, lost in thought. But then, a flicker of an idea crosses his mind. A slow, calculating smirk begins to spread across his face. Suddenly, his hand slams against the wall, blocking her escape. He leans in close, his whole demeanor shifting from shocked to playfully predatory. Then he whispers the question that makes her heart stop. Should he take responsibility for it? The smug, confident look in his eyes tells her he's not joking at all. Her brain completely short-circuits, unable to process his ridiculous offer. She snaps back to reality, trying to brush it off and make a desperate escape. But he isn't playing around, stopping her to ask for her room number. The playful smirk is gone, replaced by an unnervingly serious gaze. Overwhelmed by his sudden intensity, Jurum stammers out the number against her will. A soft, satisfied smile returns to his face, having gotten exactly what he wanted. He then leads the way, stopping in front of a door marked 9501. Stepping inside, she is left absolutely speechless by the lavish penthouse apartment. The suite is enormous, with a breathtaking view of the entire city skyline. As she takes it all in, Dawan watches her quietly, his own thoughts a mystery. Jurum presses herself against the floor-to-ceiling window, completely captivated. She turns, a little startled to find Dawan standing right behind her. The city sparkles below, a sight she's only ever dreamed of seeing. And as she soaks it all in, he can't help but think how pretty she looks. He leans in, his voice a low murmur as he asks if she likes it. For a moment, she's completely genuine, turning to him with a radiant smile and an enthusiastic yes. But his gaze is intense, fixed on her as he slowly closes the distance between them. Her eyes widen in shock, her mind racing as she realizes what's about to happen. He's leaning in for a kiss, his lips just inches from hers, only to pull back with a soft laugh, leaving her to short-circuit in a flustered panic. Dawan just watches her, a cool silence filling the luxurious room. Suddenly, a horrifying thought crashes into Jurum's mind. She's alone with him until midnight. Her brain completely shorts out, panicking over what they're supposed to do. He just cocks his head, utterly confused by her sudden internal meltdown. So she does the only logical thing. She whips out a board game from her bag. Dawan stares, genuinely asking why on earth she would be carrying that around. He admits he's never played Hilly-Gilly before and asks her for the rules. She explains it's simple. Get 5 of the same fruit, ring the bell first, and you win. With the awkwardness momentarily diffused, they both take their seats at the table. The first card is dealt, and the strange impromptu game begins. Jerem flips a card, revealing 4 apples. In a flash, both of them slam their hands down on the bell at the exact same time. Their hands touch, and for a split second, the air crackles with an unexpected tension. Jerem immediately snatches her hand back, her face flushing bright red. Doan just watches her, a slow, knowing smirk spreading across his face. She's completely mortified, her mind racing with embarrassment. But no, she can't lose now. Her honor as the self-proclaimed hilly-gilly queen is at stake. She calculates the board, realizing the very next card flip could win her the game. Across from her, Dawan has come to the same conclusion, a glint in his eye. He reaches for his deck, confident that he's a step ahead of her. This is it! Jerem lunges forward, her hand a blur as she goes for the winning bell. But just as she's about to strike, Dawan casually drops a bomb, asking if she's ever dated anyone. She freezes mid-air, the question completely derailing her focus. The entire game grinds to a halt, his words hanging in the air like a perfect mental attack. She's instantly furious, accusing him of cheating. How is distracting her like that even fair? He plays it off, saying he was just curious, but adds that the thought of being her first is bothering him. Flustered, Jerem admits it's true but demands to know what he's even implying with that comment. Dawan smirks, connecting it to her attempts at using dating apps and going to bars. She sputters that she'd never normally do that, it was only because of the bet. And suddenly, Dawan's smug expression vanishes, replaced by genuine confusion. The bet? The sound of laughter echoes through the apartment. Dawan can't hold it in, absolutely losing it over her confession. He repeats the facts, a smirk playing on his lips, a 500 million won bet just to stop being single? Utterly humiliated, Jerem quietly confirms, her hand nervously tapping the game buzzer. He thinks her friends sound pretty wild, then asks for the exact rules of this ridiculous bet. She explains the stages: find a boyfriend, pass a quiz, initiate skinship, and finally, cohabitation. Doan barely bats an eye, casually remarking that it doesn't sound too crazy to him. He clarifies the immediate goal: all she has to do is get a boyfriend by the end of the month. Then he hits her with a question she never expected. What's her ideal type? Doan confirms her suspicion with a smile, offering to set her up if she tells him what she's looking for. Flustered, Jerem lists off the basics: tall, handsome, and of course, rich would be a nice bonus. Dawan's face lights up as if he's had a revelation he knows the perfect person for her. She eagerly asks to see a picture, and he pulls out his phone showing a photo of himself. Her hopeful expression immediately sours into pure annoyance. He then has the audacity to list his own qualities, ticking every box on her list. She tells him to cut it out. This is a serious problem for her, not some joke. But Dawan's playful demeanor vanishes as he insists he's not messing around. He leans forward, crossing his arms with an intense, calculated look. Then, with a confident smirk, he asks if he wouldn't make for a decent first boyfriend. The shocking proposal hangs in the air, leaving Jerem completely stunned. So, after all her struggles, is this the moment Gong Jerem finally finds love? Meanwhile, a different romance is brewing as Sion and Hyunbin prepare for their first date. Sion, however, is a nervous wreck, her thoughts consumed by the man she's about to meet. But her anxiety twists into a much darker, more controlling fantasy. One where Hyunbin is her captive, blindfolded and vulnerable, calling out to her as his teacher. He's restrained, a strained smile on his face as he insists he just wanted to make sure she was having fun. While Sion navigates her complicated feelings, it seems their friend Chayul has already found her own happiness. And even Jerem's future seems filled with a surprising amount of passion. But for now, she's still frozen by Dawan's shocking and incredibly confident proposal. The focus shifts one last time to Hyunbin, who pleads with Sion to give him just 3 chances to prove himself. Sion's mind races with the plan: 3 dates with Hyunbin, and then she'll cut him loose for good. And just like that, the day of their very first date is upon her. She stands in her room, meticulously trying to choose the perfect outfit for the man she's about to dump. This black dress seems nice, but does it make her look too old? Okay, what about this white blouse? No, that feels like she's trying way too hard. The frustration mounts, a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. But then she stops, a sudden realization cutting through the noise in her head. Why is she even worrying this much about her appearance? With a scoff, she heads out the door without a single change. Hair thrown up in a messy bun, she's going to this date on her own terms. And so, Kang Sion debuts her weapon of choice: a tacky, oversized graphic tee. This is the first step in her master plan to make Hyunbin run for the hills. She calls it the zero-effort look, and she's damn proud of it. With her head held high, she marches across the street, a beacon of fashion disaster. She arrives at the meeting spot, rocking pajama pants and slippers in public without a shred of shame. The thought echoes in her mind. There's no way he won't be completely turned off by this. Her confidence is only slightly undermined by the headache from her tightly wound bun. But then, a familiar voice calls out, addressing her as teacher. She turns, her carefully constructed composure instantly shattering. And there he is, Hyunbin, looking entirely too handsome and not at all disgusted. The contrast is staggering. She looks like she just rolled out of bed, while he's dressed to impress. Leaning into the cringe, Sion asks him point blank if he's disgusted by her lazy attire. But his reaction floors her. He just smiles warmly, saying her glasses look good on her. He even compliments her nerdy t-shirt. And just like that, Operation Repulsion is a complete failure. Sion can't believe it. His taste is just not what she expected. Time for phase 2. She blurts out the first unappealing thing she can think of. A sudden craving for chicken feet. To her utter disbelief, Hyunbin just brightens up, eagerly suggesting they go get some. So, they end up at a specialty restaurant, her bizarre plan leading them on a real date. Forgetting her mission entirely, she's already snapping pictures of the delicious-looking food. All thoughts of scaring him off vanish as she gets ready to post on social media and dig in. But as Hyunbin watches her, his expression is one of mild surprise, not disgust. Sion, meanwhile, is going all in, messily chomping down on the chicken feet. This is it, second operation. Make Hyunbin run away. The new plan? Eat like an absolute savage. Yet, he just gives her a gentle smile, calmly advising her to slow down or she'll get indigestion. Undeterred, she practically taunts him with her messy eating, urging him to join in. His smile finally fades, his eyes locking onto her with a sudden intensity. Before she can react, he reaches across the table and firmly grabs her hand. He stands up without another word, his sudden movement startling her. Hyunbin simply tells her to hold on for a moment. A wave of triumph washes over Sion. Is he finally disgusted? Is he actually leaving? But he's not storming out. He just calmly walks up to the counter. He returns not with his coat, but with a single, small, wet wipe. Sion watches him approach, completely baffled by this unexpected turn. He stands over her, his expression calm as he simply asks for her hand. Utterly confused, she hesitates for a second before offering it up. And then, instead of showing any disgust, he gently begins to clean her fingers. This wasn't supposed to happen. He was supposed to be repulsed, not caring. He just smiles, softly telling her that eating with her bare hands must be making them sore. A blush creeps up Sion's face, completely disarmed by his kindness as she stammers a thank you. He even moves to wipe her cheek, teasing himself for not thinking to bring her an apron. Her heart pounds in her chest, completely caught off guard by his gentle actions. The date continues as they walk through the city streets. He asks if she liked the food, but her mind is spiraling. Operation 2 failed, and she has no backup plan. She's already tried acting drunk and weird, but that just ended with him taking care of her. What on earth could she do to finally make Hyunbin lose interest? Then, as they pass an escape room building, a brilliant, terrible idea strikes. She'll just have to act completely and utterly stupid. Yes, this is it. It's time for Operation 3. The attack of the clueless cuteness. Entering the establishment, she feigns confusion, asking if this is the only theme they have. The employee smiles brightly, highly recommending this unique theme as the perfect date for a couple. Hyunbin, ever the gentleman, asks if she'd rather wait for a different theme, but Sion's mind is already churning a 19+ theme. This could be the perfect weapon. She immediately flips the script, declaring her intense love for anything scandalous. It's an emergency pivot to Operation 4. Attack of the pervert teacher. Turning to Hyunbin with a dazzling smile, she asks if he's ready to try it. And for the first time, he looks genuinely flustered, agreeing to her request. Could this actually be working? As the employee leads them away, Sion's mind is filled with a single, diabolical thought. She's about to show him the taste of adulthood. The staff member cheerfully asks if she's ready to head inside. With a determined step forward in her comfy sandals, she's ready to commit to the bit. She peeks into the room, her face a mask of serious, creepy intent. The operation has begun. With her heart in her throat, she calls out his name, ready to spring her trap. The scene is set perfectly, a hand, cuffed securely to the bed frame. And there he is, blindfolded and restrained, calling out for his teacher. Sion gasps, playing the part of the horrified discoverer to absolute perfection. Her voice trembling with feigned shock, she asks him what in the world he's doing. He replies, flustered, that they're going to need a key to get him out of this mess. She immediately starts a frantic, over-the-top search, demanding to know where the key is. But then she stops, a sudden look of realization on her face. She has the key. He immediately asks where, a hint of anticipation in his voice. And with a slight smirk, He tells her exactly where she'll have to look for it. His pants pocket. The words hang in the air as Sion processes the outrageous request. Her eyes drift down, and oh okay. The pocket is located in a very well-defined area. The sheer audacity of it all leaves her completely frozen, a blush creeping up her neck. She's clearly flustered, her mind racing. Is he serious right now? With a nervous gulp, she swallows her pride. The plan must go on. Steeling her nerves, she reaches out, her hand tentatively approaching the target. She makes contact, deciding she'll just grab it real quick and get this over with. Hyunbin visibly flinches, a blush spreading across his own cheeks from under the blindfold. He asks if she's uncomfortable, but she brushes it off, saying he must be ticklish and shall hurry. But as she fumbles, she finds her hand isn't quite fitting, wondering why it won't just go in. She wonders if his jeans are just too tight for this to work. Trying to reassure him, she explains that the fabric is making it difficult. He tenses up, his cuffed hand clenching from the strange sensation. Suddenly, he arches back, exclaiming that it tickles, his abs on full display. But his sudden movement gives her the opening she needs, and her hand slips right in. Success! A triumphant smile spreads across Sion's face as she finally pulls out the key. With delicate focus, she begins to unlock the handcuffs binding him. She moves to take off his blindfold next, but he gently stops her hand. He'll do it himself, he says, taking a firm grip on the cloth. With a smoldering gaze, Hyunbin pulls it away, declaring it's time for them to escape. But their escape hits another snag, a new mission requiring them to imitate a very suggestive, pixelated pose. Hyunbin suddenly looks away, a deep blush on his face as he offers a sincere apology. He tells her he's sorry he couldn't accommodate her lewd tastes, leaving Sion stammering that it's fine. Internally, she's celebrating a narrow victory, smugly thinking he was the one who chickened out. But her condescending tone seems to have struck a nerve with him. His head snaps up, his pride clearly wounded, as he passionately insists he can do it, and do it well. He grabs her hand, ready to prove his manliness, while Sion frantically tries to backtrack on the whole idea. And just like that, her fourth grand scheme to drive him away ends in spectacular failure. They step out into the street, the awkward tension from inside following them as rain begins to fall. The two of them can only stand there under an awning, watching the sudden downpour in silence. Sion glances at the downpour, annoyed that the forecast got it so wrong. She turns to Hyunbin, cheerfully suggesting they just wait for the shower to pass. But when she turns back, he's just gone. Her confusion quickly turns to panic as she looks around, wondering where he could be. All around her, people rush by, shielding themselves from the heavy rain. Growing anxious, she pulls out her phone and tries calling him, but it just rings. She's left stranded and alone under the small awning, as others hurry past with their umbrellas. He's not answering, and a genuine flicker of worry starts to set in. The silence on the other end of the line is unnerving, her hope starting to fade. And then, a hand appears right in front of her, firmly gripping an umbrella. And there he is, Lee Hyunbin, her former student, soaked to the bone but smiling as he calls out to her. Sion just stares, completely stunned that he came back for her. As they walk, she points out his drenched, saying he didn't have to buy an umbrella just for her. But he just gives her a shy, earnest smile, insisting that she's the one who shouldn't get caught in the rain. His genuine kindness hits her unexpectedly, causing her heart to flutter. He opens the umbrella, holding it carefully over her as they stand together. The sound of the city fades for a moment, leaving just the two of them under its shelter. Then, just as suddenly, she realizes the rain has stopped, and a question echoes in her mind. What am I doing? He notes that it was just a lucky shower, but all she can think is how seriously Hyunbin is taking this date. Sion clenches her hand, a wave of conflict washing over her because while he's all in, she knows she isn't. She suddenly realizes how much she wants to do all that cheesy couple stuff with him. The thought is so intense and unexpected that she's completely mortified. Her face flushes with embarrassment, but a new resolve hardens within her. Looking at Hyunbin, who's still soaked from the rain, she makes a decision. She's going to try her best with him, starting right now. He's surprised when she grabs his arm, insisting they go buy him some dry clothes. Inside the store, she playfully holds up a new shirt, taking charge of the date. A little while later, they're walking down the street, him in his new outfit. They both stop, their attention caught by a row of brightly lit claw machines. The awkwardness has melted away, leaving them to simply enjoy the evening together. And it turns out they're both winners, showing off the cute little cat and bunny they won. The mood between them is easy and warm, a world away from where their day started. To keep the evening going, they decide to duck into a coffee shop for a bit. But as soon as they sit down, that familiar, awkward silence starts to creep back in. Hyunbin looks like he's about to completely short-circuit, just staring at his spoon. Sion, however, finds his nervous energy absolutely adorable and can't help but laugh. Their moment is cut short when an employee gently lets them know the cafe is closing. And just like that, their date for the night finally comes to an end. Standing outside her place, she genuinely thanks him for walking her home. A shy blush spreads across Hyunbin's face as he admits he had a lot of fun, too. With a warm smile, Sion tells him to get home safely before heading inside. Hyunbin, still blushing, quietly agrees, telling her not to worry. The door slides shut, officially ending their first night out together. As Sion waits for the elevator, she replays the evening in her head. But a faint feeling makes her glance back, almost instinctively. He's still there, standing on the street, not having left just yet. A bright, genuine smile spreads across his face as he gives her a final wave. She can't help but grin back, waving to him one last time. Later that night, settled back in the comfort of her own room, Sion lies awake, wondering if what they just had was actually a real, proper date. Tossing and turning, she tries to dismiss it, reminding herself it's just 2 more meetings. But a blush creeps onto her cheeks as she admits to herself she wishes she'd stayed with him a little longer. Meanwhile, on another side of town, Daewon runs into a friend, who immediately asks how his date with the teacher went. He takes a slow drag from his cigarette, lost in thought for a moment. A quiet exhale follows, his feelings unreadable. He looks down at his phone, coolly claiming it wasn't really much of anything. But the screen tells a different story, showing a picture of their hands from earlier. His friend watches, waiting for the real answer as they walk. Finally, a small smile breaks through as Daewon admits he really liked it, but he's just not sure how she felt. His friend presses him, asking if something went wrong on the date. Daewon doesn't answer, his silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. His mind drifts to Sion, recalling her nerdy, adorable side with a fond clarity. A genuine smile finally breaks through his cool exterior. He found her unbelievably cute. As they walk on, the emotional dam inside him is about to burst. He abruptly puts out his cigarette, the simple action charged with decision. Then, without warning, Daewon just collapses into a squat on the pavement. His friend stops, completely thrown, asking him what on earth he's supposed to do now. But Daewon is lost in his own head, overwhelmed by this sudden rush of emotion. He looks up, a deep blush on his face, and admits that he thinks he really, really likes her. Meanwhile, as the quiet night settles over the city, Sion is lost in a peaceful sleep, completely oblivious. But her rest is suddenly broken by the bright glow of her phone screen. A flicker of hope crosses her mind. Could that be Hyunbin? Her cheeks flush when she sees his name light up her screen. It is. He sent her a message, and she immediately wonders if something is wrong. Before she can even process it, her phone begins to ring with an incoming call from him. Her eyes widen in stunned silence. A call? At this hour? Her thumb hovers over the answer button, a moment of nervous hesitation. Taking a quiet breath, she makes her choice and accepts the call. She answers, her voice laced with a hint of worry, asking Hyunbin if everything is all right. From the other end of the line, after a slight pause, comes a calm and simple no. He just wanted to hear her voice. The unexpected words make her heart skip a beat. A warm blush instantly floods her cheeks as she's left momentarily speechless. Beneath the sheets, her hand instinctively clenches the fabric, betraying her fluttering nerves. Trying to sound casual, she deflects, asking him if he managed to get home safely. He confirms he did, but another comfortable silence hangs between them. He then gently asks what time she usually sleeps, and she admits that tonight, she just can't seem to rest. Seizing the opening, he shyly asks if she might want to talk with him a little longer. And as their late-night call continues, the city outside is quiet, wrapped in the dark. But as the conversation deepens, the scene shifts, and Daewon leans forward with unnerving calm. A sly smirk plays on his lips as he asks a startling question. Wouldn't he make a decent first boyfriend? The words hang in the air between them, charged with a strange new energy. Jurim is completely stunned, her mind struggling to process the sudden, direct advance. She manages a weak, flustered agreement, which he immediately takes as a final answer. He then casually mentions stage 1 skinship, and her brain short-circuits they've already kissed. She practically shouts, asking if he's serious, and his simple, unwavering yes only makes it worse. Scrambling to her feet, she can't comprehend why he's suddenly being like this. Her thoughts race, feeling like this is some bizarre, sudden development straight from an author's pen. Cutting through her own panic, she looks him dead in the eye and asks the one question that matters. Does he like her? His answer, delivered with a straight face amidst a shower of roses, is a single, devastating word. No. The rejection hits her like a kick to the head, her first confession ending in total failure. Completely baffled, she asks why he'd want to date her then, and he coolly brings up their bet. He thinks it would be mutually beneficial, if she just played the role of his girlfriend for a while. It's a simple win-win situation, he explains. A perfect solution for both of them. But Jurem isn't having it, flatly refusing the offer. How could they possibly date if they don't even like each other? Dawan just watches her, his expression unreadable as he takes in her logical protest. Then, a small, confident smirk begins to form on his lips. He reminds her they've already kissed, suggesting feelings could easily grow between them. And to seal his argument, he calls her by a name she can't ignore, Mr. Author. He leans in, asking if she really thinks she couldn't come to like him. Dawan's gaze is unwavering, filled with a confident, almost predatory calm. The silence in the room hangs heavy for a moment, and then, it shatters as he erupts into laughter, much to Jurem's absolute fury. He wipes a tear from his eye, admitting he's never heard such an earnest question before. Her flustered reaction, he says, is just too cute. They both declare that neither is the other's type, which he claims is perfect for a clean breakup later. But Jurem has one last defense. She refuses to lie to her friends. His playful expression instantly hardens into something far more serious. He cuts right to the heart of it, asking if her friendships are truly worth 500 million won. Jurem stands her ground, insisting that of course her friendships are that valuable to her. But he just smiles, posing a question that cuts right through her conviction. Would she be okay if another friend got the money? The thought had never even crossed her mind, and she's left completely speechless. With the tension broken, he glances at his phone, remarking that it's late, and his mother has probably left. He turns for the door, the conversation seemingly over. As he steps into the hallway, he tells her to rest up after a long day. He casually adds that he's already signed her up for breakfast in the morning. But then he pauses, turning back with a sly look, wondering aloud if she'll be bored all by herself. He offers to stay with her for the night, and the sudden, intimate suggestion sends a jolt through Jurem. Her composure shatters as she frantically tells him to forget it and just leave, her face burning red. He simply accepts her panicked refusal, turning to leave with a quiet, "Okay then." Alone in her room, Jurem tries to make sense of the whirlwind day, finding the author utterly impossible to figure out. Her mind flashes back to their accidental kiss, and she tries to convince herself it was no big deal, practically a headbutt. But the contract dating offer still bothers her, especially the thought that 500 million won might mean more to him than anything. She resolves to cut him out of her thoughts entirely and just focus on work, deciding they're completely incompatible. But the very next day, that plan is shattered when her coworkers swarm her, demanding to know if she's really dating author Dawan. Jurem freezes on the spot, her brain short-circuiting from the shock. How could they possibly know already? It made no sense. Pulling herself together, she asks with a strained smile, where they heard such a wild rumor. One of her colleagues happily chirps that the director told them, leaving Jurem to curse the man's inability to keep a secret. Her colleagues immediately swarm her, demanding all the juicy details about her and the famous author. She flashes back to Dawan, vowing to take responsibility. But now she's horrified. Did that mean they actually have to pretend to date? Overwhelmed, she spouts a nonsense excuse about needing coffee and makes a desperate escape. She flees the building, her heart pounding as she finally gets a moment to process the chaos. Pulling out her phone, she can't help but wonder if Dawan is even aware of the mess he's caused. She remembers their texts, her panicking about the rumors, and his infuriatingly calm reply to just go along with it for now. How could he be so detached? It felt like he was watching someone else's drama unfold. Lost in her frustration, a gentle tug on her sleeve suddenly stops her in her tracks. She turns, startled, to see who could have possibly grabbed her, and she's met with the warm smile of a handsome, silver-haired man in a barista's apron. He gently passes her the coffee she ordered, a simple, kind gesture. But her escape is cut short when he leans in, asking if the rumors are true that she finally has a boyfriend. Jurem is horrified as he explains the other staff couldn't stop talking about it. He even offers a warm congratulations on her first-ever relationship, completely missing her panicked expression. The barista seems genuinely curious, asking if she'll bring this mysterious boyfriend by the cafe sometime. She can barely hold it together, radiating a dark, frantic energy that he can't help but notice. Flustered, she mumbles an excuse about having to get back to work, promising to talk later. And with that, she turns and makes a second desperate escape, fleeing the coffee shop. The silver-haired barista is left watching her go, a confused but gentle look on his face. She's heading right back into the lion's den, the very office where this whole mess started. Back at the office, the CEO calmly assigns her a new task: assist author Dawan. Jurem is immediately on guard, asking why she's suddenly being pulled for this. She tries to push back, reminding him her job is at the gallery, not as a personal caretaker. But he just sips his coffee, casually mentioning that as his girlfriend, she'd understand his anxieties. The word girlfriend short-circuits her brain as he asks her to provide emotional support. Later, As the sun sets, the office gossip has already started to swirl around her. Her co-workers huddle together, agreeing that the new director is just making her a glorified gopher. One of them even teases her, saying she's lucky she gets to go on dates with the famous author. Jurem can only suffer in silence, horrified by the very thought of it. But a flashback reveals the CEO's final, unbeatable offer. Hell double her salary. Just as her co-workers start grilling her about the author, Jurem sees her chance. Before they can get another word in, she makes a desperate bolt for the bus. On the crowded ride home, she's left alone with her swirling thoughts. She tries to convince herself it's just work, a temporary assignment at his studio. But her imagination runs wild with visions of him as a slave-driving perfectionist. The next day, she arrives, looking up at the unassuming building. This is it, the famous author's studio. Taking a steadying breath, she rings the bell and announces her name. A voice from the intercom mishears her, asking if she just called herself Princess. The door clicks open, and a pair of slippers steps into view. And there he is, the man himself, looking down at her with a cold, unwelcoming gaze, asking why she's here. Jurem, caught off guard, explains that the director sent her to be his new assistant. She can see from his tired sigh that something is wrong. He didn't know she was coming, did he? His expression remains utterly unreadable, a blank wall of indifference. He suddenly tells her to hold on, leaving her frozen in the doorway. Her mind starts to reel. Was this all a mistake? Did he not actually want an assistant? But then he completely changes his tune, deciding he'll take her to a gallery since it's her first day. She tries to ask about the assistant position, but he just brushes it off, saying he'll talk to the director himself. Jurem follows him down the hall, completely bewildered by this sudden and confusing turn of events. He then makes a wild assumption about her being some guy named John Woo's girlfriend, and she scrambles to stop him, totally lost. Desperate, Jurem blurts out that she was promised double pay, that there must be a reason she was sent. But Author Go just cuts her off, deciding that regardless, she's to stick by his side. She makes one last-ditch effort, reminding him he called her fun, secretly praying he'll agree because she really needs the money. He just stares at her, a long, thoughtful silence hanging in the air. And then, he finally relents, accepting her as his assistant. With that settled, he simply turns and leads her into his personal studio. The first thing she notices is the stylish interior, with its warm brick walls and artistic touches. Canvases, easels, and scattered paints confirm this is a true creator's workspace. She's a bit stunned for an author's studio. It feels way cozier than she ever imagined. He casually offers her a coffee, but Jurem, still processing everything, quickly turns him down. Now officially hired, Jurem awkwardly asks what exactly she should be doing. Author Go simply looks at her, his expression calm and unreadable. He pulls out a chair, gesturing for her to take a seat. His instructions are bizarre. Just sit here, relax, and leave whenever she feels like it. She's utterly confused, but he explains that simply having a fun person nearby is helpful enough. The strange logic leaves her speechless, trying to process what kind of job this is. So, some time passes, the afternoon light filling the quiet studio. Jurem sits at a desk, typing away on her laptop, trying to make herself useful. After a while, she glances up from her work, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. She sees him, completely focused, pencil moving gracefully as he begins to create, and for what feels like an eternity, he is completely lost in his craft. His gaze is sharp, his focus absolute, a silent intensity filling the room. Jurem can only watch, realizing he hasn't uttered a single word in hours. She finds herself blushing, begrudgingly admitting that his dedication is kind of cool, but the quiet atmosphere and the long day eventually get the better of her. Suddenly, a gentle hand rests on her shoulder, waking her from her slumber. Her eyes slowly flutter open, her mind still hazy and confused. Then the realization hits her like a lightning bolt. Oh no. Did she really fall asleep? She looks up to see Author Go watching her, his expression unreadable but calm. He breaks the silence, simply asking if she's finally awake. Jurem is still completely out of it, a bit of drool marking her moment of weakness. But Author Go just gives her a lazy, amused smile, telling her she might want to wipe her face. The words barely register before the full, horrifying realization crashes down on her. She didn't just nod off, she actually fell asleep while working with him. A frantic apology bursts out of her, bowing and begging for forgiveness. She asks if he stayed late just for her, and his simple "I did" only makes her feel worse. But he just brushes it off, asking what her plans are now that they're done. She stammers that she's just going home as he hands her a page from his sketchbook. On it is a little doodle he drew of her sleeping, confirming she has no other plans. With a smooth motion, he slips on his coat, suggesting since they're already late, they might as well work some overtime. Jurem blankly processes his words. Overtime? but his version of devil looks suspiciously like a Korean barbecue joint. He simply asks if she likes meat, and she can only manage a timid yes. As the pork sizzles, her mind is screaming, wondering if this is really considered work. She's still drowning in guilt, feeling she did nothing to deserve being treated to dinner. But he just smirks, claiming her white noise actually helped him concentrate. Without another word, he places a perfectly cooked piece of meat onto her plate. He looks her dead in the eye, insisting that she really was a huge help today. Flustered, she mumbles that it's a good thing, her heart pounding as if he could hear her thoughts. Still, she can't help but stare at the food he gave her, a mix of embarrassment and genuine surprise. She happily takes a bite, feeling a warm blush creep up her cheeks, glad she was useful. Her whole demeanor is just a fluffy, sparkly mess of embarrassment and relief. Author Go watches her, a faint, knowing smile on his face. He can't help but comment on her funny expression, clearly amused by her reaction. But the lighthearted moment fades as she looks at him seriously. She finally asks the big question. When are they going to tell everyone they broke up? He considers it, admitting it'll be tough to announce right away, especially with his mother involved. Then he puts the ball back in her court, reminding her of her end of the bargain. She affirms it, steeling herself she has to find a boyfriend this month if she wants to win their bet. With that, they agree. The second she's in a new relationship, their fake one is officially over. Over Korean BBQ, Do-won casually asks Jurum what she plans to do with the 500 million prize. She beams, excitedly telling him she wants to move into a nice 3-bedroom apartment. Do-won just looks at her, a hint of confusion dawning on his face. He points out that the place she lives in now already has 3 rooms, doesn't it? The air goes still, as he adds that he thought she lived in the same apartment building as him. Jurum's mind flashes back to an old memory, her voice ringing out in a desperate denial. She remembers awkwardly trying to cover her tracks, pointing away from her real home. The place she pointed to, claiming it was hers, was his fancy high-rise building. Back in the present, the realization hits her like a ton of bricks. Oh no, that time. She's completely cornered, a cold sweat breaking as her harmless little lie comes crashing down. With no way out, Jurum decides to just come clean, admitting there's something she lied about. Her mind flashes back to the man who shamed her for living in a studio apartment. Her hands clench in her lap as she prepares for Do-won's judgment. She was just so embarrassed about it, she explains, offering a quiet, shame-faced apology. Do-won just watches her, his expression completely unreadable as he takes it all in. She hangs her head, calling herself pathetic for telling such a lie at her age. But his profile remains calm, showing no signs of disgust or disappointment. A small, gentle smile finally breaks through his neutral expression. He reassures her that it's not pathetic at all and she shouldn't listen to jerks like that. Then, with a warm look, he tells her to just eat, reminding her that she likes meat. Taking his words to heart, Jurum tentatively takes a bite, a quiet yes escaping her lips. Later that night, after their meal, he insists on walking her all the way to her front door. She thanks him, feeling a bit awkward and telling him he really didn't have to. But he just smiles, casually reminding her that of course he did, he's her boyfriend, after all. For now, the words hit her like a lightning bolt, and her entire system short-circuits in a blush-filled panic. Yelling a quick goodbye, she practically spins away from him in a whirlwind of embarrassment. Do-won just stands there, watching her frantic escape with a cool, knowing smirk. This whole situation, he thinks to himself, is becoming quite interesting indeed. Safely inside, Jurum collapses onto the floor, completely overwhelmed by the emotional roller coaster. His words echo in her mind, a sweet but terrifying reminder of their new, temporary relationship. She's still completely short-circuited from his boyfriend comment, but she rallies, grabbing her phone. Hez playing his part, so she has to play hers. She starts to type a simple "get home safe," but freezes isn't that a little too stiff. So she tries adding babe, which is 1,000 times worse. How does a girlfriend even talk? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Kim Chae-yul is also lost in thought. She looks up, ready to have a serious talk with none other than Ko Dae-sung. The scene shifts to a bright, cozy living room where a family is gathered. They're gossiping about the fact that Chae-yul got a boyfriend and Dae-sung was the one who introduced them. One of the women is confused, asking if Dae-sung wasn't totally in love with Chae-yul. They'd all been so sure the two childhood friends would eventually get married. Dae-sung's sister tries to shut down the gossip, but it's already out there. His brother cuts through the noise with a blunt confirmation. Chae-yul has a boyfriend now. The statement hangs in the air, bringing an awkward silence over the family. But another relative presses on, bringing up Dae-sung's planned summer trip with her. She pointedly asks if they'll still go, now that Chae-yul's no longer single. The brother's expression remains unreadable, offering no answer. The scene then cuts away to a tattoo studio across town. Inside, Kim Chae-yul is focused on her work when her phone suddenly starts buzzing. And speak of the devil, the caller ID shows Daesung's name. She picks up, surprised to hear him asking if she wants to get dumplings. She's still at work, so she tells him to just leave the dumplings at her house. He knows the password, after all. But after a moment of silence on his end, she realizes he's coming here, isn't he? Daesung confirms, adding that there's something he needs to tell her in person. With that, he hangs up. Chaeul is left staring at her phone, a little confused. What could he possibly need to talk about? Not long after, the jingle of the studio door opening breaks the silence. And there he is. She greets him, telling him he really didn't have to come all this way. He just hands her a bag, explaining that his family made the dumplings earlier today. Chaeul asks if he's had dinner, and since he hasn't, she suggests they just order something in. Her first thought is simple and casual. How about Subway? But her casual suggestion hangs in the air as she notices something. Daesung just looks back, a little confused by her sudden pause. With a quick snap of her phone camera, she starts teasing him. Was he going around telling everyone he made dumplings today? She gestures for him to follow her, telling him to take a look in the mirror. He glances at his reflection, touching his cheek, wondering what she's getting at. A memory flashes through his mind, a younger Chaeul dabbing something on his face. Back in the present, he turns away, the faint warmth of that memory still on his skin. He turns back, placing a hand on a nearby chair, ready for whatever is next. Chaeul sits, her expression now serious, and says his name with a determined tone. He asks her what she wanted to talk about, his expression calm but expectant. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he braces for whatever is coming next. Then she drops the bomb. She thinks it's time they started keeping some distance. Her gaze is fixed, her tone resolute, leaving no room for argument. And as a final blow, she adds that they should cancel their summer trip. Daesung is completely blindsided, asking if she's suddenly angry with him for some reason. But then, a quiet understanding dawns on his face as he puts the pieces together. He gets it now. She has a boyfriend. Chaeul is caught off guard, a flicker of surprise in her eyes that he figured it out so quickly. He reminisces on their lifelong bond, how they've been friends since birth. But he knows other people don't see it that way. He explains that he was the one who introduced her to Sangyu, but he can imagine how their closeness might bother him. He even connects the dots, realizing she met him here to avoid making his brother uncomfortable. With a look of sad understanding, he hopes she can see his side of things too. Chaeul's gaze is steady as she simply states that they're friends. A small, almost strained smile appears as she asks if that isn't obvious. But standing there on the pavement, a new, unspoken distance has already formed between them. Daesung then brings up her birthday, noting that this will be her first one spent with a boyfriend. She gives him a pointed look, reminding him that it's all thanks to his introduction. He tries to salvage some normalcy, suggesting they all hang out with their friends, and she agrees. But then she stops him, calling out his name with a sudden seriousness. She tells him that he should find someone nice too. A final, kind-hearted nail in the coffin of their old relationship. His hand clenches tightly by his side, a silent testament to the words he can't bring himself to say. He manages a weak joke, suggesting she should introduce him to someone first, but the humor falls flat. With a simple goodbye, the conversation, and their entire dynamic, comes to a quiet, painful end. Chaeul watches him for a moment from the gate, a final, distant glance. Once inside his car, Daesung's facade crumbles, the weight of her words finally hitting him. She turns and walks back to her own life, leaving him to drive away into his. He just sits there, lost in thought, the silence of the car amplifying his own emptiness. With a soft rumble, his car pulls away from the curb, driving off into the evening. The sound of a key in a lock breaks the silence of an apartment. Daesung steps into his home, utterly alone with the reality of what he's just lost. He flicks on the lights, illuminating the cold, empty space. The gift bag he'd bought for her is placed quietly on the counter. Standing in the middle of his apartment, he just stares into the silence. After so much thought, Daesung finally lands on a conclusion. He stares at the letter and the present he never got to give. The feelings he had for Chaeul, they were just jealousy and emptiness. He tells himself he was just sad about losing his closest friend, that's all. It wasn't a big deal, just some childish, fleeting emotion. He decides to believe that lie, forcing it to become his new reality. Because they're just friends, he thinks, as the letter lands in the trash. With one story seemingly over, another one is just beginning on a bright new day. Over at the school's faculty office, something is in the air. Sion's co-workers are gathered around, and one of them asks if she has plans tonight. They can't help but notice she seems to be glowing, looking prettier than usual. The teasing begins immediately. Did she finally get a boyfriend? Sion just laughs it off. A male colleague seizes his chance, asking her out for a drink since it's Friday, but she politely declines, mentioning she already has plans. Oh, the suspicion in the air is thick now. Her colleagues are convinced it's a guy. As she leaves, they all look at each other, murmuring that she's definitely on her way to a date. And just then, a handsome young man appears at the door, holding a stunning bouquet of flowers. It's Hyunbin, and as a blushing Sion accepts the flowers, he flashes a charming grin, playfully asking what they're for. He smoothly says he was just passing by when the flowers reminded him of her. Sion is taken aback, her response a quiet and slightly hesitant thank you. Hyunbin's confidence falters for a moment, wondering if he made a mistake. Does she not like flowers? He quickly offers to carry them for her if they're a bother, but she assures him it's all right. In her mind, she's struggling. It's a sweet gesture, but she's so unused to it she has no idea how to react. Then, with a shy blush, she looks up and admits this is the very first time anyone has ever given her flowers. The confession catches Hyunbin completely off guard, a matching blush spreading across his own face. With the awkwardness melted away, the sun sets, casting a romantic glow over the city. They begin their date, walking side by side down the street, Sion clutching her precious bouquet. As they pass, a couple of schoolgirls can't help but stare, sighing with jealousy at the beautiful scene. Sion's heart thumps as she admires the bouquet, a warm blush on her cheeks. Their first stop is a popular grilled clam restaurant, meant to give off beachy vibes. But as they arrive, they find the place is absolutely packed. Hyunbin sighs, realizing the line is so long they'd probably be waiting for hours. He immediately pulls out his phone to find a new spot, but she tells him it's fine. She just wanted to feel like she was at the beach. They don't actually have to eat here. Her words spark an idea, and he asks what if they just go to the actual beach. He quickly checks his phone, confirming that the trains are still running. With a confident smile, he looks at her and declares they're going to see the ocean. Sion is left completely stunned, swept up by his sudden, romantic spontaneity. And so, they find themselves on a train, Sion quietly contemplating this wild, late-night trip to the sea. It reminds her of the trip she'd always wanted to take with her students, but could never quite manage. Hyunbin, ever confident, assures her they can watch the ocean and still grab food since places stay open late. Realizing they'll be out past the last train, she innocently asks if this means they're staying overnight. The question catches him completely off guard, his smooth demeanor vanishing in an instant. A deep blush creeps across his face as the full implication of her words finally sinks in. He quickly backpedals, apologizing if he gave the wrong impression, but she just laughs it off. Soon enough, the rocking of the train is replaced by the gentle roar of the ocean. They walk along the shore under the moonlight, the spontaneous trip already feeling like a perfect decision. And there they stand together, simply enjoying the serene, breathtaking view of the midnight waves. Sion is practically buzzing with excitement, playfully telling him to hurry up. She can't help but smile, thinking he seems even more thrilled about this than she is. When a cold breeze rolls in off the water, she instinctively snuggles up against his side. The moonlit waves continue their gentle rhythm, washing over the shore. She glances up at him, her eyes sparkling with a mix of affection and mischief. Hyunbin, however, is completely caught off guard, a blush creeping up his neck. His heart begins to pound, the sudden closeness making him feel flustered. After a moment, Sion quietly gets his attention. She asks if she can take a picture of him, right here and now. The simple request hangs in the air, charged with unspoken emotions under the night sky. Seeing his hesitation, Sion playfully wonders why he didn't just ask, deciding they should take one together. With a soft shuffle, she steps closer, their feet nearly touching on the moonlit sand. They stand side by side for a moment, two figures silhouetted against the vast, dark ocean. A furious blush paints Hyunbin's face, the warmth of her presence overwhelming his composure. She leans in, a mischievous glint in her eyes, telling him to just hurry up and snap the photo already. He stammers out an agreement, though his mind races. He'd only wanted a picture of her, alone. Stealing his nerves, Hyunbin finally raises his phone, the screen illuminating their faces. As she leans against him for the selfie, Sion can't help but giggle at how adorably awkward he is. With the moment captured, the scene shifts, the neon glow of a clam restaurant pulling them from the beach. Now seated inside, Sion suggests they can stay out until the first train at 5 a.m., a plan he readily accepts. As they settle in, Sion casually mentions that the food is making her crave a drink. Hyunbin, ever eager, quickly agrees, suggesting they just share one bottle since they have a train to catch. She playfully recalls he handled his liquor well last time, and he boasts that he can hold his own. But a short while later, the table is a graveyard of empty bottles, and Sion is already teasing him. He nervously laughs it off, insisting he's fine as they toast yet another round. His flushed face and dopey grin, however, tell a very different story. He is absolutely wasted. The blush isn't just on his cheeks, it's spread all the way down his neck. He looks at her through hazy eyes, admitting that something about today feels different. It's drinking with her, he confesses. That's making him feel tipsy so much faster. Sion just lets out a warm, knowing laugh, completely charmed by his drunken honesty. He turns the tables, accusing her of being drunk too, but Sion just scoffs at the idea. Hyunbin calls her a liar, pointing out the obvious blush spreading across her cheeks. With a sudden burst of drunken courage, he reaches across the table. He gently pokes her warm cheek, proving his point without a word. The playful touch lingers, the golden light of the restaurant making the moment feel special. But Sion isn't one to be outdone, retorting that his face is just as red. She mirrors his action perfectly, poking his cheek right back at him. His gaze softens, and he quietly calls her teacher as she touches him. The teasing energy between them suddenly shifts, becoming something more charged. Sion freezes, caught off guard by the sudden sincerity in his eyes. He just leans into her touch, a faint happy blush spreading across his cheek. But their little bubble is popped by a deadpan employee announcing it is closing time. And just like that, they're kicked out to wander under the starry night sky. The sudden change of scenery leaves them standing in a slightly awkward silence. Hyunbin notes they have hours until the first train and suggests they find a place to sober up. Their first attempt is a bust. A sign on the door reads, "Closed temporarily." The next spot is also a no-go, its owners apparently having gone on a trip. And the third? Well, that one's shut down permanently. The universe is sending a message. Standing in the cold, he pulls out his phone, determined to find somewhere, anywhere, open. Sion, now huddled in his jacket, glances over, a soft blush returning as she watches him. Then, Sion's eyes land on a potential solution to their problem, a hotel. She quietly rests her head against his back, the alcohol and the cold making her feel a little bold. A deep blush spreads across her face as she gathers her courage, an idea forming in her mind. Hyunbin is still trying to find a place on his phone, but even he seems flustered by the charged atmosphere. She pulls his jacket tighter around herself, realizing they can't stay out in the freezing night much longer. She tells him that if he keeps standing out here, he's going to get sick. He turns, caught off guard as she calls out his name with a sudden seriousness. And then, without missing a beat, she tells him they should just book a room. The suggestion hangs in the air, creating a sudden, palpable silence between them. Hyunbin is absolutely floored, but Sion calmly insists it's just to avoid catching a cold. And so, they end up at a local motel, the only place with a light on. At the front desk, Sion tries to keep up appearances, asking for 2 separate rooms. But the old receptionist casually informs them there's only one room left for the night. Her composure shatters. Sharing one room that wasn't exactly part of the plan, her mind immediately flashes to a very different, much more intimate scenario. One where she's already in bed with a shirtless, smiling Hyunbin. The vivid fantasy sends a jolt of panic through her. Absolutely not. But while she's having a meltdown, Hyunbin simply accepts the room, a faint blush on his cheeks. And just like that, they're standing in front of their destination. Room 208. Inside, he gently tells her to rest, offering her the bed like a perfect gentleman. But she's confused. If she's resting here, what about him? He simply says he'll wait in the lobby. With a slight blush, he tells her to lock the door and call him if anything happens. She smiles, trying to seem unaffected, and tells him not to worry about her. As the door closes, they wish each other a good rest, the awkwardness still hanging in the air. Alone in the room, she slots the keycard in, the silence suddenly feeling very loud. A wave of regret hits her. Should she have asked him to stay? It feels wrong for him to be outside, but she shakes it off, deciding it's for the best. He seemed hesitant, and it avoids any misunderstanding. Just then, her phone buzzes with an incoming call. It's from student Hyunbin. She answers, a little flustered, asking if something's wrong, but he was just worried about her being alone. From a comfy-looking couch in the lobby, he assures her he's fine, relieved that she's safe. A blush creeps across Hyunbin's face as he listens intently to her voice. She calls out his title, her tone filled with a nervous hesitation that hangs in the air. She asks if they can just stay on the phone, admitting she's too worried to hang up. But just as quickly, she tries to take it back, insisting he should rest and not worry about her. In the quiet of her room, her hand finds the cardigan he lent her, a tangible piece of his presence. Finally dropping the pretense, she whispers his name and admits she's scared. On the other end, he hears her true request. Could he just come and stay with her? A gentle smile touches his lips, and with a soft, simple okay, he agrees. And just moments later, a pair of men's shoes appears neatly beside hers at the door. Inside, she sits on the bed, phone clutched in her hands, anxiously waiting for him to enter. He finally enters, but a deep blush on his face shows he's just as nervous as she is. Trying to be respectful, Hyunbin parks himself on the floor, a safe distance away from the bed. Sion immediately feels bad, telling him the floor must be freezing and inviting him to come up. After a brief protest, he reluctantly agrees and sits on the edge of the bed, leaving a huge gap between them. The silence that follows is thick with unspoken tension as they both stare straight ahead. Her mind races. Why is she so flustered? She tries to calm herself, remembering he's her student. But then a new thought pops into her head. Could this be his first time in a situation like this? To break the ice, she asks him outright if he's had a lot of girlfriends in the past. Hyunbin's face turns an even darker shade of red as he quietly tells her that's a secret. Her curiosity is piqued, but he playfully shuts down her attempts to get a real answer out of him. Flustered, Sion blurts out that it's unfair since he knows she's never dated anyone. Hyunbin offers nothing but a stony, unreadable silence in return. A moment later, his head lolls to the side, and he seems to have fallen asleep. She cautiously shuffles closer on the bed, not wanting to wake him. Leaning in, she whispers, trying to figure out if he's really out cold. But the faint blush and the ghost of a smile on his face tell a different story. She realizes his game and lets out a laugh, calling him out for pretending. Playfully, she starts punching his shoulder, admitting he totally had her fooled. Her lighthearted assault continues as she grabs a handful of his shirt. Now holding his hand, she's sure this smooth act means Hez a dating pro. But he just smiles, playing dumb. She playfully reminds him to listen to his teacher, but he grabs her hand, retorting that right now, he's not. And with a sudden, decisive pull, he flips their positions entirely. Her eyes widen in shock, a deep blush spreading across her face as she tumbles forward. He seems just as surprised by his own bold move, the air thick with unspoken tension. Her hand lands against his chest, her own heart hammering against her ribs. In a flash, she finds herself looking down at him, straddling him on the bed. Completely flustered, she can't quite process the sudden, intimate shift. But his gaze is steady, locked onto hers with a surprising intensity. The playful teasing from moments ago melts away, replaced by a silent, charged atmosphere. Lost for words, all she can manage is a shaky whisper calling him teacher. The sudden weight of her body presses down on him, the air crackling with tension. Sion's mind goes completely blank, her face burning with a deep, frantic blush. Hyunbin is just as paralyzed, his own heart hammering against his ribs. Snapping back to reality, she immediately scrambles off, stammering a mortified apology. After she leaves, Hyunbin retreats to a corner, a dark cloud of anxiety forming around him. He can't stop replaying the moment, his own face flushing with secondhand embarrassment. His mind spirals with doubt, terrified that she now thinks he's some kind of creep. But in her own room, Sion thinks back on the incident, a quiet realization dawning on her he's really grown up. The next morning, the lingering awkwardness follows them to the train station. With 20 minutes until their departure, they stand in a comfortable, yet charged, silence. The air between them is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Both are trapped replaying that mortifying moment from the night before, the memory fresh and blushing. Every stolen glance is just another wave of secondhand embarrassment. But then, a sudden, horrifying thought strikes Sion, her eyes widening in realization. Her internal monologue is just a scream of, "Oh no," and Hyunbin immediately senses something is wrong. She buries her face in her hands, groaning about the flowers she was meant to bring. She completely forgot them, a crucial part of meeting his family. They must be back at the seafood restaurant from last night. But before she can spiral further, Hyunbin is on his feet, telling her to wait a second. She looks up at him, completely stunned by his sudden, decisive action. And in a flash, he's back, presenting her with a gorgeous new bouquet. Sion is speechless, stammering out a question he bought her more flowers. He just gives her the softest, most reassuring smile, saying he did it because he knows she likes them. She can only tease him about his spending habits, though her gratitude is obvious. With the crisis averted, Hyunbin gently prompts her that it's time to get going. Her previous panic completely melts away, replaced by a warm, happy smile as she agrees. As they walk through the station, he laments not booking earlier, since they got separate seats. It's a minor inconvenience, but at least their seats are right behind one another. With everything sorted, their train speeds along the tracks, taking them to their destination. And soon enough, they're settled in for the ride, with Sion clutching her new flowers, feeling secure. From her seat, Sion can't resist taking a little peek over her shoulder. Just as he said, Hyunbin is right behind her, already fast asleep. A warm, affectionate smile spreads across her face as she watches him. She turns back around, pulling up her phone with a thoughtful expression. She quickly sends a selfie of them together to her mentor, Dawan. Looking at the photo of them side by side, her cheeks flush with happiness. He really is cute, she thinks, letting out a small, suppressed giggle. But her playful mood suddenly shifts into something more serious. She stares at the image on her screen, a quiet realization dawning on her. It's time, she decides. She has to finally admit how she truly feels. Clutching the flowers he gave her, Sion finally admits it to herself. She sees Hyunbin as a man. Meanwhile, Hyunbin receives her message and can't stop himself from blushing as he types back a simple compliment. Her playful response only makes it worse, a warm smile spreading across his face as he thinks how cute she is. He feels a jolt run through him, the simple text exchange hitting him harder than he expected. It's almost embarrassing how flustered he is, a deep blush creeping up his neck. But as the embarrassment fades, a more profound feeling settles in. He thinks back on their day together, every tense, wonderful, and happy moment he spent by her side. Just then, the train glides to a stop. They've arrived at Seoul Station. Sion carefully steps down from the train onto the platform. She stands there for a moment, bouquet in hand, as Hyunbin lingers in the doorway, their trip now at an end. But their quiet moment is shattered when another woman calls out to Hyunbin. She steps forward, causing both him and Sion to turn in surprise. With a blush, she admits she was watching him on the train and bravely asks for his number. She'd wanted to approach sooner but held back, not wanting to interrupt his conversation. Hyunbin, completely blindsided by the attention, stammers out a hesitant okay. The woman's eyes widen, not expecting him to agree so readily. But right next to him, Sion is frozen, her own surprise turning into something much more complicated. The woman presses her luck, asking the one question that hangs heavy in the air. Does he have a girlfriend? And just like that, Hyunbin's easygoing demeanor vanishes as he actually stops to consider the answer. Sion's mouth falls open, the unspoken words caught in her throat as she waits for his reply. Sion's mind is made up. There won't be a third date. She's going to end this confusing charade herself. And so, with a bright, performative smile, she declares for everyone to hear that she and Hyunbin aren't anything. Taking his cue, Hyunbin immediately turns to the other woman and shuts her down with a simple, crushing sorry. The dejected girl shuffles away, leaving the two of them standing there in the sudden, awkward silence. Sion tries to play it cool, lightly teasing him that he should have given the cute girl his number. But his response isn't playful. He calls her teacher, and the formal title makes her blood run cold. With a look of finality, Hyunbin states plainly that he'll stop now, ending the game she just started. The air crackles with the unspoken weight of that decision, a definitive end to their back and forth. Later, the bouquet of flowers he gave her sits alone, a beautiful but sad reminder of the date, and Sion can only lie in bed, phone cast aside, replaying the conversation that she initiated, but he so brutally finished. Her finger hovers over his profile, the options to unfriend or block staring back at her. She remembers the look in his eye, the moment everything changed. His words from that night cut through her memory. He was stopping. Right now. The shock had been palpable, her playful confidence shattering in an instant. He'd turned away, not even giving her a chance to recover. They stood there on the busy street, suddenly two complete strangers. She'd managed to choke out a simple okay, trying to salvage some shred of dignity. He offered to walk her home, a final, cold gesture of politeness. But she refused, insisting she could go by herself, drawing her own line in the sand. His face gave nothing away, simply accepting her decision as the final nail in the coffin. He watched her go, his expression as cold and final as his words had been. The only sound between them was her quiet, defeated acceptance. And with that, they turned, walking away from each other into the anonymous crowd. Every step solidified the end, two paths diverging forever. She tried to convince herself she'd ended it well, but sweet memories began to betray her composure. Ending it was the right choice, wasn't it? A silent question hung in two separate, lonely rooms. But the flashbacks wouldn't stop his smile, his thoughtful gestures. If she had known it would hurt this much, she thinks, she never would have started this at all. Suddenly, a firm hand grips her wrist, pulling her out of her spiral of regret. Her eyes flood with tears, shocked and confused by the sudden touch. It's him. Dowan has turned back, his grip firm as he stops her from leaving. He looks straight at her, his face flushed as he calls out her title. Teacher. Her mind flashes back to a happier time, holding hands and flowers on a station platform. But reality crashes back in with his desperate question. Are they really ending things? She stares back, her own resolve starting to crack under his intense gaze. He sees the answer in her eyes, looking down as he whispers a defeated yes. Yet, their hands remain clasped, a final, lingering connection neither wants to break. A memory of his voice echoes in her head, confidently telling her she likes him too. Her own hand tightens on his arm, an unconscious plea for him to not let go. But he pulls away, his voice now cold as he declares that to him, she's just a student. And his cold words trigger a painful memory Hyunbin's face, utterly shocked. He had been just as stunned, stammering, asking if she was really ending things. She had smiled so kindly then, telling him he should date someone his own age. Their hands were still clasped together, a final, warm connection. But it was her fingers that slipped away first, letting his hand go. The memory fades, leaving Kang Xian alone in her bed, phone glowing in the dark. With a quiet finality, she blocks Dawen's number, telling herself this is the right thing to do. The next day arrives, bright and sunny, a stark contrast to her heavy heart. Elsewhere, Lee Hyunbin makes his way through a doorway, looking sharp. He's arrived at a gathering, greeted by Daesung and his friends for a night of drinks. Daesung slings an arm around Hyunbin, playfully asking if he's been drinking all night without a word. He leans in with a grin, cheekily wondering if Hyunbin was with his beloved teacher this whole time. But the mood shatters when Hyunbin, with a dead look in his eyes, simply announces that it's over. He brushes past his concerned friends, saying he's too tired and is heading home to rest. Back in the quiet solitude of his room, the heavy atmosphere lingers. He wearily drapes his jacket over a chair, the weight of the night settling in. As he begins to undress, his mind drifts back, replaying the painful memories. He recalls his friends trying to set him up, telling him he should have pursued a cute girl his own age. But he knew, even then. A cold realization washes over him he's known from the very beginning. He always sensed Xian was pushing him away, even if, for a fleeting moment, her feelings felt real. His mind flashes back to a happier time, a playful touch that felt so real. He remembers hoping, truly believing, that he was finally breaking through her walls. But what a fool he'd been. Staring at his phone now, the truth feels cold and sharp. She was just playing along, and he was the only one getting emotionally invested. He realizes stopping now is the only way forward. For her sake. His finger hovers over the delete button. He can't keep making things complicated for his teacher anymore. This has to end. But as one story closes, another stirs. Ko Daesung checks his phone and sees a notification. It's Kim Cha-yul's birthday. His expression hardens with resolve. This is his chance. The gift he already bought for her sits waiting on the counter. He just has to figure out the right moment. Maybe he should just call her now. But his mind flashes back to the moment it all fell apart, the day he told her they should keep their distance. Back in the present, Ko Daesung tries to steal his nerves. A simple happy birthday wish, that should be okay, right? His finger hovers over the call button, a simple action that feels impossibly heavy. He just can't bring himself to press it. That cold memory of their separation hangs over him, paralyzing his resolve. Ugh, forget it. He shrinks back, frustrated with himself. Calling is too much, maybe just a text. He can't help but remember how they used to be, always spending her birthday together like it was a law of nature. Now, the thought of celebrating apart just feels wrong. A sharp contrast to their easy past. His thoughts darken as he wonders what she's doing. Is she spending the day with Sangyu? Despite the jealousy gnawing at him, all he can do is hope she has a good birthday, wherever she is. Meanwhile, Xian is out shopping, and the store clerk agrees the black top looks much better on her than the white one. She turns to her companion, Sangyu, looking for his opinion as well. But he's completely silent, his gaze locked onto his phone screen. The air grows awkward as the clerk waits for a response that isn't coming. He finally snaps out of it, mumbling an apology about a message, as Xian quickly decides she'll take it. Trying to re-engage him, she browses a rack of men's clothes, finding something she thinks would suit him perfectly. She pulls a shirt from the rack, turning to show him, but he's vanished. Her eyes scan the shop, finally landing on him standing far off by himself, still glued to his phone. A flicker of disappointment crosses her face. He's not even paying attention to her. Her grip tightens on the clothes hanger, her knuckles turning white with unspoken frustration. With her head hung low, the excitement of the day completely drains away. They walk in silence, a noticeable distance between them despite being side by side. But then, Xian spots a perfume counter, a small spark of hope to salvage the date. She turns to Sangyu, asking if he wants to go look at some fragrances for a minute. He gives her a brief, unreadable glance, his expression betraying nothing. She looks toward the elegant display, imagining them trying out scents together. But he just smiles politely, telling her to go ahead, he'll just wait right here. Her heart sinks a little. He wasn't even going to come with her. Trying to understand, she asks if he's tired from all the walking. He just chuckles, explaining that he's not tired, he just isn't a big fan of shopping. Sangyu quickly pivots, suggesting they get something to eat, and Xian just agrees, dropping the perfume idea entirely. So, they end up at a fancy restaurant, with wine and perfectly plated dishes. He comments on how delicious the food looks, and tells her they should dig in. Xian takes her first bite, trying to enjoy the meal despite the growing tension. Sangyu eats as well, his expression still perfectly polite and detached. The two of them sit in a quiet, almost sterile atmosphere, a noticeable distance between them. He tries to bridge the gap, offering her a bite of his dish, telling her it's good. But his small gesture does little to break the ice, and the silence that follows is deafening. Sion can't help but think, how awkward this all is. What are they even supposed to talk about? It's been like this the whole time. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the vibration of his phone buzzing on the table. Her attention is immediately captured as she looks down at her screen. It's a message from Ko Dae-sung, wishing her a happy birthday and suggesting they get together soon. A small, genuine smile finally graces Sion's face, a stark contrast to the mood just moments ago. They exchange a few texts. He asks what she's up to, and she replies she's out with Sang-yu. He tells her to have a great time, but that word, fun, echoes with bitter irony. Her fingers fly across the screen, typing out the truth she desperately wants to say. It's not fun, but she hesitates, staring at the words and deletes them, letter by letter. Instead, she sends back a hollow, polite, yeah, haha, forcing a cheerfulness she doesn't feel. A wave of realization washes over her as her eyes narrow. Come to think of it, every single birthday until now, she had spent it with Ko Dae-sung. Her mind drifts back, a bittersweet thought echoing in her head. Those past birthdays were so much fun. Sang-yu's voice snaps her back to reality, wanting to know who she's texting with. She answers that it's just Ko Dae-sung, wishing her a happy birthday, a polite smile fixed on her face. But the mention of Dae-sung's name visibly sours Sang-yu's mood. He quickly changes the subject to the cake, suggesting they go to her place since the restaurant won't allow candles. Sion hesitates for just a beat, considering the implications of his offer. The man can barely contain his excitement, his face flushing as he asks if he can really come over. Forcing a laugh, she puts on a brave face and tells him of course he can. A smug, triumphant look crosses Sang-yu's face. He thinks he has finally sealed the deal. Before long, they arrive at her apartment building, the sound of the doorbell cutting through the night. Stepping inside, Sang-yu immediately asks for a tour, his eyes already scanning her apartment. Sion just wants a moment, telling him to make himself at home while she puts the cake away. But he's not listening, his gaze lingering on every detail of her home. He makes a pointed comment about the art, probing to see if she's just a renter. Playing it cool, she confirms it's her own place, so it's fine. Sang-yu's eyes widen in shock and, is that greed? He can't believe she owns it. She explains her parents gifted it to her, trying to brush past his sudden interest in her finances. But the questions don't stop. Now he's critiquing the layout, calling her loft inconvenient. Sion is left completely bewildered by his bizarre and nosy line of questioning. Then, with a look upstairs, he cuts right to the chase, asking if that's where the bedroom is. He feigns nervousness as he follows her upstairs, eager to see what her room is like. Once inside, he wastes no time sizing up the place, from the king-sized bed to her past guests. When she clarifies her friends don't share her bed, he smugly declares himself the first guy, leaving Sion utterly baffled. He continues his silent, judgmental tour of her private space. His attention then shifts to her vanity, zeroing in on her collection of expensive perfumes. He pegs her as someone who must like luxury goods, his tone dripping with assumption. With a knowing smirk, he smugly says he figured as much, as if he's cracked some code. Sion is just lost, unable to comprehend his bizarre line of questioning. She starts to wonder if she's being too sensitive, but a gut feeling screams that something about him is just off. Her mind flashes back to Do-won, who once bluntly said men and women can't be friends, and it seems Sang-yu's little investigation has expanded to her friends' apartments, starting with Chae-yul. Without any preamble, he immediately zeroes in on a photo, demanding to know what it is. He points straight to her fridge, his tone leaving no room for small talk. The picture in question shows a smiling Chae-yul with Ko Dae-sung in front of the Eiffel Tower. She casually explains it was a trip to Europe and that they travel together when he's on break. The gears in Sang-yu's head start turning. The two of them in Europe? He then has the audacity to ask if they slept together, leaving Chae-yul completely floored. She laughs it off, calling the idea absurd, and clarifying they got separate rooms. But Sang-yu's expression hardens with suspicion. He clearly doesn't buy it for a second. In his mind, that innocent vacation photo is all the evidence he needs. After letting his accusation hang in the air, Sang-yu breaks the tense silence. His suspicious scowl vanishes, replaced by an unnervingly calm expression. To change the subject, Chae-yul suggests they finally cut the cake. After all, he did bring it over for her birthday. And just like that, they're clinking glasses, him wishing her a happy birthday like a perfect gentleman. The celebration, however, quickly turns into some serious drinking. Chae-yul watches, concerned, as he starts on the second bottle of wine all by himself. This is getting out of hand. She's already thinking she needs to get him home soon. But a flushed Sang-yu suddenly remembers, pulling out a fancy gift bag for her. She's genuinely surprised, telling him he really didn't have to get her anything. But Sangyu insists, a faint blush on his cheeks, that this is something he truly wanted to give her. He eagerly tells her to open it, leaving Chaeul with a sense of nervous anticipation. Peeking inside, she assumes its perfume probably expensive and feels a bit guilty accepting such a lavish gift. Her expression immediately freezes, a single bead of sweat trickling down her face, because nestled inside the box is not perfume, but a very intimate piece of black, lacy lingerie. Chaeul's brain completely short-circuits, trying to process this incredibly unexpected birthday present. He asks if she doesn't like it, and she quickly stammers that she's just surprised, since this is a first for her. Sangyu explains that while a friend suggested perfume, that felt far too generic. Since this was their first birthday celebrating together, he wanted a gift that was truly special. He then holds up the bra with a hopeful smile, asking if she'll let him see how it looks on her. Chaeul tries to shut this down immediately, telling him he's clearly drunk and she's calling him a cab, but with a creepy, flushed expression, Sangyu insists he needs to check if the size is right. He then lifts his own shirt, bizarrely claiming he's wearing a matching set himself. Her mind reels. He has to be drunk, but she remembers he bought this gift completely sober. She's ready to just break up with him, but stops herself, remembering their bet and deciding to deal with this later. Suddenly, Hez behind her, holding the bra against her back and casually noting he should have gotten a smaller size. Shocked, she questions what on earth he thinks he's doing, trying her best to stay calm. She tells herself there's no point in getting angry with a drunk person. She just needs to get him out. Sensing her anger, he tries to pass it off as a joke, pulling her into a tight hug from behind. His hand grips her waist, and the playful facade completely evaporates into something far more menacing. Her eyes widen in disgust as his words sink in, the last shred of playfulness gone. With a surge of adrenaline, she shoves him off, her voice ringing out for him to stop. She demands to know why he's touching her without permission, but he just scoffs at the idea of her body. Chaeul is stunned, reminding him she was clear about waiting until marriage. He just looks at her, flushed and undeterred, and says he knows. Then he utters the line that shatters everything, suggesting anything else is fine. In the chilling silence that follows, her phone makes a call. Elsewhere, her friend Park is surprised to see her name pop up, wondering if something happened with Sangyu. He answers, asking what's up, completely unaware of the storm that just broke. And then he hears her voice, calm and clear, delivering the news. She broke up with him. Then, a new request comes through the phone. Her voice, asking if he can come over right now. Without a moment's hesitation, Park agrees, promising he's on his way. He was in the middle of a futsal game, but that doesn't matter. He quickly tells his teammates something urgent came up. They're left shouting in confusion as he sprints out of the gym without another word. He's in his car in minutes, racing through the city streets at night. Driving, he can't wrap his head around it. He thought Chaeul and Sangyu were doing just fine. But as his heart pounds in his chest, another, more complicated feeling begins to surface. He blushes, immediately scolding himself for even daring to get his hopes up at a time like this. Gripping the seatbelt, he tries to force the thought down, reminding himself that he and Kim Chaeul are friends. And even with her single, he resolves that nothing, absolutely nothing, can ever change between them. His car screeches to a halt right outside the restaurant. He grabs a small gift bag from the passenger seat. Good thing he kept this in the car, just for an occasion like this. But as he walks toward the entrance, he suddenly freezes. Oh no. A horrifying realization hits him. He came straight from his workout. What if he smells? Just then, Chaeul's voice cuts through his panic, wondering why he's just standing there. He's completely stiff, caught in the middle of his silent, sweaty crisis. She looks at him, concerned by his strange behavior, and asks what's wrong. He blurts it out he was just worried he smelled like sweat after working out. But to his surprise, she doesn't laugh. Instead, she just steps in closer. She leans in, her face just inches from his, and flatly tells him he doesn't smell. Then, pulling back, she wonders aloud since when he started caring about things like that. Park is completely silent, a nervous sweat trickling down his neck. Her sudden boldness caught him so off guard his heart is still pounding in his chest. A few moments later, they've settled down outside a nearby convenience store. Sensing there's more to his mood, she asks him what really happened. Chaeul begins to explain that Sangyu started acting weird after he'd been drinking. She then asks Park if he knows what Sangyu got her for her birthday. At her words, his hand clenches, crushing the can he's holding without a second thought. He pulls out his phone, declaring he needs to have a word with him, but she tells him to let it go. With a gentle smile, she tells him not to worry about it. But Park can't shake the feeling of responsibility, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple. He slumps forward, apologizing for not knowing Sangyu's true colors, but she insists it's fine, a blessing in disguise. She hesitates for a beat, a deeper thought finally surfacing. Then, she asks him if this is what dating is supposed to be like. Because for her, the whole experience was just not fun. She explains how in media, people feel butterflies and are swept off their feet. They're lost in these passionate, head-over-heels moments of romance. But with Sang-yu, she confesses, it was never like that at all. She admits she debated telling him sooner, but because he introduced them, she kept her disappointment to herself. Park's hand clenches tight, his knuckles white with frustration for what she went through. But Chaeul isn't finished. There's one more truth she needs to get off her chest. With a small, genuine smile, she admits that hanging out with him is the most fun she has. He just stares, completely frozen by her sudden, heartfelt confession. A blush floods his face as his heart begins to pound uncontrollably. He's completely flustered, unable to form a single coherent thought. Seeing his reaction, Chaeul playfully tells him to knock it off. She laughs, admitting even she got the chills saying something so bold out loud. Then, she holds out a can, a simple gesture to move past the awkwardness. It seems, she says with a smile, that she's spending her birthday with him again this year. A small, knowing smile touches his lips. This felt right, just as he expected. They tap their cans together, a simple celebration of the moment. He silently decides he likes things just as they are, and that he shouldn't get greedy for more. As the night wears on, the evidence of their long talk piles up on the table. But eventually, Chaeul checks her phone, mentioning it's late and she has an early start tomorrow. A flicker of disappointment crosses his face. He didn't want the night to end just yet. She stands up to leave, but her body suddenly lurches forward. Her ankle twists awkwardly beneath her. A sharp cry of pain escapes her lips as she stumbles. Park is instantly on his feet, asking what's wrong as she grabs her foot, confused by the sudden pain. Without a moment's hesitation, he's at her side, gently holding her injured ankle. He kneels before her, carefully slipping off her shoe to relieve the pressure. Flustered, Chaeul tries to stop him, insisting her shoe is too dirty for him to touch. But Park just brushes it off, saying a little dirt doesn't matter in the slightest. After a moment, he gently slides her shoe back onto her foot. He looks up at her with genuine concern, asking if it feels any better now. Blushing, she shyly admits that she thinks it's improving. He helps her to her feet, still checking if she's truly okay, and she assures him she is. She cautiously tries to put her full weight on it, but another sharp cry of pain proves her wrong immediately. Before she can fall, Park catches her, his hand gripping her arm tightly. He steadies her, his expression hardening with concern as she looks up at him, surprised. Realizing she can't walk, he decides then and there that this won't do. He's getting her home. Still flustered by the sudden closeness, all Chaeul can manage is a quiet thank you. And just like that, they're back at her apartment. He's already prepared a compress, carefully placing it on her injured foot to ease the swelling. She tells him he really didn't have to go this far, but he insists it'll help her heal faster. He even starts nagging her about stretching more often, much to her slight annoyance. Satisfied that she's taken care of, he thinks to himself that it's time to leave and let her rest. But as he turns to go, she stops him, telling him to wash up first, an offer that leaves him utterly speechless. He can't believe his ears, asking if she really wants him to sleep over. Chaeul just smiles, cheekily suggesting he was planning on it anyway since it's so late. She proposes they have one more drink for her birthday, a suggestion that makes him blush furiously. His brain is practically screaming at him to refuse and just go home right now. But his resolve crumbles, and moments later, he finds himself in her shower. He lets the water run over him, completely flustered by the turn of events. He questions his own nervousness. It's not like they haven't had sleepovers before. While he tries to cool down, Chaeul waits for him out in the living room. She glances down at her foot, still wrapped in the compress he prepared for her. The thought crosses her mind how sweet he was, touching her dirty foot without a second thought as she feels the pain finally start to subside. She can't help but think that a guy this caring must have been an amazing boyfriend in the past. Just then, Park emerges, and she asks if he has anything else to wear besides his work clothes. He steps out wearing a gray t-shirt so tight it looks like it was painted on his chiseled frame. The cute little pink bunny on the front has been stretched into a muscle-bound mascot. Chaeul immediately bursts out laughing, whipping out her phone as he begs her to stop taking pictures. She playfully asks if the shirt shrank, knowing perfectly well how loose it used to be on him. Blushing furiously, he crosses his arms, just wanting her to stop staring and find him something else. But instead of grabbing clothes, her hand drifts over and lands right on his bicep. Leaning in closer, she observes that he seems to have gotten into even better shape lately. The unexpected touch and compliment send him into a flustered silence, his face burning red. Her playful exploration continues, poking at his rock-hard abs as he squirms, begging her to stop. A little while later, after he's found a more comfortable shirt, They relax and share a drink. They settle down in the living room, a comfortable quiet falling between them. But the silence is broken by a small, wistful sigh from Chaeul, the playful energy gone. Park immediately notices her shift in mood, his own teasing forgotten as he asks if she's okay. She says she is, but her gaze seems distant, lost in thought. He gently brings up her ex, reminding her that even though it was short, it was her longest relationship. Looking away, she admits that she's just feeling a little sad about it all. Park listens intently, his expression softening with genuine concern for his friend. He quietly asks why this breakup feels different. What made that guy so special? She shakes her head, admitting that he wasn't special at all. He was just like the rest in the end. A shadow of disappointment crosses her face, revealing she'd truly hoped he might be different. Her thoughts drift back to an unwanted embrace, questioning if physical intimacy is all that matters. Turning the tables, she asks Park for his honest opinion, catching him a little off guard. He takes a slow sip from his drink, carefully considering his answer to her very personal question. After a moment, he looks up and starts to say that honestly, he thinks it is important, but he immediately follows it with a crucial condition. You shouldn't do it if your partner isn't okay with it. Chaeul listens intently, his thoughtful response sinking in. Perhaps not what she expected to hear. Park's expression is unwavering, his gaze steady and sincere as he watches her reaction. She dismisses it as something everyone says, but he quietly insists that he's being completely serious. Still trying to understand, she asks why people desire physical affection so much, and Park simply replies that it's natural. He continues, explaining that it's a direct result of genuinely liking someone. It's the simple desire to touch them, he says, and she listens with wide-eyed attention. It's the need to feel closer to that person, a concept that seems to be landing with her in a new way. He gets a little flustered, trying to put such a fundamental feeling into words. It all boils down to one thing, he concludes. You do it because you truly adore them. Park shifts uncomfortably, his hands clasped, clearly a little embarrassed by his own earnestness. With a sudden jolt of understanding, Chaeul stands up, saying she hopes to feel that way someday before announcing she's going home. Completely caught off guard, he follows her, asking why she's leaving so abruptly as she explains she'd be more comfortable at her own place. Then, just as she's leaving, she turns and hands him a bag, a small gift for him. He quietly wishes her a happy birthday, leaving Chaeul at a loss for words. The gift inside is from an expensive brand, something thoughtful and completely unexpected. Trying to regain her composure, she quickly offers to call him a designated driver. But once she's finally home, the awkwardness of the moment hasn't faded. In fact, his kind gesture is dredging up a terrible memory of her ex and his twisted idea of a gift. Her phone buzzes, and for a second, she wonders if it's Ko Daesung messaging her. But the screen displays a number she recognizes with a pit in her stomach, Sangyu. A cold, decisive look washes over her face. Enough is enough without a second thought. She moves to block his number for good. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Park is still reeling from their encounter. He can't stop blushing, trying to hide his face in his hands. The heat rushing to his cheeks is undeniable, a feeling he can no longer ignore, and then it hits him with absolute clarity he's in love with her. Just as this realization solidifies, the elevator dings, arriving on the first floor. The doors part, and he steps out, his expression now firm and resolute, but his thoughts are cut short by the person waiting for him. It's Sangyu, Chaeul's ex, looking flustered and out of place. Park's eyes narrow as he immediately confronts him, demanding to know what he's doing here. Park's expression hardens, his resolve unshaken by the confrontation. Sangyu, however, is restless and agitated, his foot tapping impatiently. He gets right in Park's face, slurring his words and reeking of alcohol, demanding to know who he is. Trying to keep a level head, Park suggests they talk outside, pointing out how drunk he is. But that only fuels Sangyu's rage, and he violently grabs a fistful of Park's shirt. He screams again, demanding to know what business Park has being here. Unfazed, Park calmly explains that he came to comfort Chaeul after she broke up with him. Sangyu sneers at the word comfort, his accusations turning lewd and disgusting. A deep sigh escapes Park, a profound regret washing over him for ever introducing the two. He grabs Sangyu's wrist, his voice low and serious, stating he never would have if had known what he would do to Chaeul. Sangyu finally rips his arm away, shouting for Park to let him go. He gets right back in his face, sneering and questioning if they're dating now. A muscle in Park's jaw twitches, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Hez held his tongue this entire time, but Hez reaching his limit. His voice is dangerously calm as he tells Sangyu to stop coming around now that they're broken up. But just as the tension peaks, a security guard comes running, shouting at them to stop. With the guard now on the scene, Park looks at the pathetic man before him, simply stating he shouldn't have come. Sangyu, all his drunken bravado gone, turns to leave, spitting one last insult over his shoulder. Park just watches him go, the conflict finally over, a quiet disappointment on his face. He then turns to the guard, bowing his head and sincerely apologizing for all the commotion. As his taxi speeds away, the unpleasant events of the night finally start to sink in. Park rides in silence, the city lights blurring past his window. He can't shake the feeling of unease after that pathetic confrontation. And through it all, his thoughts keep drifting back to Chayul. Finally home, he lets the exhaustion take over, his body feeling heavy. He leans back, completely drained, admitting to himself he has no idea what to do now. Elsewhere, a single, blunt text message is sent from Chayul's phone. On her way to work, Gong Jurum's eyes widen in absolute shock. She can't believe it, they broke up? It seems impossible. Frantically, she texts back, realizing she just assumed they were doing fine. But as the news sinks in, Jurum's mind starts turning. Wait a minute. She does a quick mental tally. Chayul broke up, and Sion is likely single too. A memory of Dawan's confident words flashes in her mind, a tempting thought. A blush creeps up her neck as a devious idea begins to form. If she gets a boyfriend right now, she'd be the guaranteed winner of their little competition. Meanwhile, in a quiet, sunlit studio apartment, a surprising scene unfolds, with both Jurum and Dawan working in the same room. Hez at his drafting table, glasses on, completely absorbed in his work. His focus is sharp, his expression serious as he sketches. And just a few feet away, Jurum sits with her laptop, equally focused on her own task. Her eyes are sharp, her expression locked in a true professional. Dawan glances over, a small smile playing on his lips. He muses that she's like a different person when she's working, but her mind is elsewhere. Unable to ask her friends, she turns to an AI for advice on her ridiculous bet. The AI's solution is simple, almost brilliant in its stupidity. Just genuinely fall for the writer, and it won't be a lie anymore. For a brief, shining moment, the idea seems perfect. A cute, simple solution to all her problems. Then reality crashes down. She groans, annoyed at herself for even considering such a thing. But her frustrated sigh is just loud enough to break Dawan's concentration. He asks if something is wrong with her work, if there's anything he can do to help. Jurum freezes, a blush creeping up her neck. Why is he paying such close attention to her? Her heart thuds as a dangerous thought sparks in her mind. Wait a minute, why is her heart pounding? The AI's ridiculous advice echoes in her mind. Could she actually be falling for the writer? The thought is almost too absurd to entertain. Actually like him? Back in her room, she consults the AI again. How can she even tell? The bot's first question is simple. How do you feel when you think about him? Jurum lies back, closing her eyes and letting her thoughts drift to Dawan. Is he just a coworker? Or does she get butterflies, finding herself thinking of him for no reason? The AI asks if she smiles automatically when he comes to mind, and a soft, unconscious smile spreads across her face. Walking down the street, she tries to rationalize it away. Maybe it's just because Hez handsome. But the AI has one final, damning question. How does she feel when she sees him with someone else? And right on cue, her eyes land on Sangyu across the road. He's talking with the local flower shop owner, a warm smile on his face as he hands her a bouquet. Jurum stops dead, her eyes widening in recognition, and suddenly, she might just have her answer. Sangyu turns, greeting her with that infuriatingly charming nickname, Princess. And of course, they're both heading for the same elevator. The doors close, trapping them in an awkward silence, and the AI's question hangs in the air. Jurum stews, wondering when he and the shop owner got so close. He catches her staring, completely unaware of her internal crisis. Then he breaks the silence, casually remarking that she smells nice. She blushes, assuming he's talking about the bouquet in his hands. Oh, but he wasn't. He meant her, following it up with a sly jab about her finally washing her hair. And despite the insult, a single word from him sends sparks through her. As he leaves, Jurum is left floating, dazed and glowing. The feelings of like have definitely begun. A frustrated scream rips through the night as Jurum finally confronts her feelings. She can't deny it anymore. Kicking her feet in bed, she really, truly likes the writer. But her joy is cut short by the memory of his cold rejection. Venting to a friend, she wallows in despair. But her friend poses a simple, cutting question. If he felt nothing, why would he even suggest a contract relationship in the first place? The thought stops Jurum in her tracks. Maybe he's just too proud to admit he's interested. She confesses they even kissed, and her friend declares it's a sure sign Hez just as confused as she is. The next day, she arrives at his place, and Dawan greets her with a casual "Princess, you're late." He waits, a neutral expression on his face, expecting a normal reply. But instead, Jurum drops to her knees in a formal, desperate apology. Her friend's advice rings in her mind a full-hearted, sincere confession. But in reality, Dawan just stands there, completely stunned by her sudden apology. He takes a single, deliberate step forward, breaking the silence. His eyes, however, betray a flicker of genuine shock that his calm face can't hide. In fact, his hand trembles so much that his coffee spills, a clear sign he's rattled. Remembering her friend's plan, Juram suddenly stands and presses her ear against his chest. Dawan, completely flustered, can only ask if she's been drinking, but she ignores the question, quietly telling him she wants to hear his heart. A single bead of sweat drips down his face. His composure is completely gone, and as she listens, the frantic, undeniable thumping in his chest tells her everything she needs to know. But as she listens, a strange thought crosses her mind. Wait a second, his heartbeat seems normal. In fact, she can't tell if it's fast or slow because her own heart is pounding in her ears. Her plan is completely backfired. Her heart is racing at 120 BPM while his is a cool 60. A wave of dread washes over her. This wasn't how things were supposed to go at all. Dawan calmly sets his mug down on the counter, his previous shock completely gone. He wipes his hands, turns to her with a dead serious expression, and asks a single question. Was that her way of confessing to him? Trapped and flustered, Juram forces an awkward laugh and stammers out a weak agreement. The atmosphere immediately turns impossibly heavy, and she internally screams, wondering how she can possibly fix this. She's internally screaming, desperately wishing her AI assistant could give her a way out. The laugh dies on her lips, her wide eyes revealing the sheer panic she's feeling. But Dawan just smirks, finding the whole thing amusing. So, he asks, is she finally agreeing to the contract relationship? Juram is completely lost. A contract relationship? That wasn't part of any plan. Her genuine confusion throws him off for a second. His playful expression fades. He tells her not to say she was actually serious about that confession. She can't even form a word, completely trapped by her own disastrous lie. Dawan's gaze is steady, waiting for an answer she doesn't have. She whips out her phone, frantically trying to message for help, never expecting this kind of counterattack. But her digital lifeline offers no comfort, only the cold truth. If she admits she was serious, their deal is off. She's doomed. Her phone offers the worst possible advice. Just laugh it off. She can't believe this is her only way out. So, with a pained smile, Juram tries to play it cool, insisting she was just testing his feelings for their contract. The silence that follows is thick with awkwardness, as Dawan just stares, completely unconvinced. He takes a deliberate step forward, asking her what the results of her little test were. Then he leans in close, turning the entire situation on its head by asking if he likes her. She's trapped, completely flustered under his intense, unreadable gaze. A slow smile spreads across his face as he adds that, thankfully, it seems she doesn't actually have feelings for him. He pulls back, feigning relief, and reminds her a contract relationship would be far too difficult. He's cornered her with her own logic. With a triumphant smirk, he asks if they're finally ready to begin their contract relationship. Completely outplayed, Juram stammers, asking for a little more time to think. Dawan regards her with a calm, unreadable expression. She can't even meet his gaze, the humiliation sinking in deep. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips. He's won. He coolly agrees, telling her to take all the time she needs. Then he casually reminds her they still have to visit the gallery this afternoon. But her mind is racing with shame. There's no way he felt nothing, right? The scene shifts to the Museum of Modern Art, their intended destination. Suddenly, we're pulled into a flashback of a far more desperate Juram. She's begging her friend for a blind date, convinced that the only way to get over someone is with someone new. She leans into her friend Jinju, whispering a huge secret. She thinks she's about to be single again. Jinju absolutely lights up. She lives for this kind of drama, admitting she was craving some good gossip. But there's one tiny problem. All of the eligible bachelors, the so-called Three Musketeers, are already taken. Juram slumps in defeat, wondering if she's just doomed to be left behind. Just then, Jinju remembers someone else, a friend who recently broke up with his girlfriend. And what does this guy do? Oh, nothing much. He's just in the National Strategic Talent Reserve Forces. Juram steels herself. This is no time to be picky, not with 500 million won on the line. With a surge of desperate resolve, she agrees to meet him, much to her friend's delight. Which brings us back to the present, with a terrified Juram Googling how to survive her first ever blind date. She's so absorbed in her panic that she completely misses Dawan, the man himself, standing right behind her. Startled, she jumps, as he asks if she's really going on a blind date. Then he leans in, a smug look on his face, asking why she would when she has him. But the playful tone vanishes as he formally introduces himself. An Junwoo, age 32. Juram is completely frozen, her heart hammering against her ribs. He just watches her, his confident gaze making it clear this is no joke. She stammers, telling him to stop messing around, but he insists he's being serious. Trying to regain her footing, she crosses her arms and says their contract is obviously off. She even advises him to go find someone else to be his fake partner. Doan listens silently, his expression unreadable as she tries to shut him down. But a slow, calculating look crosses his face. He's clearly not giving up that easily. And so, the day of the blind date arrives, with Jurem all dressed up to meet someone new. She's running on a guaranteed win strategy she got from an AI, from the outfit to the reactions. But as she reaches the cafe door, a wave of nervousness hits her. She steps inside, scanning the room and trying to spot her date. A quick text message guides her in the right direction. He's by the window. And there he is, a well-built man in a suit, waving her over with a bright smile. Walking over, she can't help but be a little impressed. He's handsome and in great shape. She hypes herself up, determined to forget all about the writer and finally move on. Taking her seat across from him, the date officially gets underway. The atmosphere is light, as the two begin to get to know each other. Even now, the memory of her and the writer, sitting worlds apart, still stings. She daydreams about a different kind of man. Someone cool and confident. A guy she could lean on without a second thought. But her thoughts inevitably drift back to that painful moment. She had confessed her feelings, and Doan had the nerve to call it a relief that she didn't like him. That crushing rejection is what pushed her here, to her first ever blind date. Stealing her resolve, she decides she is going to forget that writer for good. She focuses on the goal, on making this new connection work. Okay, remember the plan. Shower him with reactions. Be grateful, be feminine. Her date, Park, finally breaks the silence, introducing himself and asking about her job at the gallery. She leans into the role, a picture of delicate femininity, as she confirms his question. He blushes instantly, and for a moment, Jurem thinks her little act is actually working. All right, time to ride this momentum and press her advantage. Taking a graceful sip, she brings up what she heard about him being in the National Strategic Talent Reserve. He seems to puff up with pride, handing over his business card as he explains his special training program. Jurem takes it, but the title reads, Aspiring 9th Grade Civil Servant. Her smile wavers. So that fancy program name just means he's studying for an exam? But she recovers instantly, showering him with an impressed reaction and thanking him for his time. Park just smirks, waving it off as he explains that, to be honest, her looks aren't his type. She's a bit old, and he never even wanted to come on this date. But then, to her complete shock, he says that coming today was actually a good decision. He flashes a grin, revealing a truly unique fashion choice, and says he needs to thank Jinju for this. Jurem is so horrified by the sight of his getup that she practically chokes on her coffee. Even other patrons are disturbed, a mother quickly shielding her child's eyes from the spectacle. Leaning in, he gives her a backhanded compliment, noting she looks slightly better than her photos. Clenching her fists, she desperately clings to the idea that this must mean he's interested, so she forces a bright, cheerful smile, thanking him and saying she's so glad to have met him. For a fleeting moment, she wonders if this disaster of a blind date is somehow a success. But just as she starts to hope, an alarm goes off on his phone, cutting through the awkward air. He casually tells her to excuse him, it's time for his scheduled vocabulary memorization session. She's left alone at the table, utterly speechless as her date studies just a few feet away. Collapsing onto the table, Jurem desperately tries to rationalize this disaster. Hez diligent, right? Hez handsome, has a good physique, she's grasping at straws here. But as she lists these traits, her mind drifts to someone else who fits them perfectly, Ko Daesung. She mentally snaps at herself to stop thinking about the writer when a familiar voice cuts in. Her eyes widen in disbelief. There's no way. But there he is. Ko Daesung himself, standing right behind her with a sly, knowing smile. He leans against her chair, enjoying her complete and utter confusion. Her brain completely short-circuits, unable to process this turn of events. Flustered and beet red, she stammers out the only question she can think of. Why is he here? A single, horrifying thought crosses her mind. She imagines herself trying to break their contract, saying it won't work out since she's on a blind date. In her head, she firmly tells him he should hurry and find someone else. But the writer in her imagination just listens with a calm, unreadable expression. He seems to ponder her words, a subtle, almost calculating look in his eyes. Back in reality, his answer is not what she expected. He leans in and says he's worried. He then starts playfully coaching her for the date, offering to be her avatar as she dies from embarrassment. Flustered, she asks if he really came all this way, just because he was worried about her. He scoffs, deflecting the question and claiming he wouldn't even know the location of her date. It's just his usual work cafe, he insists, right as a friendly clerk offers his friend a free cookie. Mortified, Jurem asks why he's eavesdropping on her blind date. He coolly replies that her date is so loud, the entire cafe can hear him. Suddenly, a man in an absurd outfit strides in, waving and shouting her name. As he approaches, Daesung innocently asks who this newcomer is. He then praises the man for having good taste, hitting on someone with such an approachable face. Jurem forces a smile, knowing full well that was a backhanded compliment. Her internal screaming intensifies as she realizes Daesung is witnessing this entire disaster. Her date then sizes her up, asking if she even works out. She meekly admits that she doesn't really do anything in particular. He leans in confidently, declaring that if she's to be his girlfriend, she'll need to match his level. His eyes narrow, his gaze dripping with thinly veiled condescension. He glances down at her legs, audibly disgusted by what he calls a lack of exercise. Jurem is floored, demanding to know why he's staring. He scoffs that he wouldn't look even if she paid him. He then launches into a lecture about her age, saying she needs to care for her body for their future together. All this, he claims, is just him being thoughtful, while Daesung quietly observes the entire train wreck. Daesung's expression remains carefully neutral, but he's taking in every cringeworthy word. And then, with a cheerful smile, her date suggests they should look into freezing her eggs. That's it, the final straw. A tiny nerve ticks on Jurem's face. She puts on a polite but ice-cold smile, calmly informing him that no, she has no intention of dating him. The man is left utterly stunned, his brain short-circuiting at the sudden and decisive rejection. His fragile ego shattered, the man tells Jurem she needs a reality check. He sneers, asking who in their right mind would ever want to date her. A 3-1-year-old old maid, he seethes, his hand clenching with pathetic rage. But a calm, familiar voice suddenly calls out to her, saying, "Honey." Jurem looks up, completely stunned, a blush spreading across her face. Daesung has arrived, placing himself squarely between her and the pathetic man. The whispers start immediately as the entire cafe turns to stare at the sudden drama. Park is left sputtering, his mind short-circuiting as he asks if she has a boyfriend. She's still processing the whiplash, caught between the insult and her sudden rescue. Daesung simply looks down at the man, his cool gaze ending the conversation right there. And Daesung can't help but let out a small, condescending laugh. The other man is absolutely floored, sputtering and asking why he's being mocked. Ignoring the buffoon, Daesung gently takes Jurem's hand in his. He leans in close, whispering that he knows she's upset, but she shouldn't stoop to this guy's level. Jurem's face flushes, her heart skipping a beat as she's swept up in his performance. With a triumphant smile, Daesung declares he'll forgive her, as the rejected man storms off threatening to tell on her. And just like that, her disastrous first blind date finally came to a close. Later, sitting on a bench outside, the two are wrapped in a quiet, slightly awkward silence. Jurem finally turns to him, her confusion clear as she asks why he did all of that. He looks back, dead serious, and explains it was simple revenge for her ruining his blind date. Jurem is left completely speechless, his petty reasoning ringing in her ears. He breaks the silence with a dry sigh, asking if she's mad at him. But he doesn't seem to care about her answer, instead asking if his offer is still valid. She blushes, remembering his proposal, the contract relationship. Daesung looks surprised that she's the one bringing it up now. But a fire has been lit in her eyes, a strange mix of embarrassment and resolve. She takes a steadying breath, her mind made up in an instant. Leaning in, she declares that they should do it. Let's have that contract relationship. Instead of jumping at the chance, however, Daesung just hums thoughtfully. Jurem's jaw drops. Wait, why is he the one hesitating now? He falls into a thoughtful silence, while Jurem is practically vibrating with anxious hope beside him. Should he really do this? He weighs the decision with a serious expression. Jurem, oblivious to his internal debate, is practically sparkling with anticipation. But Daesung just keeps thinking, considering if maybe he shouldn't do it. Her bright, hopeful expression immediately crumbles into despair at his prolonged silence. Then, he seems to decide it's the right choice, and she instantly perks back up, only for him to add that deceiving someone feels a bit wrong, sending her spiraling again. A tiny, almost imperceptible smirk crosses his face. He's clearly enjoying this. Looking at her with a charming smile, he finally agrees. All right, let's do it. Jurem is completely flustered by the emotional whiplash, prompting him to tease her about backing out now. She can hardly believe it. Sitting beside him in a flustered, hopeful silence. Needing assurance, Jurem asks if a verbal promise is it, and Daesung just smirks, suggesting they write a contract. His sarcastic remark suddenly becomes the perfect blueprint in her mind for a formal agreement. She imagines her original partner, Doan, swearing to act as her boyfriend so she can win the battle of the forever alones. In return, she'd act as his lover for his parents, with clear rules, no telling anyone, and absolutely no physical contact. The third and most important clause. They must be convincing enough for her to secure her victory, and after the war is won, the contract would end, and they would simply go their separate ways. Snapping back to the present, she's actually drafted the contract, penning her name with serious intent. She proudly presents the document to Daesung, sliding it over with a pen, asking for his official signature. But instead of signing, he just stares at it, and her confidence shatters as he begins to hesitate. Juram grows anxious, asking him what's wrong as he silently reviews the terms. His focus narrows in on one very specific, very troublesome clause. He finally looks up, asking her to define what exactly excessive physical contact means. She's momentarily stunned, explaining they need some level of skinship to seem real. Having never dated, her mind defaults to drama cliches like an arm around the shoulder. Or perhaps, she muses, a hand resting gently on the waist. And then her imagination completely derails, jumping straight to a passionate kiss. Her fantasy escalates as she imagines him laying her down on the couch. Then, of course, comes the obligatory shirt lift, revealing a set of perfect abs. All of this, her mind helpfully supplies, would end in another fiery, romantic kiss. Snapping back to reality, Juram blurts out the most important rule of all. Absolutely no sex. Daesung, completely unfazed, simply writes it into the contract, agreeing it's best to be clear. With that final, crucial detail sorted, he closes the declaration, sealing their deal. He then suggests that since it's day one, they should go have a meal to celebrate. And so, their peculiar contract relationship officially begins, as evening settles over the city. Sitting beside him in the car, the full weight of their arrangement finally starts to sink in for Juram. This man, a famous writer, is now technically her very first boyfriend, even if it's all just an act. Her mind begins to race, imagining all the things they'll be doing together from now on. They could go on actual dates, maybe even visit an amusement park like a real couple. Or perhaps they'd spend a quiet, cultured afternoon together, looking at art in a museum. Her imagination even cooks up a cute workshop date, the two of them getting close while crafting something together. Suddenly, Ko Daesung's voice cuts through her reverie, casually asking what kind of food she'd like to eat. He smirks, wondering why she jumped, and Juram frantically denies she was imagining going on dates with him. As their car cruises down the evening streets, her flustered denial just hangs awkwardly in the air. Trying to recover, she cheerfully asks where they're going, assuming he knows a good restaurant. But he calmly informs her they aren't going to a restaurant, they're going to his place. The car screeches to a halt, and Juram's mind screeches to a halt right along with it. They've pulled up to a fancy high-rise apartment complex, and she is absolutely losing her mind. But as the front door swings open, she's greeted not by what she feared, but by three adorable, fluffy dogs. Ko Daesung's serious expression melts as he kneels down to greet his pomoberos, completely catching her off guard. Ko Daesung turns back, noticing she hasn't moved from the doorway. He casually asks what she's doing, telling her to just come in already. Peeking from behind the door, Juram is still flustered, wondering if it's really okay. But he just smirks, reminding her they're going to live together anyway, so why not look around? Even one of the little fluffballs is getting impatient, pawing at her shoe, begging her to play. Her heart pounds. This is her first time in a guy's house, but she tries to calm herself down. Steeling her nerves, she finally slips off her shoes and steps inside. But the moment she looks up, her jaw practically hits the floor. The apartment is absolutely stunning, way more luxurious than she ever imagined. She's left completely speechless, clutching a pomodoro, shocked by how massive his place is. As she's trying to process it all, Do-won is already in the kitchen, asking if she has any allergies. Juram quickly stammers that she's fine and offers to help, but he coolly waves her off. It's his girlfriend's first visit, he explains, so of course he's going to be the one to cook. The word girlfriend echoes in her mind. Her boyfriend is making her a meal. She can't help but stare at his back, thinking he's the absolute coolest. He glances over, catching her, and teases her about falling for him, which she frantically denies. And in what feels like no time at all, a magnificent home-cooked meal is spread across the table. Juram looks at the incredible spread, hands clasped together, completely overwhelmed with emotion. She timidly asks if she can take a picture to remember this moment, and he warmly agrees. Beaming with pure joy, she snaps a photo, treasuring the first meal ever made for her by a boyfriend. As they settle in to eat, Do-won watches her with a thoughtful expression. But soon, Juram is bursting into laughter over something on her phone, and he has to ask what's so funny. He smirks, teasingly pointing out that for her, everything with him seems to be a first. Suddenly feeling a little competitive, she asks him just how much dating experience he has. He smoothly turns the tables, asking if she'd prefer an experienced man or a novice like herself. Jurim is caught completely off guard, rendered speechless by his clever question. Doan leans back with a confident smile, arms crossed, clearly enjoying her flustered reaction. A deep blush spreads across her face as she realizes she's been completely outplayed. Her mind races, secretly hoping there weren't many others before her. Seeing her internal struggle, he changes the topic, asking what she wants to do now that she has a boyfriend. Dawan calmly sips his drink, telling her to say whatever's on her mind. She's a bit surprised he's just handing the reins over to her like that. After a moment of thought, she gathers her courage, and with a determined look, she states exactly what she wants. A kiss. His eyes widen slightly, just for a second, caught off guard by her directness. A small, thoughtful smile plays on his lips as he processes her request. He sets his mug down with a soft click, making his decision. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he agrees, telling her, "All right, let's do it." Jurim's brain short-circuits, flustered as she asks him, "Do what?" He leans in slightly, spelling it out for her with a cool gaze. "Kiss." Completely flustered, she asks if he means right now, but he calmly suggests they wait until after dinner. She tries to brush it off as a joke, but he looks her dead in the eye, reminding her that she was the one who asked. Her composure completely shatters as she frantically explains she was just answering a question, not making a request. Doan just smirks, acting as if he misunderstood, and casually asks if she wants to call the whole thing off then. Her mind splits in two, a tiny angel and devil fighting over this sudden, terrifying opportunity. Her inner voices scream at her not to be an idiot and waste her chance for a first kiss with a handsome guy. They remind her how desperately she's wanted to know what kissing is actually like. And they're right. At 31 years old, Jurim has never even dated, and her curiosity has reached a fever pitch. She's imagined it so many times, that perfect, breathtaking moment. A fantasy so pure it feels like a heavenly choir is singing, with bells ringing in celebration. It's a fantasy she's held onto for years, ever since reading about the magical bells you're supposed to hear. She'd always blush just thinking about it, wondering what that incredible feeling could possibly be like. But her real-world sources were less than enchanting. Her friend Sion recalled her own first kiss felt like nothing special. A mortified Jurim immediately demanded to know everything, desperate for details about the lack of bells. Sion just shrugged it off, casually mentioning it wasn't magical at all, just kind of slippery. Slippery? That single, unromantic word completely short-circuited Jurim's brain. And for years, that burning question has lingered: what on earth is the real truth? Tonight, with her inner angel and devil finally in agreement, she decides she's going to find out. Some time passes, and the delicious dinner he prepared for her comes to an end. Dawan stands and asks if she enjoyed the meal, oblivious to the monumental decision she's just made. She gushes that it was one of the top 3 meals she's had all year, but he just smiles, telling her to relax while he cleans up. Left all alone on the couch, Jurim's mind begins to spin. Her heart hammers in her chest. Is it time? Is this when the kiss she obsessed over all dinner is finally going to happen? But then, a sudden, mortifying realization hits her. She stands up and awkwardly announces she's running to the convenience store, much to Dawan's confusion. With a beet-red face, she blurts out the real reason. If they're going to kiss, she needs to brush her teeth first. He just smirks, offering her a spare toothbrush and casually asking if she was thinking about this the whole time. While brushing, she can't believe he's actually teasing her right now. Why is he so relaxed? Is he trying to show off how experienced he is? He claimed Head only dated once before, but she's convinced he must be an absolute expert. Her mind wanders. She can't help but wonder what his ex-girlfriend was like. Meanwhile, Dawan's phone buzzes with an incoming international call. He glances at the screen, his expression unreadable for just a moment. Then, a quiet, almost dismissive sigh escapes his lips. He rejects the call without a shred of hesitation. What is taking Jurim so long? He muses. Don't tell me she's asking an AI for advice. And, has not far off she's in the bathroom, frantically searching how to kiss. She studies the instructions like a textbook. Set the mood, make eye contact, part the lips. Finally, armed with her new knowledge, she emerges and calls out to him. She sits down stiffly beside him on the couch, perfectly still, waiting for the test to begin. With a deep breath and a blush, she declares that she's ready. Doan just gives her a knowing smirk, asking if she got her tips from an AI. Her face instantly turns beet red. He saw right through her. He can't help but chuckle, genuinely curious about what the instructions were. Jurim stammers, trying to deny it, but her flustered expression says it all. She's panicking internally. The mood is ruined, and she's already failed step 1. But then, instead of laughing more, Doan smoothly closes the distance between them. She looks up, completely caught off guard by his sudden move. He gazes down at her with a soft smile and tells her to take the lead. Hez putting the ball in her court, trusting that she knows what's best. Her heart is absolutely pounding, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. She takes a shaky breath, trying to remember what she's supposed to do. Okay, she can do this. She just needs to follow the plan. The first instruction from her guide flashes in her mind. Make eye contact. Dawon's gaze is already on her, steady and incredibly warm. She meets his eyes, her own filled with a mix of panic and determination. Next, her hand finds its way to his leg, a small, trembling gesture. The final step, a quick peck, just 2 or 3 seconds long. A soft, knowing smile plays on Dawon's lips as he watches her. He closes his eyes, completely surrendering to whatever she decides to do next. She closes the last inch of space, her cheeks burning with anticipation. The instructions flash in her mind. Upper lip first, slowly and gently, and then a soft, hesitant touch as their lips finally meet. A jolt runs through her, her hand instinctively clenching the fabric of his pants. That quick 2-second peck she had planned? Yeah, that's completely out the window. Her other hand moves on its own, tangling in his hair and pulling him closer still. The plan, what was the next step? Her mind goes completely blank, but Dawon doesn't resist. He simply yields, letting her take full control. She's lost in the moment, all thoughts fading into the warmth of the kiss. This is strange, their lips have only just touched, but she feels like she's going to melt. He responds in kind, his hand gently cradling her face as the kiss deepens. Her mind is a whirlwind, but one thought cuts through the noise. His lips, they're so unbelievably soft. A desperate part of her wishes this moment could just last forever. The world blurs, and somehow they're on the couch, with her pulled into his lap. But after a long, breathless moment, he gently begins to pull away. The kiss finally breaks, leaving a lingering warmth between them. His hand moves to her shoulder, steadying her as she looks completely dazed. He leans in with a soft, teasing smile, murmuring that she was about to eat him alive. Jurem can only stare back, her face flushed crimson, utterly speechless. Dawon looks down at her, a knowing and gentle smile playing on his lips. He keeps his hand on her shoulder, maintaining a small, steadying distance between them. Jurem is completely frozen, her mind a total blank after that whirlwind of a kiss. Then the embarrassment crashes down, her face burning as she covers her mouth in shock. A little while later, the atmosphere in the apartment has shifted quite a bit. Dawon has casually retrieved a mug, looking completely unfazed by what just transpired. He sits on the far end of the couch, asking why she's so shy when they were both part of it. He then playfully asks if she plans on hiding behind that pillow for the rest of the night. But she's suddenly distracted, calling out for her dog Chorong, who comes bounding over. Dawon just smirks, asking her with a teasing glint in his eye if it was worth it to get the kiss she wanted. Jurem quietly admits that despite the kiss, she didn't hear any bells. She clarifies, explaining the classic trope from dramas, where bells are supposed to ring during a magical moment. The idea finally clicks for Dawon, a little bell dinging in his own head. And then, the sound of roaring laughter echoes through the apartment. He absolutely loses it, asking how she can be so funny, while she insists she was being completely serious. His amusement suddenly fades, replaced by a sharp, calculating glint in his eyes. He leans in with mock concern, apologizing that the kiss must not have been that great if she didn't hear anything. Jurem panics, immediately shouting that no, it was amazing, it was really, really great. She gets so flustered trying to explain that it felt like she was inside a bell, which she knows sounds weird. Dawon just smirks, completely satisfied with her answer, glad she enjoyed it so much. Now that her own feelings are out in the open, Jurem's face is a brilliant shade of red. She grips her mug tightly, trying to find the words to address him. Finally, she turns to Dawon and asks a simple question. How was it for him? Her heart pounds in her chest as she waits for his honest answer. Dawon seems a little surprised, as if he hadn't considered his own feelings on the matter. But before he can even think of a reply, his phone suddenly starts ringing, shattering the mood. Jurem watches, her important question left hanging in the tense silence. He glances at the screen, an international call, and immediately moves to decline it. She tells him he should probably get it, but he dismisses it as spam, trying to get back to their chat. But the moment is lost, and a flustered Jurem quickly decides it's getting late and she should go. Dawon stands, insisting Hell take her home, but a flustered Jurem tells him she's fine on her own. But he just gives her a disarming smile, saying he's simply worried about his girlfriend. And so, they head out together into the cool night air. It turns out he's not just walking her home, but walking his dogs too, and Jurem is absolutely delighted. She can hardly believe it, a handsome boyfriend and 3 cute dogs, a combination she thinks is just insane. But as they continue their walk, her happy daze is suddenly broken. She spots another couple nearby, strolling happily hand in hand, and then she realizes the entire street is crawling with them, wondering if everyone else has been in love all this time. Dawon notices her sudden pause and asks what's wrong, and she just murmurs about all the couples. He just listens, a soft, knowing smile playing on his lips. Seeing her lost in thought, Dowan smoothly asks if he can hold her hand. Jurem completely short-circuits, telling him to wait just a second. She nervously admits that her hands tend to get really sweaty. She quickly tries to wipe her palm on her skirt, worried it'll feel clammy. But Dowan doesn't hesitate for a moment, and gently takes her hand in his. Jurem's eyes widen, completely stunned by his straightforward move. And just like that, they're walking side by side, their hands finally linked. He glances over with a smirk, asking why a little sweat would even matter. Then, he tightens his grip, lacing his fingers confidently through hers. Jurem is left a blushing, speechless mess, her heart absolutely racing. She can feel her heart hammering against her ribs, the sensation totally overwhelming. It felt like her stomach just dropped, and Dowan seizes the moment to ask if her friends know she has a boyfriend now. Oh, they're about to find out. She snaps a quick selfie and fires it off to them, proclaiming the 500 million is hers. Elsewhere, her friend Kang Seon sees the notification and nearly drops her phone in shock. She complains to her companion, Ko Daesung, that she's so jealous Jurem found someone handsome, but her coworkers overhear and immediately pounce, asking why she's acting single when they heard she had a boyfriend. Seon freezes as they reveal teacher Kim saw her out with a guy who looked really young. The details get more specific. He looked like a college student, and she's running out of ways to deny it. They lean in, asking her directly if it's true, and her hand clenches under the pressure. Cornered, she glances back at Ko Daesung and blurts out a desperate lie. He's just her cousin. Ko Daesung quickly jumps in, explaining the student just needed advice for an exam and he'd asked Seon to help. But just as the coworkers relax, teacher Kim, the man who saw her, arrives asking what all the fuss is about. Another coworker immediately runs interference, telling him he misunderstood the guy was Ko Daesung's cousin. Seon smoothly adds that he's also a junior from her university, trying to make the lie sound more plausible. And it works. Teacher Kim apologizes for his mistake, and the immediate danger seems to pass. Seon lets out a silent, shaky breath, wiping away a bead of sweat. That was far too close. Teacher Kim, however, lowers his gaze, a thoughtful and slightly unconvinced look on his face. The scene transitions to that evening, under the soft glow of streetlights in a quiet neighborhood. Jurem is being walked home by Doan, the handsome writer, accompanied by his two adorable Pomeranians. She kneels down, bidding a fond farewell to the little dogs she calls the Pomeberos, her heart fluttering. As Doan is about to leave, Jurem works up the nerve to say something, her face glowing red. She calls out to him, getting the writer's attention one last time. Taking a leap of faith, she shyly asks if he'd be willing to do that again sometime. Doan turns back, his expression unreadable for a tense, silent moment. But then, a subtle, knowing smirk begins to form on his lips. He plays dumb, asking what on earth she's talking about, clearly enjoying her flustered state. Instantly mortified, Jurem waves it off as nothing and scrambles inside her home. The second the door slides shut, she leans against it, her composure crumbling. She sinks to the floor, completely overwhelmed by a tidal wave of cringe. Her heart hammers against her ribs as she silently screams, wondering what she was thinking. But as the embarrassment fades, a warm, simple truth settles in her heart. She really likes him. Lost in her thoughts, she can only wonder what he's feeling in this moment. Meanwhile, Dowan walks down the quiet street, his phone suddenly buzzing to life. An international call flashes across his screen, a call he instantly rejects without a second thought. But the sender is persistent, and his screen lights up again with two new messages. Someone knows his real name, Junwoo, and taunts him about his new girlfriend, remarking how different she is from them. Elsewhere, Jurem and her friends have gathered at a restaurant for a serious talk. Kim Chae-yul sits with her arms crossed, breaking the silence by asking who's going to speak first. In perfect unison, both Jurem and Seon point right back at her, insisting she's the one with news. It turns out this intervention is for Chae-yul, whose recent relationship ended after a long 2 weeks. Chae-yul reveals the reason for the breakup by showing them a picture on her phone, leaving her friends wide-eyed in shock. The image is of a black lacy bra, a gift from her now ex-boyfriend. Seon and Jurem's disgust is immediate. They can't believe someone would be so insane. Chae-yul explains the creepiest part. He claimed he was wearing a matching one. Thankfully, she just threw it away. Seon then asks what Daesung thought, since the psycho was his friend, and Chae-yul relays his apology. He had no idea. In fact, Daesung was apparently so furious he was ready to confront the guy, but Chae-yul told him not to bother. Jurem is baffled, thinking a guy like that absolutely needs to be taught a lesson, when Seon's attention is suddenly drawn elsewhere. Her eyes lock onto a man sitting alone in the corner. Could that be Hyunbin? The man in the varsity jacket smiles to himself, looking completely unaware of their table. Sion breathes a sigh of relief, realizing it's not him after all, and takes a drink to calm her nerves. But as the conversation dies down, Sion's mind drifts, feeling a wave of self-consciousness. A memory of a younger man flashes in her mind, the clear source of her quiet turmoil. Juram, ever observant, finally turns the tables, asking Sion what happened with her own situation. Sion forces a smile and takes a shot, claiming it's over, and she just can't see him as a man. Her friends aren't buying it for a second. They're silent, knowing stares speaking volumes. Cha-Yul calls her out immediately, telling her she's a terrible liar and the truth is written all over her face. And just like that, the facade crumbles, and Sion breaks down into tears. She collapses onto the table, completely overwhelmed and asking her friends what she's supposed to do. Cha-Yul gently probes, wondering if her hesitation is because he was a student. Juram quickly tries to rationalize it for her, insisting he was only a student teacher and a 6-year age gap is nothing to worry about. But even so, Sion wipes away a tear, her heart still heavy with doubt. Cha-Yul cuts right to the chase, asking if she truly wants to stop seeing him. With a pained expression, Sion gives a slow, reluctant nod. Seeing this, Juram decides tough love is the answer, and pours her a strong drink. She declares that if Sion's not going to see him, then she needs to just forget him completely. The solution is simple. Drink up and move on. But as Sion stares into the glass, all she sees is his smiling face reflected back at her. A flicker of resolve crosses her face. She's made a decision. She downs the entire glass in one go, earning a loud cheer from Juram to find a new man. The empty cup hits the table with a thud, a silent punctuation to her choice. And just like that, the tables have completely turned. Sion declares her old flame forgotten as she and Cha-Yul hype up Juram. With all eyes now on her, a blushing Juram is put on the spot, her friends demanding to hear all about this new boyfriend. They shout for her to spill the beans, playfully guessing her past relationships were just failed flings. The interrogation begins, but as her friends press for details, Juram panics, realizing she absolutely has to hide the contract. So Sion, ever the helpful friend, starts feeding her the pre-planned cover story about meeting the writer An Junwoo. Then, they both lean in with wide, expectant eyes, asking the million-dollar question, did they have their first kiss? Juram puffs out her chest with a newfound confidence, thinking to herself that the 500 million is as good as hers. Sion, however, gets a little too excited and announces to the entire restaurant that her friend's 3-2-year single streak is over. She then leans in close, whispering conspiratorially, to ask for the more intimate details of the kiss. Because in her expert opinion, if there was no tongue, it wasn't a real kiss, it was just a peck. Juram's energy completely drains away, the thrill of her lie wearing thin. Sion keeps digging, wondering if the writer knew it was her first kiss and was just being considerate. Finally, the night comes to a close, and it's time for everyone to head home. With waves and promises to hang out again, her friends depart for their morning duties. But as they leave, Juram yells a final, desperate reminder about their bet. The city lights blur as she begins her lonely walk home. She moves through the crowd, a single glowing figure lost among the faceless masses. And just like that, the high of being with her friends vanishes, replaced by a familiar gloom. The thought of going back to her suffocating apartment fills her with dread, and she wonders if winning the bet will fix anything at all. Feeling empty, she finds herself standing in front of a brightly lit convenience store. She decides to grab a beer to take the edge off. Just one can, she tells herself, to chase away the gloom before heading inside. But then, her eyes drift over to the snack aisle, looking for something to go with it. That's when a particular brand of jelly candy catches her eye, Kisses. A moment later, her plan for one beer has somehow turned into 3, plus the candy. Sitting alone at a plastic table outside, she holds one of the small, sugary jellies. A blush creeps onto her face as she wonders, is this what a real kiss feels like? Her heart flutters with an absurd nervousness as she slowly brings the candy to her lips. She closes her mouth around it, a soft, sugary practice for the real thing. It's sweet, she thinks to herself, and surprisingly plump. She decides the texture is kinda similar to a tongue, and briefly wonders if she should experiment a little more. Her mind gets completely carried away, lost in the sweet, imaginary sensation. A real kiss with him would be on another level entirely. Just their lips brushing was a trip to heaven. The thought sends her into a full-blown panic, blushing as she internally screams, "Am I a pervert?" But the embarrassment quickly fades, replaced by a quiet longing she really misses the writer. She checks her phone, but he hasn't contacted her. It's late, she reasons, and they aren't close enough for her to just call him out of the blue. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through her thoughts, asking why she isn't calling him. Juram freezes, her eyes widening in disbelief as she slowly turns around. And there he is. Doan, looking effortlessly cool, holding one fluffy dog while two others wait at his feet. He asks why she's sitting alone, casually placing a hand on the empty chair as he explains this is just his usual walking route. He gets straight to the point, asking if a kiss doesn't make them close enough to at least contact each other. Jurum flushes, stammering that it's because of their contract relationship. With her hands clasped nervously in her lap, she admits she was afraid he wouldn't want her to call. But Dowan just cuts through her anxiety, reminding her of the clause where they agreed to act as real lovers and telling her to just contact him whenever she feels like it. Completely taken aback by his directness, she can only manage a soft, flustered okay. Gathering her courage, she asks if he'd like a beer too, and he easily agrees, wondering what she was eating. He picks up the snack, raising an eyebrow at the name, Kiss Jelly. And Jurum's mind short-circuits in pure panic. Dowan just stares at her, his expression unreadable as she internally screams about him, thinking she's desperate. She quickly tries to explain that it's not because she wants to kiss, making it sound even more suspicious. But a slow, knowing smile spreads across his face. He's clearly enjoying watching her squirm. Her mind goes into overdrive, imagining his finger gently brushing against her lips. A single, teasing touch that sends her spiraling into a flustered fantasy. He leans in close, his voice a low murmur, telling her to open her mouth. Later that night, the friends finally wrap up their evening and head out onto the street. But as Kang Seon walks home, she suddenly freezes, her face flushing with disbelief. Standing right in front of her is a man from her past, a cigarette held loosely in his hand. Before either can speak, a woman's hand snakes around his arm, calling out his name, Hyunbin. The new girl glares at Seon, demanding to know if her boyfriend knows this stranger. Their cheerful goodbyes echo from only moments before, a stark contrast to the sudden tension. As Jurum and Chayul head home, they're completely unaware of the drama their friend just stumbled into. Jurum's parting shout still rings in her ears: if she doesn't get a boyfriend by next week, she loses. The city lights feel cold as Kang Seon walks home, completely alone with her thoughts. She can't believe Jurum already has a boyfriend and didn't even say a word. Now with the deadline looming, a sense of quiet desperation begins to set in. Her gaze drifts across the street, landing on a tall stranger with a familiar profile. Her blood runs cold, as a name she tried to forget surfaces in her mind. Hyunbin. The man turns his head, his features becoming clearer under the neon glow. He continues on his way, completely oblivious to her internal panic. Seon quickly looks away, a wave of relief washing over her. It wasn't him, but her hand clenches reflexively, the brief scare leaving her more shaken than she'd like to admit. She's left flushed and rattled, questioning if she's drunk or just losing it. Her desperate eyes scan the street, seeing potential dates in every direction. From guys passed out on barrels to random strangers walking by. Just then, a man approaches with a smooth smile, asking if she's by herself. Her brain immediately shuts down the advance. She is so not in the mood for this. That's it. She's not in her right mind. It's time to just go home. But as she turns to leave, a familiar word cuts through the night air. A voice calls out behind her, asking simply, "Teacher?" She freezes, the unexpected title making her whip her head around. Her eyes widen in surprise, a blush creeping up her neck. Standing before her is a young man with a familiar face, looking just as stunned. A deep blush creeps up her neck. She was completely unprepared for this reunion. The two of them just stand there, caught in a moment of awkward silence on the street. He can barely believe it, stammering as he asks if it's really his teacher. Just as she breathes out his name, Hyunbin, another girl suddenly appears, latching onto his arm and demanding to know who Seon is. Seon's mind goes completely blank at the sight of them together. Without another thought, she spins on her heel, turning to leave. Her footsteps are quick, a hasty retreat from the crushing awkwardness. She tells herself she wanted him to be with someone else. So what is this feeling now? She tries to convince herself, repeating that she shouldn't be jealous. But before she can take another step, a hand suddenly grabs her by the wrist. Seon is stopped dead in her tracks, looking back in total surprise. It's her coworker, Teacher Kim, calling out her name with a concerned look. She just closes her eyes, completely baffled by this new, awkward twist. Suddenly, a shout echoes down the street, escalating the situation even further. Another hand latches on, this time grabbing Teacher Kim's arm forcefully. He glances over his shoulder, stunned by the sudden interruption. It's Hyunbin, his face red with anger, demanding to know who this man is. And now the three of them are stuck in a bizarre, tangled chain of misunderstanding. Seon is just frozen, a deer in the headlights caught between these two men. Hyunbin's voice is low and dangerous as he orders the man to take his hands off her. Teacher Kim finally recognizes the furious young man. It's him. With a painful squeeze, Hyunbin makes his point, and Teacher Kim yelps that he gets it. Hyunbin quickly apologizes, explaining he mistook him for a pervert. But Seon turns to her coworker, asking why he grabbed her so suddenly. Teacher Kim just scratches his head, claiming he was drinking nearby and just wanted to say hello. Sion's eyes narrow slightly. She isn't buying his flimsy excuse for 1 second. Beside her, Hyunbin is radiating pure possessive energy, and Sion silently pleads for him to get his face under control. But her coworker presses on, asking if she's done drinking with friends, and Sion freezes. How could he possibly know that? The answer is simple and unnerving. He saw her Instagram story, a detail that makes Hyunbin's expression darken even further. Sion tries to politely end the conversation, telling her coworker she'll just see him tomorrow. But Teacher Kim presses on, insisting he'll walk her home, an offer she quickly tries to refuse. He then points at Hyunbin, claiming he's just worried about this jerk chasing after her when they're already over. Sion forces a laugh, asking what he could possibly be talking about, trying to diffuse the sheer absurdity, but her smile fades as she processes his words. Over? With who? Her expression hardens, and she asks him a simple question. Does he even know Hyunbin? Teacher Kim is caught completely off guard, sweating bullets as he realizes his blunder. He stammers out a denial, claiming it was just an obvious guess before making a panicked excuse to leave. And with a whoosh, the creepy colleague is gone, leaving a heavy silence between Sion and Hyunbin. Hyunbin then turns to her, his voice low, offering to walk her home himself. Sion politely brushes off his concern, telling Hyunbin he should head back to his friends. But he hesitates, admitting he's still worried after that whole incident with Teacher Kim. He just watches her, a silent guardian who refuses to leave her side. With a sigh, she turns and begins walking away down the street alone. A faint blush dusts Hyunbin's cheeks as he watches her go, a flicker of emotion on his stoic face. But then she stops, and with a sudden burst of resolve, calls out to him for their third date. She reminds him of his promise, her gaze intense. She wants to do it right now. The quiet street seems to hold its breath for a moment after her bold declaration, and so they walk together, the previous tension replaced by a comfortable silence. Hyunbin then clarifies that the girl from before was just a classmate, and Sion quietly takes it in. Hyunbin glances over, a subtle weight still lingering in his expression. Sion keeps her eyes forward, mulling over his explanation about the other girl. He seems to be choosing his next words carefully, but the moment passes. Soon enough, they arrive in front of her apartment building. He wishes her a safe trip home, and she thanks him, a polite end to their evening. As Hyunbin turns and walks away, his footsteps echo softly on the pavement. He disappears into the night, leaving Sion alone with her thoughts. She steps into the elevator, the doors closing her off from the world. Suddenly, her friend Jurum's judgmental words from the past come rushing back. The memory of Hyunbin with that classmate resurfaces, planting a fresh seed of doubt. But as she gazes out her window, she realizes he never actually left. He offers a small, hesitant wave, unable to walk away just yet. A storm of doubt and hope swirls within Sion. She stands frozen for a beat, her mind racing. Then, making a decision, she spins on her heel and heads right back downstairs. Hyunbin looks up, completely surprised to see her walking back towards him. Stealing her nerves, she finally asks the question that's been haunting her. Was that girl really just a friend? His answer is immediate. He reassures her and even offers to cut ties if she wants. But then he changes the subject, telling her to stop calling him teacher. The sudden intimacy of his request leaves him blushing, caught off guard by his own feelings. His mind races with panic, thinking he's just ruined everything by asking her to drop his title. But before his despair can take root, her hand gently cups his face, a single tear escaping his eye. She rises up on her toes, closing the gap between them with sudden, undeniable intent. And then she pulls him in, wrapping her arms around him in the middle of the street. He's frozen in shock as she plants a soft kiss on his cheek. Before he can even process it, she moves in and captures his lips with hers. They break apart, both blushing, the air thick with the unspoken confession. She looks him in the eye and tells him that from now on, he's to call her by her name. The reality of the moment crashes over him, and he begins to tremble, completely overwhelmed. He covers his bright red face, a flustered mess, unable to handle the sudden happiness. An awkward silence hangs in the air, both of them frozen in place. Sion waits patiently, her cheeks still flushed from the kiss. Hyunbin, completely flustered, can barely manage to stammer out her name. Her gaze is steady, waiting for him to finally catch up to the moment. He's trying to calm his racing heart, still unable to believe this is real. Taking a shaky breath, he knows he has to say something, anything, and then the words tumble out, a simple, honest confession. He likes her. A radiant smile breaks across Sion's face as she softly tells him she feels the same way. She makes it perfectly clear, looking right at him and saying his name. Overwhelmed with joy, Hyunbin throws his arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Tucked into his embrace, Sion whispers that she really, really likes him too. She closes her eyes, promising to be good to him and thanking him for this moment. Our boy is holding on for dear life, not ready to let this feeling go. But Sion has to gently interrupt, laughing that she can't quite breathe. He practically jumps back, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Mortified, he stammers out an apology for getting so carried away. Then, in a fit of pure awkwardness, he blurts out that he'll be her loyal dog. But before she can even process that, his phone buzzes, a call from Elise Solby. He quickly dismisses it, telling Sion he just sent a message instead. She smiles, gently reminding him that he left his other friend waiting all this time. Flustered, Hyunbin quickly brushes it off, insisting he doesn't have to go back to his friends. But Sion brings things back to reality. She's an office worker with a job to get to tomorrow. He immediately deflates like a sad puppy, apologizing for keeping her out so late. Then, mustering one last bit of courage, he asks if he can hug her before she goes. A faint blush dusts her cheeks as she gives a small, accepting nod. His eyes narrow with a tender resolve, ready to make this moment count. Without another word, he pulls her into a warm, all-encompassing hug. He holds her tight, wishing her a safe trip home, clinging on until she gently laughs. She points out that he has to actually let go for her to leave, and he reluctantly pulls back. A somber, longing expression settles on his face as the night finally comes to an end. As her cheeks flush, a daring thought suddenly crosses Kang Sion's mind. She turns back to Hyunbin, her voice steady, as she asks if he wants to sleep over. A short while later, he's inside her apartment, sitting awkwardly on the floor by her bed. His own face is bright red, as he tries to convince himself this isn't all just a dream. While he's lost in thought, Sion hops into a much-needed shower. She scolds herself under the hot water, thinking she must be crazy for bringing him home. But as she reaches for the handle, her brief moment of doubt vanishes. While drying her hair, she admits to herself that she feels like she can't be without him. With her in bed and him on the floor, she asks if he's sure he won't come up, but he politely refuses. Sion suddenly sits upright, a new look of determination on her face. She quietly gets out of bed and finds him already fast asleep on the floor. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she gazes down at him with a newfound resolve. Leaning over, she playfully asks if he's already disobeying his master, after promising to be her dog. That jolts Hyunbin awake, and he immediately stammers that he's coming up. Now lying side by side, he awkwardly asks if she's cramped, but she says she's perfectly happy. As if to prove her point, she gently places her hand over his. After a moment of silence, she turns to him, a serious question in her eyes. She confesses that back in school, she used to switch classes with her brother just to be in his. The sudden revelation leaves Hyunbin utterly speechless, unable to process what he just heard. Her words trigger a memory from his past life as Doan, standing before a teacher as a top student. In his memories, a teacher gushed over his twin brother Doan, the perfect student who held the Hashon spot for 2 years. But that praise was just a setup to berate Hyunbin, demanding he be at least half the man his brother was. Hyunbin could only stand there silently, taking the verbal abuse about how he was nothing but a troublemaker. The teacher just couldn't understand how two boys, who looked exactly the same, could act so differently. And then the memory shifts to a very specific day in his high school classroom, 2 to 4. A beautiful student teacher walks in, introducing herself as Kang Sion, instantly charming every boy in the room. Well, almost every boy. A friend shakes a sleeping Hyunbin, insisting he wake up and witness this goddess. Annoyed at being disturbed, Hyunbin groggily threatens to kill him if he's lying. He slowly lifts his head, only to be met with a gentle smile from Kang Sion herself, asking if he's finally up. In that moment, Hyunbin is completely stunned, a blush creeping across his face as he sees her for the first time. And the memory fades, bringing us back to the present, with Kang Sion lying beside him, surprised he has a twin. She looks at him, her own face flushed, taking in this new piece of his past. But Hyunbin can't even look at her, his own heart pounding as he stares at the ceiling. She asks why he keeps looking away, even joking if she smells bad, but he quickly denies it, flustered. He stammers, struggling to find the right words to explain the turmoil inside him. She waits patiently, her gaze soft and understanding. Finally, he confesses that he feels like he's about to make a mistake, but he can't hold back anymore. He's been looking at her this whole time. He turns to her, their faces just inches apart, the air thick with unspoken feelings. Then, he gently cups her face and closes the distance between them. Their lips meet in a kiss that's been building for ages, soft and full of unspoken emotion. He gently lays her down on the bed, the passion of the moment taking over. But even as she melts into him, a small voice in Sion's mind whispers that she shouldn't. She tries to ignore it, getting lost in the feeling of his touch. She had promised herself she would take things slowly with Hyunbin this time. If she rushed this, It would be no different from her experiences with all the other guys. But just as her doubts begin to cloud her mind, she feels him tense up beside her. His hand clenches his own shirt, a desperate attempt to hold himself back. Hyunbin pulls away, his body trembling with restraint, fighting his own instincts. And seeing him like this, a new thought forms in her mind, but if it's with him, maybe it's okay. With a heavy breath, Hyunbin makes up his mind. He leans in, but not for the kiss she was expecting. Instead, he gently kisses her forehead and softly wishes her a good night. He pulls away, leaving Sion utterly speechless. Lying next to him, her mind races. This isn't how these things usually go. The scene shifts, cutting away to a brightly lit convenience store at night. Here we find Juram, who seems to be having her own tense moment. A man, Ko Daesung, leans in close with a confident smirk, but she stops him with a finger to his lips, thinking that a simple kiss isn't what she wants. But instead of backing down, he simply smirks at her attempt to stop him. He takes her chin, his voice a low whisper telling her to open her mouth. Her heart flutters, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks as she's swept up in the moment. His gaze never wavers as he gives his next bizarre command. Stick out your tongue. Juram is completely floored, her mind racing. What kind of advance is this? Still, flustered and confused, she hesitantly complies with the strange request. He then calmly instructs her to pull on her own tongue with her hand. And just like that, the seductive tension shatters. He was just trying to cure her hiccups. The romantic mood instantly dies, replaced by a dark, murderous aura as she shuts him down completely. He smirks, asking if she was expecting something, and to his surprise, she quietly admits she was. A low chuckle escapes him as he playfully calls his flustered princess a pervert. Another beer can hits the table with a sharp thud, a clear sign her patience has completely run out. Juram's glare is so intense he can't help but point it out, which only makes her blush harder. He's completely unbothered, even commenting that he likes this new look of pure rage. But beneath the anger, she's a mess. Wishing she had her notebook to analyze these new feelings, she lets out a long, defeated sigh, unable to process the emotional whirlwind he's created. Finally giving up, she collapses onto the table, admitting she doesn't understand herself anymore. Because the truth is, that moment, that kiss she imagined, is now stuck on a constant loop in her head. It replays in her mind at the most random times, whether she's scratching her back or just trying to exist. Burying her face in her arms, she murmurs that for a writer like him, it's probably nothing. But she can't help it. She quietly admits that she thinks about it too. Suddenly, Daesung's head drops to the table, his gaze locking onto hers with an unnerving intensity. A smirk plays on his lips as he calls her out, telling her not to lie. He then playfully claims Hez just joking, that Hez thinking about it right now, but Juram is not amused. Fed up, she abruptly stands, declaring she's finished her drink and is heading out. She's done with his games. In her mind, she resolves to finally stop liking him, but as she turns to leave, a hand gently grabs her sleeve, holding her in place. She turns back, flustered, asking him what he could possibly want now. Before she can even process it, Daesung leans in and softly kisses her. Juram's eyes snap wide open, her mind going completely blank in shock. Her hand clenches without thinking, crushing the empty cans she was still holding. The world seems to fade away, leaving only the warmth of the unexpected moment. He pulls back slightly, a knowing, gentle smile playing on his lips. Her heart hammers against her ribs, a deep blush coloring her entire face, and in that instant, her resolve shatters. She knew it, she really does like him. The memory fades as morning light streams into her room, pulling her back to the present. But Juram isn't the only one waking from a dreamlike state. Elsewhere, Kang Seon's eyes flutter open to the morning light. She turns over, finding Daesung sleeping soundly right beside her. As their eyes meet, a faint blush creeps onto her cheeks. A warm, contented smile spreads across her face, soaking in the quiet moment. But soon after, she finds herself alone, with only a simple note left behind. The weekend is over, and it's back to the familiar halls of the school. A senior teacher asks about her weekend, and she smoothly lies about a family trip. Settling at her desk, however, her mind is clearly still lost in her memories. Then, a small green bottle is placed on her desk, a hangover cure? Her eyes widen slightly as she realizes who it must be from. Sure enough, there's Teacher Kim, watching her from a nearby desk. He blushes furiously, awkwardly telling her to take care of herself. She forces a polite smile while internally sighing at how burdensome this is. A moment later, her phone lights up, her expression softening instantly. It's Hyunbin, playfully complaining that she should have woken him up. But as she smiles at the cute message, she doesn't see the eyes watching her. Teacher Kim's gaze lingers from afar as the scene shifts to the art room. A male coworker makes some small talk, asking Sion if she's meeting Hyunbin and wishing them well. The conversation then shifts, as Sion laments that now only their friend Chayul is left single. She adds that, their little bet aside, she genuinely hopes Chayul meets someone good. Her colleague listens quietly, a pensive look on his face as he processes her words. Sion glances at him, a mischievous thought beginning to form in her mind. He seems to notice her staring, snapping out of his thoughts with a questioning look. With a playful smirk, she suggests the perfect good person is right here, and that the two of them should date, which makes him immediately try to leave. But Sion stops him, pressing further. What would he do if Chayul herself asked him out, maybe even for a contract relationship? He freezes, his expression turning serious as he states with absolute certainty that Kim Chayul would never do something like that. And of course, right on cue, a message from Chayul pops up on his phone. She's asking him to go to a speed dating event with her tomorrow, and his confident smirk vanishes. So now he's here, trying his best to make conversation with his first match of the evening. She says her hobby is exercising, and he manages to find some common ground, mentioning futsal. He keeps the small talk going, but a part of him knows he only came because Chayul asked. Unable to help it, his gaze starts to drift away from his own table. It lands directly on Chayul, who's happily chatting with her own partner across the room. She looks completely engaged, flashing a bright, effortless smile. He just stares, his own conversation completely forgotten as he watches her. A sharp bell rings, signaling the end of the round and shattering the moment. The next rotation finally lands him at the one table he's been waiting for, face to face with Kim Chayul. He confirms his name, and his simple, quiet yes is met with a light-hearted laugh. She covers her smile, clearly amused by his reserved demeanor. Then, she cuts right through the small talk, asking if anyone has managed to catch his eye. Daesung flushes, completely caught off guard, and admits he hasn't really decided yet. He deflects, turning the exact same question back to her after a nervous sip of his drink. And her answer throws him for a loop. She coyly admits there might be one person. His expression hardens instantly as his mind starts racing. One person? But before he can ask, the bell rings again, and he's forced to move on, her words stuck in his head. He sits through the next date, and the one after, barely present, just wondering who could she possibly mean. His mind continues to race, replaying every interaction he witnessed. Just then, a familiar voice snaps him out of his spiraling thoughts. He looks up, completely dazed, caught red-handed. Chayul leans in with a knowing smile, asking why he looks so serious now that it's all over. The speed dating event has concluded, and the two of them leave the venue. They find a quieter spot to sit down and talk, away from the crowd. She kicks things off, asking him how many contact cards he managed to collect. He brushes it off, saying they were probably just sympathy votes, but she teases him for being so popular. With a curious hum, she pulls out her own little stack of cards to check her results. But Daesung's gaze grows intense. For him, there was only one person in that room he was interested in. She wonders if he gave her his number, a hint of hope in her thoughts. But as she sifts through the cards, her face falls nothing. He didn't write it down. Daesung, however, lets out a quiet, almost smug little sigh. Chayul catches his expression and playfully asks what's with that look on his face. She turns back to the cards, muttering about who else might be in the stack, when she suddenly freezes. Her sudden confusion makes him raise an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Then, she bursts out laughing, holding up a single card his. She asks why on earth he'd give it to her. He remains perfectly still, as she calls the whole thing completely ridiculous. He just takes a long, slow sip of his drink, his eyes giving nothing away. And with that, the moment hangs in the air as the scene transitions away. Meanwhile, another participant from that night, Park, stares at a folded piece of paper. He realizes with a sigh that Kim Chayul didn't even write her contact info down. With a heavy thud, he collapses back onto his bed, feeling the sting of rejection. He covers his face, the silent rejection from the woman he wanted still in his hand. In a moment of pure frustration, he clenches his fist, crumpling the useless note. But then, a new day dawns, and his phone buzzes with notifications from 3 other women. A spark of confidence returns. He decides he'll just meet up with all of them. Later on the futsal court, however, that confidence has completely vanished into a dark cloud of misery. His teammates yell at him to play as he zones out, remembering how the blind dates were an absolute bust. They try to console him, but he can only look on pitifully, lamenting that all 3 were a total disaster. Meanwhile, Kim Chayul casually mentions how she just rejected a younger guy from her church. At her words, Ko Daesung's entire demeanor instantly deflates. His mood is like a volatile stock portfolio, soaring when she's single, crashing when she's not. The scene shifts to a memory of a fancy dinner, filled with polite laughter. Daesung sits with Chayul's family, an honored guest at their table. Her mother beams, thanking him for introducing Chayul to such a wonderful boyfriend. But before Daesung can even explain, Chaeul cuts in, bluntly stating that they broke up. Her mother is stunned, exasperated that this has happened yet again. She begins to lecture her daughter for being too picky, as Daesung watches on quietly. Just then, her father turns the tables, asking Daesung if he's currently seeing anyone. And just like that, her father drops the bomb, suggesting Daesung and Chaeul should just date each other. The entire family erupts in agreement, practically chanting for the two of them to get together. But Chaeul just stares ahead, completely unfazed by their pleas that she'll never find a man as good as him. They go on, listing his virtues: kind, dependable, a stable job, painting him as the perfect match. The memory of that awkward dinner fades as they drive through the city at night. In the quiet of the car, Chaeul sighs, remarking how her family pulls this stunt at every single gathering. Daesung steers the conversation back to her current crisis. The preliminary round deadline is in 2 days. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Chaeul contemplates her inevitable elimination. Then, turning to him with a sudden, calculated look, she asks if they should just date. Daesung freezes, a blush creeping up his neck as his brain struggles to process what he just heard. Still reeling, Daesung asks what she's talking about, but Chaeul calmly explains her pragmatic logic. She points out that with the bet ending soon, trying to meet a stranger is a huge gamble. Therefore, she concludes, it's just more comfortable for them to date. His hand clenches tight on his leg, but his response is a simple, crushing no. Chaeul falters, assuming he thinks her plan is weird and dishonest. He quickly clarifies that's not his reason at all. Then, looking straight ahead, he drops the bombshell. It's because he genuinely likes her. And that, he explains, is exactly why he has to refuse her offer. Chaeul is left speechless. The car screeches to an abrupt stop, the sound slicing through the tense atmosphere. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the vehicle as they both stare out into the night. She tries to nervously dismiss his confession as a joke, but he cuts her off, dead serious. It's not a joke. Her breath catches in her throat, the world outside the car completely fading away. Daesung looks at her, his gaze steady as he lays his heart bare, telling her he likes her. And not just as a friend, he clarifies, but as a woman, which is why this contract relationship is impossible. He turns away, admitting that if they started dating like that, he would inevitably start expecting more. Chaeul is just stunned. Her carefully constructed plan has just been demolished by a single, honest confession. Overwhelmed, she stammers his name, telling him she needs some time to think before she can respond. Back at her desk, she buries her head in her hands, trying to make sense of the sudden turn of events. The question spins in her mind, a frantic, unbelievable loop. Daesung likes her? Romantically? She recalls her friends telling her she wouldn't find anyone better than him, and how Shed quietly agreed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Dawon, who casually asks Jurim if she happens to be free tonight. Elsewhere, Kang Seon gets ready, reminding Hyunbin that the deadline for their bet is tonight. An hour later, a phone starts buzzing. It's Chaeul, finally making her move. The call goes to Daesung, who pauses while drying his hair to see who it is. He answers, his voice soft as he confirms her name, clearly not expecting her call. We then jump to 11:45 p.m., where Jurim and Dawon are gathered with their friends, waiting. Kang Seon grows anxious, wondering where Chaeul is with midnight just around the corner. The clock strikes 11:59, the final minute ticking away on their little wager. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening cuts through the tense atmosphere. Jurim and Kang Seon look up, their faces a mask of pure shock at who they see. It's Kim Chaeul, arriving at the last possible second to face them all. She stands there with a strange, serene confidence, a faint purple glow surrounding her. Kang Seon and Jurim's minds short-circuit, refusing to believe what they're seeing. The realization hits them like a truck. Don't tell me she came solo. Chaeul calmly pulls up a chair, greeting the guys and introducing herself to the table. Jurim immediately demands to know what's going on, and Chaeul's answer is simple. She doesn't have a boyfriend. And just as the words leave her lips, the clock officially strikes 12. Dawon glances at his watch, a calm finality in his eyes as he confirms that time is up. The verdict comes down hard and fast. Kim Chaeul has been eliminated from the competition, leaving Kang Seon and Gong Jurim as the victors, though they look more stunned than triumphant. Kang Seon can't help but mock her, saying she thought Chaeul would at least fake a relationship with Daesung to win. Chaeul just shrugs, admitting she thought about it but faking it just felt wrong. Her words are like an arrow straight to Jurim's heart, whose conscience is absolutely screaming. She can barely handle the guilt. Is it really okay to pass the preliminaries with a lie? Dawon, meanwhile, is lost in thought. He genuinely likes the writer, but her feelings are a mystery. He subtly reaches out under the table, his finger gently brushing against hers. Leaning in close, he whispers that they just need to make sure they don't get caught. The sudden closeness makes Jurum's heart flutter, though she admits it feels a bit uncomfortable. But their quiet exchange didn't go unnoticed. Kang Seon is staring at them with laser focus. She immediately calls them out, asking why they're whispering, but Jurum frantically denies everything. So they all raise their glasses for a toast, celebrating a victory built on a secret. The party is in full swing, with Kang Seon already playfully calling out Doan for not finishing his drink. But the scene suddenly cuts away to Kim Cha-yul, who quietly downs a shot with a distant look in her eyes. We flash back to her car ride with Ko Dae-sung, where he just dropped a bomb on her with a simple, direct confession. He clarifies he likes her as a woman, not just a friend, which is why he couldn't accept her contract relationship offer. Overwhelmed, he shields his face, admitting that if they'd started something fake, he'd only start wanting something real. The confession hits her hard later that night, her mind spinning with the sudden revelation that Dae-sung likes her. Romantically? A friend's old advice echoes in her memory that a guy as good as Dae-sung is hard to find. She closes her eyes, considering it for the first time maybe they were right. Her thoughts drift to her true passion, her work at the tattoo parlor, and as she focuses on her art, she comes to a quiet conclusion. Maybe dating Ko Dae-sung wouldn't be so bad after all. It's certainly better than getting involved with some weirdo again. And at this point in her life, she has to start thinking about marriage, too. Objectively speaking, Ko Dae-sung is solid husband material. Their personalities mesh perfectly, and being with him has always felt so easy. He's handsome, and even their parents are close with each other. The deadline to find a boyfriend is fast approaching, and she realizes no one has ever made her feel as comfortable as Dae-sung. She decides to stop overthinking it. This is just changing a label from friend to lover. And with that, her mind is made up. Back in her room, she pulls up her phone, her finger hovering over his contact. A spark of determination in her eyes, she makes the call that could change everything. Her resolve hardens. It's time to give this a real try. Without another moment of hesitation, she presses the call button. The phone rings, each tone stretching the silence in the quiet room. She holds her breath, waiting for him to pick up. And he does, his voice on the other end confirming it's Kim Cha-yul. A little flustered, she asks him what he's up to. He casually replies that he just finished a workout and was taking a break. But then, completely out of nowhere, he suggests they should try dating. He even adds that their parents would love it, and that he can't imagine anyone better than her. Cha-yul is left utterly speechless, frozen by his unexpected proposal. The line goes quiet, and she wonders if he hung up or if the call dropped. She calls out his name, trying to get a response. But when he finally speaks, he asks a simple, piercing question. How does she feel? He clarifies, cutting right through her confusion. He doesn't want reasons. He wants to know her feelings for him. Cha-yul is caught completely off guard, stammering, unable to form a single word. The silence that follows is her only, damning answer. And then his voice returns, cold and sharp, telling her he's honestly disappointed. His expression is grim, all traces of his earlier confession gone. He asks how she could do this to him, her entire plan shattering in an instant. Her hand trembles as he tells her to just stop, knowing she's been completely found out. In a last, desperate attempt, she begs him to just pretend his confession never happened. But his only reply is a furious shout of her name before the line goes dead, leaving her stunned. Her friends immediately notice her vacant expression, asking if she's okay. Cha-yul tries to brush it off, stammering that she's fine, but she's clearly shaken. Seon asks where their boyfriends are, and Jurum explains they left to give the girls some space. Still dazed, Cha-yul barely registers the conversation, lost in her own spiraling thoughts. Seon can't ignore it any longer, pointing out that Cha-yul has been spacing out and that she's worried. Cornered and out of options, Cha-yul finally looks up, ready to confess. She drops the bomb. Ko Dae-sung confessed to her, leaving both Seon and Jurum speechless. With her head in her hands, she admits total defeat, asking her friends what on earth she's supposed to do now. She's drowning in regret, wondering why she had to be so harsh with him. But her friends are quick to defend her, saying anyone would have felt betrayed in her shoes. Seon gently asks what Ko Dae-sung said after hearing her out. Cha-yul remembers his only response, a simple and heavy apology. She looks up, defeated, and tells them he just said he was sorry. Jurum cautiously asks about the future. Can they possibly remain just friends after this? Cha-yul has no answer, admitting she honestly doesn't know what to do. She wonders if they can ever go back, realizing she might be okay. But Dae-sung probably won't be. Her friends watch with deep concern as Cha-yul admits she just wishes it was all a lie. The city night hangs heavy, mirroring the uncertain future of their friendship. With the heavy conversation over, her friends see the still somber Cha-yul off for the night. As they walk away, Seon and Jurum can only imagine how conflicted she must be feeling. But the guilt weighs heavily on Jurum, remembering how she instigated the whole bet with Dae-sung. After parting ways, She sits alone in a taxi, stewing in her regret and uncertainty. She pulls out her phone, her thumb hesitating over a contact, saved only as writer. A memory flashes through her mind of him asking why, after a kiss, they couldn't even talk. Stealing her resolve, Jurem finally taps the screen, making the call. The line connects, the ringing sound filling the quiet cab as she waits anxiously. To her surprise, he answers warmly, calling her princess, and she can't help but smile, thinking he was still awake. But her relief evaporates when he calmly informs her that his ex-girlfriend just dropped by. Jurem freezes in the back of the cab, the words echoing in her ears. An ex-girlfriend? At this hour? Her heart sinks as the reality sets in, of course. He's with someone else. Her mind screams in a silent panic as the city lights blur past the window. On the other end of the line, Doan holds his phone, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a woman's voice is right by his ear, overhearing him call Jurem princesses. His ex smirks, finding the pet name cute in the most condescending way possible. She questions if it's really okay to be so honest with his friend. But he just tells her to hurry up and take her painting. Dowan sighs in frustration. He wants her gone, but the painting she came for is still unfinished. He promises to finish it and send it so she never has to come back. But she just smiles, asking if he still likes her. He turns away, telling Jurem on the phone that he only met that other guy briefly, out of simple curiosity. But his ex isn't done, asking with a slight smirk if it isn't time he stopped being angry. Dowan doesn't even bother to reply, moving straight for the front door. He opens it wide, his message clear. He's tired, and she needs to leave. She acts shocked, questioning if he's really kicking her out at this hour. With a cold, sideways glance, he confirms that he is. She breaks into a slow, confident smile, as if she's enjoying this. Fine, she says, finally moving towards the exit, guessing he must be really mad. But as she passes, she reaches out, telling him to call her when he's cooled off. He flinches away from her touch, his patience completely gone, pleading for her to stop. Unfazed, she just tells him to stop playing so hard to get. This little game of hers far from over. And with a final slam of the door, she's gone. Doan is left behind, utterly exhausted by the encounter. The stress of it all washes over him, a wave of pure mental fatigue. But on the other end of the line, Jurem is having a full-blown meltdown in the shower. An ex-girlfriend? She scrambles to make sense of it all, wondering if this is the one ex he told her about. Overwhelmed, she just collapses onto her bed, her mind in a total tailspin. But then a strange thought cuts through the panic. Why was he so honest about it? Her optimistic side hopes it's because he has nothing to hide from her. But her pessimistic side fears he just doesn't care what she thinks since it's a contract. As despair wins out, she curls up, trying to force herself to believe it doesn't matter. But she can't shake the feeling. Something is wrong. It gnaws at her. The thought of him talking to his ex right now. Suddenly, her phone erupts, and the caller ID makes her blood run cold. Writer. Her mind races, jumping to the worst possible conclusion. Is he calling to break it off? She imagines a smug, beautiful woman at his side, announcing they've gotten back together. The contract, the plan, her precious 500 million, one all vanishing in a puff of smoke. With a trembling hand, she forces herself to answer before it's too late. But the words that come through are not what she expects. He wants to sleep over for the night. Her brain completely short-circuits at the absurd request. Before she can think, she's agreeing, telling him to come over, completely forgetting the mess around her. The phone call ends, leaving Jurem frozen in a state of utter disbelief. And then, the horrifying reality of her situation crashes down on her as she surveys her room. It's an absolute disaster zone, clothes and trash strewn everywhere. Another wave of panic hits her. He can't see her with a bare face. Not to mention she's not exactly wearing proper support under her shirt. So begins the frantic scramble, a whirlwind of cleaning until the room is absolutely spotless. With the battlefield prepped, she applies her makeup with military precision. But now she's faced with the final, most impossible task, choosing an outfit. She tries on a slinky top, but immediately reconsiders. Is this too revealing? So she grabs a loose shirt instead, only to realize it just makes her look frumpy. After all that chaos, she finally settles on a princess dress. Well, it's a choice. But before she can regret it, the sharp chime of the doorbell echoes through the apartment. He's here. The moment of truth has arrived, and her heart is pounding in her chest. With a shaky hand, Jurem takes a deep breath and twists the doorknob. And there he is, Doan, standing in her doorway, calm and collected as ever. He apologizes for showing up so unexpectedly, but she quickly waves it off, just happy he's here. He immediately clocks her outfit, playfully asking if she's a princess, and to her utter mortification, tells her it suits her. Flustered beyond belief, she just gestures for him to come in and have a seat. They sit on the edge of her bed, and he asks why she left his place, admitting he came over because he wanted to see her. But she can't focus on his sweet words. One question is screaming in her mind: what happened with his ex? But Dawan smoothly pivots, suggesting they can start stage 2 cohabitation right away. She agrees out loud, but her mind is screaming, demanding to know why he met his ex. Her hands twist in her lap. She's terrified to ask, but she knows she has to. Finally, she blurts out the question that's been tormenting her. Dawan takes in her words, his expression unreadable and calm as ever. He explains it simply. His ex just showed up, so they talked. He tells her not to worry. Jurem is left speechless by his casual dismissal, feeling anything but reassured. He then says it's late and they should get some sleep, waving off her offer for tea. She quickly offers him the bed, insisting she'll be fine sleeping on the floor. But Dawan looks her dead in the eye and suggests a much simpler alternative. They should sleep together. Jurem falls silent, stunned by his bold and unexpected suggestion. And so, they end up in bed together, lying stiffly with a universe of awkward space between them. She's wide awake, her mind replaying every second of their conversation. Tossing and turning, she regrets ever bringing up his ex, feeling even more bothered now. She tries to convince herself she has no right to be jealous, no reason to argue about it. But the more she falls for him, the more she feels like a fool, certain he couldn't care less. A sudden shift behind her sends a jolt through her entire body. Dawan's voice cuts through the silence, softly asking if she's mad at him. Her eyes fly open, completely startled by his closeness and his question. Squeezing them shut, she quickly denies it, her flaming red cheeks giving her away completely. Dawan muses that there's nothing to be mad about, yet he feels a strange sense of satisfaction that she cared. A soft, knowing smile spreads across his face as he lies there beside her. He reaches out, giving her a gentle poke through the blankets. He playfully calls her out, saying her back is practically screaming that she's upset. Jurem's face flushes a deep red, her heart pounding at his teasing. His expression turns more serious as he asks if she dislikes him talking about his ex. His gaze is intense, waiting for her to be honest with him. She burrows deeper, mumbling that he's the one who must hate it, and he admits he'd rather not. But then he turns it around, gently asking what exactly she's so curious to know. Peeking from under the covers, she asks if she can pry, and he gives her a simple, direct yes. Gathering her courage, Jurem admits she's just worried about why he met his ex, especially with their contract. Dawan listens intently before giving her a firm, simple answer. That won't happen, so she doesn't need to worry. He explains the only reason they met was because of a painting, a detail that catches her completely by surprise. It turns out his ex was just a client who commissioned a piece a while back and was checking on its progress. Hearing the mundane, professional reason, all of Jurem's dramatic fears melt away in a blush of relief. He leans in with a gentle smile, asking if she feels a little better now that she knows the truth. After he validates her feelings, they finally agree to put the issue to rest and get some sleep. But just as they settle in, Jurem pipes up with one last, burning question she just has to ask. She timidly asks if his ex is pretty, and the question makes Dawan burst out laughing before flatly saying no. Jurem closes her eyes, her face still warm, convinced that he's got to be lying about that. With her heart finally settled, Jurem drifts off with a small, contented smile. The apartment falls into a comfortable silence as the night wears on. An unspoken peace settles over the room. But while she's lost in dreamland, Dawan lies awake, just watching her. She's sleeping so deeply, a little snot bubble forms, a testament to her exhaustion. A fond smile plays on his lips. He finds her completely unguarded state adorable. Then, she begins to stir, murmuring softly in her sleep. Her hand instinctively reaches out, fumbling until it rests on his warm chest. But her sleepy exploration doesn't stop there, as her fingers trail down to his firm stomach. A sly grin spreads across Dawan's face as he whispers that his princess is quite the pervert. The morning light hits Jurem's face, and her eyes snap open with dawning horror. She lets out a mortified shriek, apologizing for whatever she did in her sleep. But Dawan, already dressed, just smirks, blaming his own fantastic physique for her actions. He smoothly tells her to get ready for the gallery, offering her a ride before leaving the room. Alone, the reality crashes down on her. She didn't just sleep next to the writer. She touched him. She stares at her own hand, the culprit of last night's sleepy exploration. Clenching it into a fist, she congratulates herself on finally growing up. A little while later, they're on the road, the car cutting through the morning traffic. Jurem asks if she kept him from sleeping, and he deadpans that he was too nervous, wondering how far she'd touch. She immediately flushes with embarrassment, apologizing profusely until he grins, admitting he's just joking, but has not done teasing, casually mentioning it's been a while since he slept so comfortably. Jurem thinks he's talking about her place, not realizing where this is heading. She brightly offers her home to him any time, but he cuts in, saying it wasn't the house. With a soft smile, he tells her the reason he slept so well was because she was next to him. The directness short-circuits her brain, and she blurts out that he can use her any time. Dawen's eyes glint with amusement, wondering if she really means any time. Mortified by her own words, she just looks away, weakly agreeing to whatever he wants. Desperate to change the subject, she asks if he wants coffee, and he calmly agrees. With a destination in mind, the car pulls over and she quickly gets out. As she rushes off to the cafe, he leans back, telling her to take her time. He watches her go, a quiet and contemplative look on his face. But as Juram walks in, she's immediately greeted by a strikingly handsome, white-haired man. The cafe owner seems pleasantly surprised to see her pop in. He breaks into a wide, welcoming smile, clearly happy she's there. From the car, Dawen's relaxed posture stiffens as he notices the friendly exchange. A flicker of curiosity crosses his mind. Is that the owner she's so familiar with? Moments later, Juram returns to the car, handing him the coffee he asked for. He accepts it with a polite thank you, his eyes not leaving her. But then he poses a simple question, asking where her own coffee is. She cheerfully explains she has time before work and is going to hang out with the boss for a while. Her words hang in the air for a moment, and Dawen quietly processes the information. He quickly schools his features into a casual smile, playing it completely cool. With a simple goodbye, he tells her to contact him later, and she agrees. Juram strolls back into the cafe, ready for her chat with the boss. But the owner is one step ahead, immediately asking if the man who just left was her boyfriend. She gets flustered, hesitating for a moment, before giving a weak confirmation. Her uncertainty is practically a confession, and the owner presses her, confused by her reaction. Juram quickly composes herself, insisting that yes, he is her boyfriend. That's right. Sensing something is up, the owner leans in conspiratorially, whispering if it's a contract relationship. Instead of answering, she decides to leverage his experience, asking him for some serious dating advice. Taking a steadying sip of her drink, Juram prepares to ask for his wisdom. She leans in and asks him if he's ever had an ex-girlfriend suddenly reappear in his life. The owner's eyes sharpen, immediately guessing the real issue. Her boyfriend's ex came looking for him, didn't she? He crosses his arms, offering a chillingly simple analysis. That can only mean he still has lingering feelings. His words hit Juram like a punch to the gut, her mind suddenly reeling. The thought sticks with her as she leaves the cafe and heads back to work. Lingering feelings, the phrase echoes in her mind, poisoning her thoughts. Doan claimed it was about a painting, but her doubt begins to spiral. If he really disliked his ex, wouldn't he have cut her off completely? Her train of thought is broken by a coworker greeting her. But the friendly chat is cut short when her coworker informs her that a customer is here, asking specifically for Juram. Juram is floored. A customer for her? Who would even know to ask? Her coworker points towards an elegant woman standing before a large painting. The woman turns, a subtle, almost calculated smile playing on her lips. There's an unnerving confidence in her gaze, a look that immediately sets Juram on edge. This unexpected guest has come right to her workplace, bringing the drama to her doorstep. She's right over there, her coworker says, oblivious to the storm brewing. Juram follows her gaze, her mind racing to place the unfamiliar face. Her coworker gestures again, directing her towards the mysterious visitor. Juram's eyes lock onto the woman, poised and waiting as if she owns the entire gallery. She tells her coworker she doesn't know her, but that only raises the real question. Why is she here? Her coworker jokingly wonders if it's the writer's ex, but Juram dismisses the drama for now. Steeling herself, she approaches the woman and lets her know she's here. Juram offers a polite greeting, though she can't help but notice the woman's stunning appearance. The visitor's eyes sweep over her, cold and analytical. She blatantly sizes Juram up from head to toe, a gesture that immediately raises red flags. Then, she speaks, her voice dripping with disdain, remarking how Juram isn't Junwoo's type at all. The name sends a jolt through Juram. Junwoo? It couldn't possibly be the Junwoo she knows. But the woman's smug, unwavering gaze says otherwise. She then casually wonders if Junwoo's eyesight has taken a turn for the worse. Done with the games, Juram's patience snaps, and she demands to know just what this is all about. With a saccharine smile, the woman introduces herself as Jang Yihyun, Junwoo's girlfriend, and insists they go for coffee. Juram is completely stunned. Girlfriend? The word hits her like a physical blow. Yihyun isn't asking, she's demanding, insisting they talk right now. Juram tries to politely decline, explaining she's on the clock, but Yihyun's cold gaze makes it clear that's not a valid excuse. With a smirk that oozes superiority, Yihyun tells her to just call the director then, leaving Juram speechless. Suddenly, the director himself appears, but he's in a state of pure, comedic terror, screaming Yihyun's name. He practically trembles before her, much to Jurum's confusion. Why is her boss so utterly petrified of this woman? He nervously asks what brings her to the gallery, but Yihyun coolly states their relationship doesn't require appointments. Then, she asks the director if it's okay for her to take Princess out for a bit, and the poor man looks like he's about to faint. Jurum's blood runs cold as she realizes who Princess is, internally screaming for her boss to say no. Without a second of hesitation, the director practically shoves Jurum at her, stammering that of course she can go. Just as they're about to leave, Yihyun turns back with a deceptively sweet smile. The director sweats bullets, nervously asking if there's anything else she needs. With a suddenly chilling aura, she warns him not to even think about calling Junwoo to tell him she's here. And just like that, Jurum finds herself whisked away from the gallery to a nearby cafe. Behind the counter, a barista with long white hair watches them enter with a stoic expression. As they sit, he sizes up the situation, immediately thinking Yihyun must be the ex-girlfriend he's heard about. Jurum's mind is racing, trying to figure out what's happening. Could this really be the ex-Dawan met yesterday? Her spiraling thoughts are cut short when Yihyun suddenly offers a quiet apology. She tells Jurum she suffered for no reason because of her, calling her princess once again. Yihyun reveals the core of the problem. Junwoo's mother despises her. She calmly takes a sip of her coffee, laying out the entire situation. To deal with his mother, they've been pretending to be broken up, which is why he used Jurum to dodge blind dates. Jurum looks flustered, admitting she knew about the fake dating but not the secret relationship behind it. Yihyun is a bit surprised Jurum knew anything at all, but Jurum just gives a tiny, awkward nod. A subtle, almost predatory smile spreads across Yihyun's face. Well, if she already knows, then this should be simple. She tells Jurum to break up with Junwoo. Jurum flinches slightly, the classic drama-filled demand hanging in the air. But instead of crumbling, she calmly asks for a moment, pulling out her phone. She finds the contact labeled Princess and places a call, ready to handle this head-on. On the other end of the line, Do-won answers, calling her Princess, completely unaware of the situation. Jurum doesn't hesitate, laying it all out. His girlfriend is right here, demanding she break up with him. His expression hardens instantly, a flash of anger as he grips the seatbelt. He asks for her location, then gives a cold, simple order. Just ignore her and leave. And then, the critical words Jurum needed to hear. That woman is not his girlfriend. With the phone still to her ear, Jurum looks Yihyun dead in the eye and repeats his denial. But Yihyun just scoffs, dismissing it as him being childish and still angry with her. The air crackles with unspoken tension, the silence heavy between them. Yihyun stands to leave, deciding to drop one last, devastating bit of history on her way out. She reveals they dated for 10 years, that she gave him his pen name, and that she's the reason he's a writer at all. With a smug smile, Yihyun delivers her final shot. Junwoo can't function without her, so Jurum shouldn't get her hopes up. Her parting words hang in the air as she turns, her heels clicking decisively on the floor as she walks out. The bell on the door chimes, announcing her departure and leaving Jurum alone in the sudden heavy silence. But from behind the counter, the barista had heard the whole brutal exchange, his face etched with worry. He walks over, gently apologizing for overhearing and quietly asking if she's okay. Jurum just shakes her head, the world tilting around her as she admits that no, she is definitely not okay. Feeling dizzy, she stands to leave, asking him to please keep their conversation a secret. He watches her unsteady retreat, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he makes a decision. Before she can take another step, his hand shoots out, gently but firmly catching her arm. He moves to stand in front of her, his hands on her shoulders as he asks if she has plans after work. Still reeling, Jurum admits she doesn't really have any plans. With a gentle smile, the barista offers to treat her to dinner, catching her completely off guard. The bell chimes as a decision is made. After exchanging numbers, she waves goodbye, promising to talk to him later. But from across the street, a familiar pair of eyes has been watching the entire exchange. Do-won sits in his car, his expression unreadable as he takes in the scene. A short while later, Jurum arrives back at the office building. The second she steps inside, she's ambushed by her coworkers demanding to know what happened. The gossip has already spread. They know Dawan's ex-girlfriend showed up and are desperate for details. Drained, Jurum gives them the brutal, honest truth. She told her to break up with him. Her coworkers completely lose their minds, swarming her with shocked expressions. The office erupts in a frenzy of excitement and burning curiosity. One woman leans in, practically sparkling, desperate to hear what Jurum said to her rival. But Jurum's answer is brutally simple. She just ignored her, following Dawan's advice. Her coworkers imagined a grand, dramatic declaration of love, a fantasy Jurum quickly has to shut down. Still, they're in awe. How could she just ignore the daughter of the Jongsang group? That name stops Jurum cold, Jongsong Group? She wonders if it's the one she's thinking of. And yes, it is. A major conglomerate in construction, real estate, and the arts. A corporation led by the world-renowned art collector, Chairman Jongsong. Her coworker leans in to whisper the final, shocking truth. That powerful man is the ex-girlfriend's father. The office gossip session is abruptly cut short when a coworker calls everyone in for a meeting. As the team discusses a rookie artist's intense use of color, Jurum's mind is elsewhere. The words are just noise to her. She's completely zoned out, lost in her own spiraling thoughts. Her mind flashes back to the ex-girlfriend, Yihyun, who confidently declared she and Junwoo dated for 10 years. Yihyun's words were poison, claiming she was the one who created the writer Doan, and that he's nothing without her. The revelation leaves Jurum reeling, wondering what she could possibly offer that this perfect, powerful woman couldn't. Elsewhere, in a lavish restaurant, Yihyun elegantly cuts into a perfectly cooked steak. She sits alone at a table set for two, a single red rose in a vase beside her. Taking a bite, she seems entirely composed, as if she's simply waiting for an inevitable arrival. And right on cue, Doan appears, his expression unreadable as he asks her what she thinks she's doing. Yihyun greets him with a knowing smile, as if she knew he'd have no choice but to show up. She completely ignores his tense posture, casually telling him to sit down and eat with her. But Doan isn't here for a pleasant meal. He tells her plainly that they are over and this needs to stop. She sighs dramatically, complaining that his attitude is going to give her indigestion. Then, her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold threat, "Sit down, or Jurum loses her job." His shoulders slump in defeat. He can't let her drag Jurum into this mess. The sound of a chair scraping signals his surrender, and Yihyun beams, having won the first round. Now that he's seated, she gracefully picks up her glass of wine. She raises it high, offering a toast to what she calls their reunion. Doan can only stare back, trapped and seething, as she sips her wine in triumph. But Yihyun just smiles, feigning innocence as if his silent fury is somehow hurting her arm. Doan ignores her theatrics, cutting straight to the heart of it. He loves Gong Jurum. He begs her, for once, to just stop this twisted game. As he tries to end their contract for good, she rises and coldly splashes wine across his face. She knew this would happen, she muses, because she's certain his feelings for Jurum aren't real. He sits there, stunned and humiliated, the dark red liquid dripping from his chin. With a soft click, she sets her glass down, calling him by his real name, Junwoo. Then, with a serene smile, she drops the ultimate bombshell, a marriage proposal. Doan's entire world shatters, his mind reeling from the sheer insanity of her demand. Under the table, his fist clenches tight, a silent vow of rage against the woman who has him trapped. Having heard enough, Doan finally stands up to leave, turning his back on her insanity. He glances back over his shoulder, coldly telling her she's completely out of her mind. With that, he walks away, leaving Yihyun alone in the vast, empty restaurant. But she just watches him go with a calm, predatory smile, completely unfazed. He storms out of the building and gets into his car, trying to process the nightmare. Slumped over the wheel, he presses a hand to his throbbing head, the humiliation and rage overwhelming him. The chilling memory of her words echoes in his mind, a poison seeping into his thoughts. She had threatened him, warning him to sit back down unless he wanted his precious Jurum to lose everything. His greatest fear crystallizes that his own weakness would bring ruin upon the woman he loves. Just then, a message from Jurum pops up. She's meeting with the cafe owner, and a new dread washes over him. Jurum and the cafe owner clink their glasses, a friendly gesture to kick off their meeting. Without a moment's hesitation, she throws back the entire shot in one go. He calmly sets his own glass down, watching her with a thoughtful gaze. She slams her glass on the table, exclaiming how good the drink is. He then casually probes, asking if it's all right for her to be drinking with him like this. He wonders aloud if her contract boyfriend might get just a little bit concerned. Jurum seems unfazed, simply looking at her phone as the question hangs in the air. Then he cuts right to the heart of it, asking her directly if she actually likes the writer. She immediately panics, sputtering that it's just a contract for her too, nothing more. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across the owner's face as he says that's a relief. Jurum's expression goes blank for a moment, processing his words. She then tries to convince herself out loud that since it's a contract, she shouldn't be the one overthinking things. But the handsome owner isn't done yet, smoothly asking why she'd even enter such a contract to begin with. She immediately panics, insisting that's a secret she absolutely cannot reveal. He playfully pushes her to spill the details, but she adamantly refuses. As the empty bottles on the table pile up, the alcohol starts to do its work. A drunk and flushed, Jurum starts complaining, wondering if the writer is still hung up on his ex. The owner's eyes sharpen. He points out that worrying so much is clear proof she likes him. She sputters denials, repeating that it's just business. But he calmly asks why she can't stop thinking about it then. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in her head, and she flips the script, asking if he's the one who's actually interested in her. He simply smiles, and with zero hesitation, confirms that he is. Jurem is completely blindsided, unable to process his direct and simple answer. Her mind races, a deep blush coloring her cheeks as she tries to make sense of it. Pointing a shaky finger at herself, she stammers, asking if he's truly interested in her. She nervously tries to clarify he means just as a person, right? Not romantically? But his confident smile and another calm yeah completely destroy that assumption. Trying to save face, she bursts out laughing, brushing it off as him just being drunk. He turns to her, his expression unwavering, and shuts down that excuse with a simple no. And just like that, her drunken bravado evaporates, leaving her stunned and speechless. Funny enough, Jurem actually had a crush on the handsome barista from the moment his cafe opened. So now, desperate for some kind of logic, she raises her hand with one more question. Her mind is spinning. She needs to know when he supposedly started being interested in her. He just smiles faintly, taking a moment to think back. His answer isn't in words, but a memory of a day she came to his cafe. She'd been so happy when he told her there was one signature sandwich left, celebrating her luck. But immediately after she bought it, a mother came in asking for the very same thing. He had to tell her they were all gone, and her little boy's face crumpled in disappointment. The barista felt for the kid, but it was this simple moment at the cafe that was his answer. Because without a second thought, Jurem had turned and offered her own sandwich to the mother. She just smiled it off, explaining she could always come back tomorrow for another one. And watching her, the barista realized she was a genuinely good person. But it wasn't just a one-time thing. He started noticing it more and more. Like the day he stepped outside, annoyed at the trash littering the sidewalk, only to see her, stomach audibly grumbling, picking up other people's garbage. His first impression was solidified. She was a really good person, through and through. From that point on, he couldn't help but look for her, and his head would turn the moment she walked through the door. He'd watch her sitting alone, engrossed in a book, and assume she must be an avid reader. But then she'd let out a huge, sleepy yawn, completely unaware of his gaze, and he couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking how cute she was. That's when he knew this was becoming more than just a passing interest. So, sitting across from her now, he finally confesses that she started lingering in his mind. A soft gasp escapes Jurem's lips, her face flushing as she tries to process it all. She stammers, asking why on earth he never told her any of this before. He just smiles, explaining it wasn't easy since she was a customer and he thought he was making it obvious. But she just shoots up, pointing a finger at him, demanding to know when he ever did that. He starts listing off the signs, like how he always remembered her usual order, or the time he gave her a free sandwich, telling her he made it just for her. He'd even pout when she didn't show up, admitting that he had been waiting for her. And let's not forget the time he straight up asked for her Instagram. But Jurem, bless her heart, had just awkwardly replied that she didn't really use it. She'd completely misinterpreted his kindness as just good service for a regular customer. He explains that since she never reacted, he thought she was the one rejecting him, and he was crushed when she mentioned getting a boyfriend. The realization hits Jurem like a truck. All those moments were him trying to get closer. But she dismissed it, thinking he was out of her league. He then leans in, reminding her that her so-called relationship with the writer is just a contract, right? And with a devastatingly charming smile, he asks if it's okay for him to confess now. He lays it all out. Her relationship with the writer isn't built on real feelings. Jurem's hands clench, her mind racing for an escape. She panics, telling him not to. But he just calmly asks, why not? Trapped, she can't find a single word to say. A deep blush creeps up her neck as the pressure mounts. So, with no other recourse, she grabs a shot glass and downs it in one go. Slamming the empty cup down, a sudden wave of resolve washes over her, and then she blurts it out. Actually, I really like the writer. Because of him, she's sorry, but she just can't accept his confession. The barista sighs, a knowing look on his face. So, he just got rejected, didn't he? The sudden silence is deafening, and Jurem has never felt this awkward in her life. In a desperate attempt to fix it, she tries to bond over their shared misery, declaring she's in a one-sided love too. Her earnest clumsiness breaks the tension, and he can't help but laugh, telling her she's a truly fun person. He leans in, his expression softening, and offers her a shoulder to lean on if things with the writer don't work out. Jurem is left speechless by his kindness, not at all the reaction she was expecting. She quietly accepts his offer with a simple thank you. And just like that, the tense confrontation finally comes to a close. And elsewhere, at a nearby convenience store, A routine purchase is being rung up. The customer is none other than Doan, who's secretly hoping his princess will stop by for a beer. He can't help but smile, eagerly anticipating a chance encounter. Just then, the door chimes, and his wish is granted, but Juram isn't alone. His face lights up with pure joy at the sight of her, calling out her nickname. But that joy quickly evaporates into confusion as he notices the man with her. The handsome barista coolly greets him, fully aware of the situation. Before anyone knows it, this tense love triangle is now sharing a round of beers. Doan, sensing the thick awkwardness, tells them not to feel obligated to stay just for him. But the handsome barista just smirks, saying he's staying because he wants to be here. Juram, caught in the middle, blushes, feeling completely self-conscious under their gazes. The tension shifts to some lighthearted banter about drinking, a subtle sizing up between the two rivals. But the barista quickly asserts his dominance, casually mentioning he's Juram's boss, which sends Doan's mind reeling. Later, as Doan walks her home, he cuts to the chase, asking what they talked about before he arrived. Juram stammers, trying to find the words how could she possibly explain the near confession. Suddenly, the barista's voice cuts through the memory, revealing to Doan that he confessed to Juram. The bombshell drops, leaving both Doan and Juram frozen in stunned silence. And for the final blow, the barista smugly adds that Juram had told him there was nothing going on between them.